If we can ask members of council to please come to the council chambers, we need quorum. Members of council, please come to the council chambers.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Councillor Stephen Holiday. I'm the chair of the Etobicoke York Community Council. We have quorum, and I'm now calling meeting number 26 to order. Welcome, everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at the Etobicoke Civic Centre in the council chamber. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, Community Council would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. If you're registered to speak at today's meeting, and I think we have quite a few, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Etobicoke York Community Council page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the city clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at etcc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Seeing none, we will proceed. May I have a motion to confirm the meeting minutes from our meeting on September 17th, 2025? Deputy Mayor Morley moves. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. And just as a reminder, thank you everyone for your patience in the room today. We do have a lengthy agenda and a lengthy speakers list. Our scheduled break is at 12:30, Madam Clerk, and we will likely have a long day. Our first agenda item is EY 26.1, which is 925 Dixon Road and 230 Carlingview Drive, a zoning bylaw amendment application, a decision report for approval. That's in Councillor Crescenti's ward. I'm just going to hold that down to give Councillor Crescenti a chance to move that. I think I hear him coming.
Come on, wait out your item.
First item? Yeah, would you like to move that or hold it? Okay, Councillor Crescenti moves staff recommendations just in time. All in favor? Any opposed? That item carries. EY 26.2, 1138 Islington Avenue, a zoning bylaw amendment, a decision report. We will hold that for speakers. EY 26.3, 2345 Finch Avenue West and 3415 to 3499 Weston Road, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications, a decision report, and we will hold that for speakers. EY 26.4, which is 3418 Lakeshore Boulevard West and 0 Skeens Lane, official plan amendment, and zoning bylaw amendment application to decision report. We will hold that for speakers. EY 26.5, which is 5280 Dundas Street West, a zoning bylaw amendment application, a decision report. We will hold that for speakers. EY 26.6. Which is a 2491 Lakeshore Boulevard West Community Benefits Charge in-kind offer and development charge credit. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On EY 26.6, I'll be moving staff recommendations.
Thank you. Councillor Morley moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That item carries. On EY 26.7, which is 250 Wincott Drive and 4620 Eglinton Avenue West, we have presentation and speakers. EY 26.8, 15, 17, 19, 21, and 23 Hollis Street, a residential demolition applications. Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, I believe staff have a motion on this for me. Okay, it's on the screen.
Councillor Nunziata moves.
Approve the applications to demolish existing single detached dwellings at 1523 Hollis Street with the following conditions, and the conditions are there on the screen.
All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 26.9, changes to business improvement area boards of management. This has a couple of words on it. Councillor Crescent. Councillor Crescent moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 26.10, assumption of services, registered plan 66M, 2503, 3035 Weston Road, Damaris Development Incorporated. Councillor Perruzza.
We have deputations.
Oh, I'm sorry. We do have deputations. Thank you. So that will be held for deputations. Thank you. EY 26.11, 2 Odessa Avenue, application for fence exemption. We have a speaker for that item. EY 26.12, 12 to 20 Cordova Avenue, public laneway, construction staging area. We have a speaker on that item. EY 26.13, 5th. 2612 has been held for a speaker. Yep. EY 26.13, 5th Street, traffic calming, speed humps. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have been working closely with the local residents on 5th Street and are glad to be moving staff recommendations to move forward with some traffic calming on that stretch of road. I'll be moving staff recommendations.
Councillor Morley moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That item carries. EY 26.14, Greenfield Drive, traffic calming, speed humps. There are speakers in that item, so we'll hold that. EY 26.15, Donald Avenue, on-street accessible loading zone. Councillor Nunziata.
I'll move staff recommendation.
Councillor Nunziata moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 26.16, accessible parking spaces. October 2025, Ward 3. Councillor Morley.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to move staff recommendations.
Councillor Morley moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 26.17, Tofield Crescent, parking amendments. Councillor Crescent. Councillor Crescent moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 26.18, Harlow Crescent. Councillor Crescent moves the staff recommendations.
Sorry, Chair, 17, did we skip over 17?
No, we did it.
Well, because that's my word.
I have Ward 1, Tofield Crescent. Would you like to move that one?
No, I got 2616, sorry.
Oh, yeah, it was both Ward 3 and Ward 5.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
all right, because I seen my word. Okay, thank you.
All right. Is it okay?
Yeah,
Okay. EY 26.18, Harlow Crescent, parking amendments. Councillor Crescent? Councillor Crescent moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 26.19, Kingsway Crescent parking amendments. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are glad to be supporting staff recommendations here. I'll be moving those.
All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 26.20, Paulart Drive and Maypole Street, always stop. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was a requested traffic calming opportunity that we worked closely with residents on. Unfortunately, our internal polling didn't meet the threshold, but with agreement from staff, we will be moving forward with an always stop. So look to support the motion for installing an always stop on Paulart and Maypole.
Okay, I didn't agree, so I'm going to call a vote, but
Yeah, no
not
problem.
recorded, but all those in
Yeah.
favor? 1, 2, 3. Any opposed? Sorry, 4. One opposed. Thank you. That carries.
Thank you.
EY 26.21, proposed naming of the Northwest Baseball Diamond at Martingrove Gardens Park to the Jim Horton Baseball Diamond. And I thank everyone that's worked on this, including all the people that brought a petition forward in honor of Jim Horton, who contributed so much to youth baseball. And if the clerk could do it, if it would be great if we could do a recorded vote on this.
So does this have to go through a process, though, or we're just renaming it?
It is some exemptions to the process because it is the naming of a baseball diamond and not the park. Yeah, and in fact, the other baseball diamond is named after another volunteer.
We
So
should name it Blue Jays.
we're going to name it after Jim Horton. So all those in favor? Just do a call.
All those in favor of adopting item EY 2621? Councillor Crescent, Councillor Morley, Councillor Holliday, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Perusa. That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. EY 26.22, which is Glen Scarlett Road, a speed limit increase. This requires a motion to add as new business, and we'll add it to the agenda. Councillor Nunziata.
So move to add it to the agenda, but
Yes.
at the same time, I would like this deferred to the next community council meeting.
Okay, so Councillor Nunziata moves that onto the agenda. All those in favor, any opposed, that carries, and that this item will be deferred. All those in favor, any opposed, that carries. EY 26.23, Weston Road from King Street to Denison Avenue, west-east, parking regulation changes. Councillor Nunziata, we need you to move that to be added.
I'll move to I'll move to introduce it.
Okay,
And
Councillor Nunziata.
I can move it at the same time.
All those in favor to move the item, Madam Clerk, are we okay to process this item, or should it be left? It's an item of new business. We don't have any speakers, so we can deal with this item. All those in favor, any opposed, that carries. EY 26.24, which is Royal York Court and Royal York Road intersection, a request for priority review. I'm happy to move my letter as an item of new business. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 26.25, which is Strathdy Drive traffic calming. I'm also happy to move my letter as an item of new business. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. And that item will be held for speakers. Okay. Back up to the top of the list. If you recall, we have dealt with item number 1, so we will be going to item number 2, which is EY 26.2, 1138 Islington Avenue, a zoning bylaw amendment application to decision report. We have speakers on the item, and our first speaker is Mary Markovic. Is Mary here or online? Hello, Mary. I think the red light's out on that, so just if you could just test that microphone.
Morning.
Yeah,
Good morning.
there we go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to the Etobicoke York Community Council. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. I wasn't expecting to be up so soon, but good morning, councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I would like to start by asking if you all received the petition in regard to 1138 Islington Avenue. It was submitted by a communique by Mr. Tim Finlayson. Did you guys receive it? Yeah. The other councillors, have you seen the petition? Okay. Well, just to highlight, nearly 700 constituents have signed the petition in the Norseman Height area. Many of the constituents wanted to be here in person, but unfortunately, due to the timing and work and personal obligations and timing, it was not easy to be here. So they did want to send a message that they are not against development. We have actually had more than our share of development in the immediate area, and we support responsible, sustainable, and neighborhood-appropriate development. To begin my presentation, I would like to ask the simple question about what is the strategy for housing? What need are we really trying to address? And that is something I'm sure the city has pondered. In my reviews and looking at where there is a hole in housing and what I understand is trying to be filled, it is more family-oriented housing. Because we have, as many of you know, that we have a lot of empty condos currently, tens of thousands in fact, most of which are under 600 square feet and are empty, and many of these are much smaller. So these remain open. So my question is, how does this development at 1138 Islington Avenue address the need for housing? This particular development is 37 units, most of which, 67%, are under 475 square feet. 16% of these 6 units are under 350 square feet. That includes 2 studios and 4 one-bedrooms. So really, I know on the surface it meets the 20% family requirement, but why are we building extra units when we have these vacant units that remain unaddressed? Perhaps we should look at a plan to use these units for the housing issues. So I'm going to start really, I know I only have 5 minutes. So the development as planned is too big for the property as proposed. It required substantial amendments. And the one, I'm just looking at the 1138 zoning bylaw amendment. And the Director of Community Planning recommends that City Council amend City Toronto zoning bylaw 569-213 for the lands of 1138 Islington Avenue substantially, in accordance with the draft zoning bylaw amendment included in attachment 5 to this report. When I went to go look at the attachment, it looked like this. It is pretty blank, and what it says is attached under separate cover. I could not find it, so that's where that stands. But I'll continue. So this requires substantial amendments, and this has been described to us as gentle intensification, which I know it's not. It's the first development of its kind in the immediate area, and it's already not meeting Toronto official plan speculations. It's asking for multiple variances, and key information has not yet been provided. Things such as revised functional servicing and stormwater management report, which is required, and there were insufficient materials provided. This is very important because there's a lot of flooding and sewer issues in Etobicoke, particularly in our area. There's a widening of Islington Avenue that I learned that is going to be 1.1 meters. I imagine that's going to cause a lot of traffic problems, and it's a lot of effort for a new build. And we're removing 13 mature trees and replacing them with one on the existing property. I think there's going to be a couple others added around. So that's also a concern. There's no parking other than 2 visitor parkings. One is accessible. And there's a parking justification report that was provided, which directs visitors to park on Chauncey, which happens to be my street, Northrop, and Cardigan. I think this is highly irresponsible, and I didn't notice this flagged at all. Our street has no truck traffic allowed, and it is a constant problem. We have people parking at the mouth of the street on both sides, and we have been there have been very very frequent accidents averted, near accidents, excuse me. So it's a very, and this is a bus route, there's kids walking, there's no sidewalks, so I can just paint the picture for you. The lay-by parking, the lay-by parking,
Mary, I have to ask you to wrap up
okay,
because
great.
you're over time.
Okay, no problem. And I just want to say the height of the building is 19 meters. And really with the mechanical room, it's 22 and a half. But anyway, developer is not able to meet
Mary,
the city.
I-
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any questions of the speaker? Don't go away.
Huh?
Questions of the speaker? I had one,
Yes.
and I'll just. You said something about the report saying directing people to park on Chauncey Avenue. Could you elaborate? I want to
Yes,
spot
I have
that in
it.
the materials. Just tell me where it is, that's all.
It's in the extra.
Just generally.
It's in the where the builder provides all the material, and it's in the like the supplementary material.
Okay, so not in the main report. And who said that? Was it the builder or was it staff?
It is Cavicon Group Inc., dated May 30th. I think it's on the second page when you go into the.
Do you have it there? Is that
Yeah, I
what-
do. Would you
Can
like?
you just read out exactly what it says?
Sure. Just 1 second. Residents will be able to access transportation network by, okay. An alternative option for residents would be to use the lay-by parking space on Barry. In addition to options mentioned above, although this, visitors, just 1 second, sorry.
It's okay.
In addition to the options mentioned above, the use of passenger vehicles is discouraged significantly with the short supply of parking on site. Visitors have access to on-street parking on Northrop Road, Chauncey Avenue, and Cardigan, which is within 300 meters of the proposed infill resident development.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Greg Ewens from Battery Planning and Management. Morning, Greg. Welcome to the Community Council. You've got 5 minutes.
Morning, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of council. Greg Ewens from Battery Planning and Management. I'm here representing the applicant of the proposal before you today, which staff are recommending approval. It's a 6-story residential apartment building with 37 units, 2 parking spaces, 29 bike parking spaces, indoor and outdoor amenity areas. It replaces an existing detached house and improves both frontages on the lot, which is a corner lot with new landscaping and planting. The proposal is located on Islington Avenue. It's an area that's been subject to gradual redevelopment, primarily in the form of townhouses, mid-rise buildings, and other low-rise redevelopment over the past several years. I note that the proposal complies with, it requires very little relief from the bylaw standards for major street apartments. It also complies with the major street EHON objectives and aligns substantially with these changes that were made to policy in 2024 by council and were now recently in force and effect. This is proceeding through the zoning process, even though it requires very little relief from the zoning standards in the major street bylaw, partly because there was an existing zoning application in place that was amended to propose this development. The previous application proposed townhouses. That was submitted in 2022, and that predated the expanding housing options in neighborhoods work. The major street work anyway. And again, this work, which came forward 2 years later in 2024, encourages 6-story apartments on major street neighborhoods in this type of context. I also note that the zoning process affords a file like this more consultation than would otherwise be the case for a committee of adjustment application, which I think is a good thing given the amount of interest both in this file and I think with the matter of major street development generally, allowing an opportunity for people to talk about these policy changes in the context of a site-specific application. I also want to advise the committee that the owner is in conversations with the Housing Secretariat staff. We're looking for opportunities to provide several of the units within the building as affordable rentals. This is proposed as a rental building. Those conversations are ongoing, and while there is no CBC requirement for this building, which is the community benefit charge, based on the building's scale, we are still having those conversations to see if we can deliver on the city's affordable housing objectives in addition to its rental housing ones. There's also an economic development aspect to this work, and this application specifically. The developer of this site has developed several similar scale rental apartments in Nova Scotia, and based on the opportunities, the as-of-right permissions created through the EHON work, they're now investing in and pursuing these types of projects in Toronto, such as the one before you today. I think that's a positive thing to note. Overall, we're trying to ensure this development reflects the standards and policies approved by council for these types of buildings on neighborhood major streets, while trying to address community concerns to the greatest degree possible, such as proposing to retain the existing lay-by, improving landscape space around the site, setting the building back as far as we can from the neighborhood designated areas to the west. Regarding servicing, we've been working with staff to respond to their comments, and we've recently submitted materials that do respond to those comments. I also note that the report holds the bylaw amendment, recommends it be held until these matters have been addressed, which is a standard recommendation and appropriate in this case. We've worked collaboratively with staff through the process and been in engagement with the councillor's office as well. I want to thank staff. I'd like to thank Councillor Morley and your staff, and development review staff, particularly Dominic Matusik, for his work on the file. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for joining us. You heard there are a number, and you mentioned about working with the community and with planning staff. There are a number of concerns in the community, and I just wanted to bring some of those to your attention for comment. One of them is the size of the proposed units, 37 in a 6-story. There are concerns about unit sizes and not necessarily building for families, for example. Can you comment on how the unit sizes were arrived at?
Certainly. One of the, we're providing 30% 2 and 3 bedroom units. Overall, the unit sizes within this building do skew a bit smaller in some cases than what you might find in other larger multi-unit buildings. And one of the reasons for that is to ensure that the rents are lower and more competitive than they would otherwise be. It's also one of the reasons why we're able to talk to the Housing Secretariat to try and secure a percentage of these units as affordable rentals. And so that's part of the rationale for it. Also, it's a market-driven consideration. This area has a lot of larger units within the existing detached housing context in the area, and so providing units of a variety of sizes, different bedroom mixes in an apartment format in an area that is not so much characterized by those types of uses until you get closer up to the subway station to the north. Anyway, is one of the objectives of this policy change, specifically for major streets, and that's what we're trying to address.
Thank you. What do you say to folks who are concerned about this becoming an Airbnb sort of mini hotel and having a lot of regular kind of transient people coming in and out versus stable renters?
I would say, well, the city has taken, I think, very effective steps to curb the use of Airbnb type, hotels in these types of buildings, and those bylaw requirements would apply to this. This is intended as a rental building. It's somewhat impractical to rent these out as an Airbnb because of the limitation on it being your primary residence and the number of days, the licensing requirements. I had heard in some of the correspondence people were concerned about other types of dwelling room formats, rooming house. These are all self-contained units, kitchen, bathroom, living space, bedrooms, and in accordance with the bylaw requirement for a dwelling.
Got it. My last question is just with respect to the parking concerns.
Yes.
We do often understand, especially with the changes to parking minimums in the city, the pressure on neighboring streets. We heard from the first deputant about those concerns on Chauncey and some of the other streets that were highlighted. It is not the preference of this council that we direct people to park onto existing residential communities. I'm wondering if you could speak to the parking provisions, whether there's flexibility through site plan to add any additional parking if the market requires, or any other comments that you can offer in terms of how we're going to mitigate potential parking stresses onto the existing neighborhood.
Certainly, and it's an area where there's some street parking, but otherwise streets are limited or don't provide street parking. One of the things we're really trying to do is make sure, because there's an existing lay-by on Bering, and we want to make sure that continues to be there. We're working with staff on that. That's not something that gets secured in the bylaw because it's in the public right-of-way, but we're trying to work to make sure that's a functional space for pickup and drop-off and deliveries and things, because there were some concerns about two-way traffic on Bering, understandably. The parking on site there's visitors and accessible spaces. The way those are operated would be flexible for the residents of the building. The intent of the changes that the city made in 2022 to the parking bylaw relied on a market-driven approach. And so if there was not a market case for units that don't have parking in this area, that relied on transit, that relied getting up to the subway station or going to the south via the bus network, this isn't something that would be being proposed. This is a project that my client is looking forward to constructing, and they're taking a lot of steps to go through the process to do that, including the conversations with the Housing Secretariat and looking for opportunities to address both the cities and the neighborhood concerns. The parking question is a challenging one, and with I know that we meet the standards for major street apartments with the parking provided. It is a tight site to provide more parking. Underground parking is actually quite challenging in major street apartment buildings because of some of the zone provisions, and it's something that we had looked at. But ultimately, with a building footprint like this, by the time you get a ramp to the underground, you get 4 or 5 spaces. It's challenging.
Yeah, and quite costly, as we understand as well.
That's correct.
I really appreciate that. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? I'm going to ask one. Mr. Ewens, you said it twice that you were looking for, sorry, I don't have the exact words, but minor relief from the bylaw.
Yes.
There was some, why not just comply with the as of right permissions? Why ask for the extra? Why are we even here? You could just go.
It's a good question. The major street provisions in the bylaw, they were designed for a lot fabric which varies considerably across the city's major street network. And so, one of the reasons the Committee of Adjustment exists is to provide relief from these standards. The reason we're not at the committee and we're here today, I mentioned there was an existing zoning application. We tried to squeeze the building as far as possible. Originally, when the major street work was being developed, staff had advised, for instance, a 1.8 meter side yard. We have a 2 meter side yard. When it was adopted by council, the side yard's 2.4 meters. So we've tried to push things as close as we can. The reality is, on every site, it's going to be a little bit different. You have to fit a building that accommodates building circulation, stairs, an elevator, and units which have appropriate widths where you can put in living space and bedrooms. And so we tried to squeeze everything as much as possible, meet the 7.5 meter rear yard setback, meet the side yard setback, and bring the building more to the front, the street edge, to reflect the streetscape and setbacks of newer buildings being constructed on Islington. I think there's an additional meter above the 19 meter height limit requested as well. And again, that's primarily due to the ground floor to ceiling height requirements and those for the residential floors as well.
Sorry, the extra meter was for ceiling height requirements?
Ground floor, to make sure the ground floor was functional. And generally speaking, ground floors are usually a little bit taller than the residential stories above. And that's something that is a bit challenging with the major street bylaw as it's currently written.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to the committee.
Our next speaker is Anna Tobia.
Good morning.
Welcome. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you for meeting with us today and listening to your constituents' concerns. Can you hear me? Stand back. I'm little. All right, I'll start again. Good morning. Thank you for meeting with us and listening to your constituents' concerns. We are not against building houses. Just make them fit with what's already there. That's all we ask. I have 3 points I'd like to make today. The first one is to do with the 22-page report for action. On page 1, the 6-story building is 19.3 meters, which is already 3 meters above the height limit. But 19.3 excludes the mechanical room on the 7th floor. On page 19 of that report, it illustrates that the mechanical room takes up 50% of the building dimension. It is an enclosed structure. Therefore, the proposed building is really 7 floors, not 6. Currently, the tallest building on Islington from Bloor to the Queensway on both sides are 4 floors. If 6-story buildings are now permitted because of the new laws, why are you allowing this builder to build 7 stories? Can the mechanical room be moved to the 6th floor or possibly the 1st floor and reduce the number of units, especially the smaller ones, so that the building attracts families, as we are a family community with 5 schools in walking distance? My next point is, who is going to manage this building? Will a superintendent be on site 7 days a week, 24 hours per day? The super needs to shovel snow, cut grass, clean the eaves and the hallways, put out the garbage bins, the green bins, the recycling bins, and then take them in at the end of the day. Any neglect of these responsibilities will spill onto neighboring properties, which will affect our health and well-being, as well as that of the tenants. Who will manage the tenant disputes, noise controls, and the moves in and out? With there being so many units and the units being so small, tenants will be constantly moving in and out. The units are not designed for long-term tenants. And my last point, page 10 of the 22 report, under tree preservation states that 7 bylaw protected trees are recommended for removal. This concerns me. With global warming, we need all the greenery we can get. Trees reduce air and noise pollution. When I walk down Islington between 3 to 5 p.m., I choke. I do not have asthma and I don't have any health issues. This is when the children in the 5 neighboring schools are walking home from school. We cannot afford to lose any trees or any green space. In fact, we need more for our health so that we can breathe and get the much needed vitamin D for our health. The 5 schools in walking distance within this building are Norseman, Holy Angels, Etobicoke School of the Arts, Bishop Allen's, and St. Marguerite de Youville.
Thank you for joining us. Are there any questions of the speaker? Councillor Morley.
Thank you for taking the time, and it was great to see you on Saturday as well, out at the Fall Fest and chatting with residents about the concerns on this particular site. I wonder if you could just share as well, in addition to your submission to us today, and again, which I thank you for, what are some of the key, like if you could name the 3 main concerns across the board that you've had in conversation with neighbors as well on the site, what would be the 3 main themes of concern?
For us as neighbors, it's the parking, it's the traffic, it's the safety of the young children walking back and forth, because our fear is because the units are small, people walking in and out, moving in and out constantly. We're concerned about transients. Mm-hmm. I mean, everybody deserves a home. You got me 101%. It's just that this is such a family community, and I watch the children walking to and from school, and I mean, my children are adults, but, you know, I still have a heart for them, and I want to see them safe. And I want, like, even with where I'm at Islington, already people park in our driveway waiting for somebody to get off the bus. Mm-hmm. Sometimes we have to get out and it's a medical appointment or whatever, and we have to beep and we're held up, and they're parked in the fire zone of our unit. Mm-hmm. Also the buses, yes, you're encouraging buses, but if you've ever taken the bus along Islington, I used to live at Evans. Mm-hmm. From Evans, there is no seat on the bus. Mm-hmm. By the time you get in the Queensway, there is no standing room on the bus. And all you do north of the Queensway, you watch the buses drive up and down.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And you did raise some really great, excellent considerations around property management and all of those pieces. So we'll try to get some clarification on that as well, because I think that's important information for us all. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mary McAuliffe. Hopefully I've got that right. Morning, welcome to the Community Council. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. So for context, my family and I, 4 of us live on Bering Avenue, and we've been living there for the past 10 years. And so for people who are presenting today who actually don't live in the area, I'm going to speak to actual lived experience. I acknowledge and respect the provincial mandate to increase housing supply in response to the ongoing housing crisis. I have 2 adult children on good salaries who are looking for accommodation and cannot get any affordable. However, there are 3 areas of concern that I would like to put to the Council regarding the proposed development at 1138 Islington Avenue. I urge that this development be approached with care, not haste, addressing these areas of concern prior to allowing development to proceed. I'm hearing words today like things are challenging. Just because something is challenging to the developer does not mean that it shouldn't be looked at and approached with care and caution and facing that challenge on. Firstly, the proposed development sits at an extremely busy intersection at Bering and Islington Avenue. The intersection sees heavy pedestrian traffic as it is the only crossing point with traffic lights along the stretch of road to Bloor on the north, which is a 10-minute walk, and to Advance on the south, which is a 12-minute walk. You cannot cross anywhere else except at that crossing. Consequently, it is a key crossing point for children travelling to local schools, seniors and others accessing the community centre, families with very small children using Fairfield Park, dog walkers using the park, and others who need to cross Islington Avenue. Adding a 37-unit building to this corner is a safety concern, one which has not been adequately addressed to date. The safety concerns come from 2 issues, and I may have heard this before, but I want to reiterate it. With only 2 visitor spaces, one of which is designated for accessible parking, and therefore you're left with 1, the reality is that parking will take place on Bering or Chauncey for those visiting this building, or possibly tenants who are in the 2 or 3 bedroom who actually own their own cars, with deliveries, with tenants moving in and out. I'd like to remind the Council that there is no stopping or parking permitted on Islington or Bering Avenue. That's the law currently. The reality, however, is that this will happen. We currently see Uber delivery vans stopping the traffic on Islington all of the time. This will cause traffic obstacles on this corner, which are of grave concern to the pedestrians. I'd like to share a personal experience with you of standing at that intersection on 2 occasions in the last 3 years, where cars travelling north on Islington have sped through the junction on a red light and almost knocked down a child and a pedestrian crossing the road. Children, once they see that white man, particularly on their bikes going to school, they just head. On a separate occasion, in driving through this junction, I narrowly missed being hit by another car heading north on Islington, again through a red light. I stop and I don't walk on that junction unless I actually can see that all 4 lanes of traffic have stopped. The second issue is that the City of Toronto operates a city yard on Bering Avenue, which houses hundreds of city vehicles and also serves as a fueling depot for South Etobicoke fire trucks. This contributes to a lot of large vehicles using Bering and this busy junction. The addition of 37 units at this corner, with the knock-on impact of visiting and parking cars and deliveries, raises serious safety concerns. Finally, on this point, architectural plans for this development suggest individual waste bins for each unit. That's 37 green, blue, and grey bins being collected weekly. The plan suggests that the lay-by space on Bering be used for this purpose. When there are the deliveries, drop-offs, etc., what are they going to do? Where are they going to park on bin day? What about renters who don't collect their bins and they remain in the lay-by space? This development plan has not allowed sufficient space to accommodate for these issues and will consequently create a hazardous obstruction. My question, has Transportation Services thoroughly investigated the implication for loading zones and waste collection? Secondly, my second issue relates to the units and the intent, how they meet the provincial mandate for housing. My question, does this council explain how this development meets the provincial mandate and what protections can be put in place to protect the existing community against turning into Airbnbs?
Thank you.
I have one very last piece, if I can, because my colleague didn't use her full time. I read this morning, I'll be 1 minute.
I can't allow women, I'm sorry. If somebody would like to ask a question, that's fine.
Okay.
Your counselor has a question for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holiday. Thank you for the submission. I did want to hear a bit more, and I will be posing the question to staff around the loading zone and waste collection servicing provisions, specifically from transportation, regarding their review. Are there any other questions you would like for me to ask to staff?
Thank you for the opportunity. I would also like to ask, with regard to transportation capacity and accessibility issues haven't been taken into account. As I mentioned, I use the bus service because we're close to the subway. You're assuming, I think it's being posed that it's less than 800 meters from the subway. As someone who had a hip replacement 2 years ago, I couldn't do that walk. Somebody walking to No Frills, which is 900 meters with a baby doing their shopping. So it's assuming that, first of all, accessibility is not an issue. We have elderly people who use the bus. We've got people with disabilities. We've got young families. You cannot get on the bus at Islington on peak hours. Mm-hmm. There's also the suggestion that there's that you can access the GO train, which is a 12-minute walk. Again, great for people who can walk and who don't have smallies with them. You can get to the GO station, and we've done it, my husband and I. There are no seats on the GO train, and it's 20 minutes into Union Station. So the practicalities and the reality of living in this area and suggesting that it's being, that the public transport provides the support, the public transport is heaving. And I've often stood there in the snow and the bus actually passes me by. It won't even stop to allow me to stand on the bus. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to put that forward. So again, I feel you have an opportunity here on the council to do the right thing now. Let's not speed this up. And to finish, I read this morning on realtor.ca a listing for a proposed development at 1122 Islington, which is the corner of Islington and Chauncey, which quotes, offers the opportunity to investors or developers interested in pursuing a larger development than the one that's currently proposed, with as of right zoning allowing 6 stories and up to 60 units subject to city approval. You pass this one in its current state in haste and allowing the challenges that the developer is facing to be bypassed, then you are opening the door to these other units, investors and developers, and not taking the locals into account.
No more questions. Thank you so much,
Thank
Mary.
you.
I do appreciate that. Those are all my
Thank
questions.
you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Our next speaker is Carl Czarnecki. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm the co-owner of 211 Bering Avenue, which is the lot right next to the site we're discussing. And I'm very concerned about this proposal. I don't feel this is a gentle intensification of housing. This is a fairly dramatic proposal that will alter the community and the neighborhood. I'm sure council members are familiar with the map showing major streets approved under the expanding housing option rules. Let's be honest, there's hundreds of kilometers of streets where these new laws can be applied to. I feel a financial investor in a lot that wanted 14 houses opportunistically jumped on the opportunity and is trying to fit too small of a lot into a simply too big and too complex project. Similarly to other residents, I'm concerned about parking, loading, and waste. 37 bins on a street make no sense. If you account for square footage of each bin, it's complete chaos and it will not work. Removal of numerous trees negatively impacts privacy and makes, live and peaceful coexistence between neighbors quite difficult. I worry about my property and the property next door on Islington. There simply isn't enough space. The changes that the builder is asking for, height and setbacks, individually, they may not appear as very significant, but cumulatively, again, I feel someone is trying to fit a project which doesn't belong to that lot by force. I fully agree with Mary. Bering is a very busy street. It's difficult to find parking at any time. If you analyzed the parking and the parking bay on Bering, is often used by visitors to the nearby townhouses. That space is simply not available for many people who would like to use it. With this big planned development, I cannot imagine how this would look like. Finally, I believe investors and people who want to develop our city and see it grow expect council to take into account economic reality and the long-term planning of residents and investors. The committee approved severance of 211 Bering into 3 lots for 3 detached homes. I believe that proposal results in, continuing with the character of the neighborhood, again, more for families, responsible in terms of providing proper parking spot, proper backyards. If you now rush to approve this project, this essentially goes against already approved my project because I will not be able to, frankly, develop the property as I planned, as was envisioned, and as was approved by the council. So if we're approving 211 Bering into 3 lots with 3 houses, how can we now approve a high-rise that totally turns things upside down? No one will want to buy at the normal price a detached home next to essentially a residential tower, because that's how it's going to look like from perspective of someone's backyard. So I would think that the council would take this into account. Let's not kid ourselves. The owner of 1138 Islington is a financial investor. This project only makes sense under CMHC financing help, which essentially amounts to taxpayers' assistance. Taxpayers are funding these projects. Housing affordability is very important, but
Thank you, Carl.
there's hundreds of streets to do this on. This lot cannot support this proposal and should be rejected.
Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. We have another speaker, Vlad Germanovsky.
Good morning.
You have 5 minutes.
Perfect. I do have a request. Is it possible to bring on the screen the revised application that was submitted on the floor plan, level 1 plan, for everybody to see? I just want to make some references in regards to the application. This was revised on October 14th, so this was the latest resubmission. It's
Just going to
drawing
pause your time. Do you have
2.1,
a piece of paper that we could put up?
basically this.
If I can just ask tech support, if you could just get that aligned up, and I'll restart your time. Okay, go ahead, sir. We've got it on the screen.
Thank you. I think it's evident that change is inevitable. Change through community will happen. And I think today's all the speakers demonstrated that everybody's pro-change. The question is how that change has to follow. I think today it's clearly there's a significant amount of resources that look at these applications. There's also planning departments that spend significant taxpayers' time to go through. And transparency through applicants is a very important component. Through the application process, community engagement has to occur. If it's through pre-consultation, through some sort of meeting. I can say that there was no engagement with the community. No open houses, no workshops, no online, nothing. Community members, through the initial hearing that happened earlier this year and today, outlined concerns, and I can tell you that none of those concerns were addressed. One of the items was, for example, a sun and shadow study with the existing structure going on, which doesn't currently reflect what the community is. It was an easy check mark through the site plan application to actually undertake that study. This was a comment made one of the residents that was ignored. As we go through the comments that were addressed by planning department, I'll take, for example, the city planning, the urban designer city planning. They, for example, suggested that the 1.2 meter, which is basically this, it's inadequate for ODA requirements. It needs to be at least 1.5 meters. Yet this submission doesn't reflect that. The responses from the applicants, consultants, is the landscape plan has been updated to indicate the 1.5 meter, yet the drawing that we see in front of us, which is the current latest drawing, does not. It also says that there's also slightly ability to narrow the walkway in order to maximize soft landscaping along the Islington Avenue frontage. This is comment number 3 from the same letter dated September 24th. You can see that the applicants did not address that, and the response was the design intent of the proposed walkway is to frame the entrance to the units on Islington Avenue feature, paving and precast. Narrowing the walkway would diminish a visual effect of this shared entrance. In my personal reason, the reason why it wasn't reduced is because the applicant needed the 3 temporary bike storage on the front lot. As we continue, for example, removal of the trees, the urban forestry provided when bylaw protected trees are proposed removal due to proposed development, replanting and replacement plan is expected. Please update the soil volume plan. So 13 trees are being removed, 3 are being added. The applicant's response is there's limited opportunities to propose additional trees within the site to adjacent due to Appendix O clearance requirements. Basically, the applicant is saying the clearance requirements identified by the city doesn't allow him to plant trees with this application. There's also issues, for example, inconsistencies between plans on soil plan that the applicant said that he has resubmitted, and I can tell you that going through the latest documents on file, he has not. As I continue, there's also says there's not enough. There's also a recommendation which. Give me 1 second. You can see the lane area where the temporary parking is. The recommendation is there is not enough proposed public and private, sorry, give me 1 second. Eliminated the lane parking along Bering Avenue and restoring a softscape to promote street planting. The response from the applicant's consultant is the lane parking along Bering Avenue has been identified as a critical element towards managing additional parking and traffic concerns associated with the proposed development. The loss of the lane parking would negatively impact the existing and future residents of the development and surrounding neighborhood. In my personal opinion, the Planning department is asking for trees, and applicant is saying, I can't do it because of this large building and the complications with me not complying to the zoning requirements. And I can continue. Requirements for having 30 cubic meters of soil space for each tree, which are not the case. Outlining, for example, all the measures that are not met. And they're very, very clear. And I can keep on going, but the applicant is very clear in identifying that there's nothing we can do with this application. We hear your comments, and unfortunately, we can't address them.
Thank you.
My concern
I have to stop you, though. Are
Go
there
ahead.
any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us today. I will ask, are there any other members of the public that wish to speak on this item? Great. Have you registered with the clerk? You can come up. I just need you to give your name to the clerk.
Thank you.
You just read out your name for us, just so
Yep.
we know.
My name is Kajan Koch.
Thank
I
you.
live at 1136 Islington Avenue. My only concern is that this building is too big. It doesn't fit the profile of the neighborhood. Right, and I'm kind of worried that I'm going to lose the enjoyment of my backyard, okay? And I noticed that the wildlife in the area, the birds that used to come around the backyard all the time, has gone away, most of it. I say about 80% of it. Okay, because a lot of trees has been cut down. Okay. I know you don't, maybe there was, nothing was being done to it. But when the cutting down take place, it was done over the weekend, right? Just came in, a group came in, just cut everything down, and then within 2 days they were gone. So just that's all I want to say.
Thank
okay?
you. Any
'Cause you're
questions?
changing the neighborhood.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Sir, if you could just register your name with the clerk, both, but come on up. If you could just make sure the clerk has your name for our meeting minutes. Could you give us your name?
Good morning. My name is Luis Gisbert.
Thank you.
So I'm part of the community. I live on Bering Avenue. I share all of the same concerns of my fellow neighbors here. They've added a lot of valuable information that I think you should consider. I just want to add something, trying to add more value. It was mentioned by the developer's representative that they're trying to add smaller units because this is mostly a family neighborhood. We've seen over the last few years a lot of change. There's a lot of new buildings being built close to Bloor and Islington. That's added already a lot of smaller residential units. Again, we're all aware of the condo situation in Toronto. And it was mentioned that there's not a lot of options for smaller units, so they're trying to address the market needs. Well, I think it's worth mentioning that not far away from this site, at 56 and 60 Fieldway Road, they're gonna build 8 towers, which are gonna be really high-rise condos, and it's estimated that they're gonna add 1,300 residential units, and they are 1, 2, 3 bedroom units. So this makes no sense to me, honestly. And this comes from being part of the neighborhood. This is an amazing community. Like they said, 5 schools in the area, children walking all the time and all that. So I don't see how this is gonna really add value, and this doesn't serve any purpose to the community. There's a big development that's already been approved to address those needs of smaller units. And I think in this case, people in the community should be heard, because we're trying to protect our community. This is opening the floodgates. If this project is approved without the proper review, consultation, as they mentioned, nobody checked with us. Nobody spoke to us. This is just something being done by a developer who's not even building family homes. We're not talking about that. We're talking about rentals for a profit. So if this is approved the way it is, I think it's just opening the floodgates to damaging our beautiful community. And that's what I would like you to consider.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Deputy Mayor Morley?
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time. I'm wondering if you're familiar at all with the growth mandates around major transit station areas like the Bloor Corridor. Are you familiar with some of that recent legislative changes from the province?
To some degree, yeah.
Growth. So you mentioned Fieldway, which is a great example. There's quite a number of additional ones in the area. So I'm going to speak to that in my comments and sort of hopefully provide some additional information related to the context that we're working within during my comments. But I just wanted to check in on that one because it's an important factor in this conversation. But I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll do one last check. Is there anyone else here to speak on this item? Seeing none, questions of staff. Okay, Councillor Nunziata, go ahead.
Thank you. To planning, first of all, your recommendation is to approve the application, correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, can you just explain to the residents about the EHON, expanding housing options in neighborhoods and as of right for 6 stories? That was legislated by the province?
Yeah, of course I can. So there was work that was started a couple years ago called Expanding Housing Options for Neighborhoods. As part of that work, we looked at increasing additional housing options like townhouses, apartment buildings, multiplexes in areas that are traditionally zoned for smaller scale development like detached houses. As part of that work, the city passed an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment allowing apartment buildings up to 6 stories on certain areas that are designated major streets within the official plan, and that includes Islington Avenue. So that came into force fairly recently. It was just approved at the Ontario Land Tribunal a couple months ago, but essentially it has the effect of permitting apartment buildings up to 60 units and 6 stories in height on major streets like Islington Avenue.
What's coming forward, because we have an item at Planning and Housing next week, is that as of right would mean that they don't have to apply for zoning, that they can just as of right go up 6 stories, correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. So for this particular application, they're pretty close to the standards. Like they have a rezoning application because, like it was mentioned by the applicant's agent, there are a couple standards they're not quite meeting in that zoning bylaw, but they're generally sort of in line with what's in the policy framework for major streets.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Morley, I'm going to ask questions as well, but you go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for joining us to answer some of these questions. We are in a changing context. There's a lot that has gone on, even just in my own 3 years being here in this office. There's been significant changes in the legislative environment related to planning, housing, and building in the City of Toronto. You mentioned in response to Councillor Nunziata's questions around the as-of-right permissions. How far off is this application from the as-of-right? Can you give us some of the examples as to the variances between what is as-of-right versus what is being sought here?
Sure, through the chair. So from what I recall, what's permitted in the major streets bylaws is a 19-meter height. I know the applicant spoke to that a little bit.
And the height here is?
19.3 is what they're showing on the plans, plus mechanical penthouse, which as you know, is permitted as a permitted projection in the zoning bylaw. So they're very close to that height, but they are slightly exceeding it. And then there are a couple of setback standards, both along Islington, along one of the side yards. They're deviating slightly from the bylaw standard. And then I think typically they would also be required to do a type G loading space, which isn't being provided on the site. And I know that's been a challenge on a lot of these kind of smaller scale major streets type of sites.
So one of the big concerns that I share with the local residents is the issues around servicing. I do think it is not quite reasonable for us to expect 37 units, 37 green bins, 37 garbage, et cetera, on a major area where we know is a key crossing intersection, as Mary highlighted. Can you talk to us about how the servicing concerns are being looked at and what additional opportunities through site plan, et cetera, are available to make sure that there is a solid
Just to
plan.
clarify, when you mean servicing, you're speaking about
Sorry,
waste?
garbage collection and waste management
Okay.
specifically.
Yeah, so from my understanding and solid waste management, I'm not sure if there's someone from solid waste here, but I do understand that they're able to do curbside collection on this site. And did you want to take the question? Yeah, go for it.
Through the chair, I'm not solid waste management, I'm transportation services or transportation review. So we received confirmation from solid waste services that curbside pickup for garbage will be provided along Islington for this particular property.
Is it your opinion from the transportation services standpoint that that is makes sense for the site on a major avenue?
Through the chair, are you asking for my own personal or my professional?
I think the concern from residents is that, is this going to work well, right?
Yeah,
And
well,
I think we have a responsibility to make sure that there is an opportunity to make sure that it does work well. And if there's not confidence in that, then we have a bit more work to do.
So from a professional perspective, through the chair, we will secure provisions through the site plan stage to allow for a trained building maintenance person to cart bins from the site to the street during waste collection pickup days. We can do that from a transportation perspective. You have to appreciate that pickup of garbage and pickup of solid waste materials is really under the purview of solid waste services. So we can try and secure what we can to help facilitate that, but ultimately it's the decision of solid waste services to do that pickup.
Okay. Is it your understanding that there would be a full-time person assigned to do that within the building? You might not know the answer to that.
I don't know the answer offhand, but we're going to try and secure that during the site plan stage.
Okay. Thank you for that. Since I have you, with respect to the parking concerns that were raised and the challenges with terms of heavy truck and traffic along Bering Road, can you share for us from the transportation perspective what the assessment is of this application and its impact on the community specific to traffic?
Through the chair, from a transportation perspective, this is not a large development. 37 residential units, even if we do a very conservative trip generation assessment and assume one vehicle, one trip per hour during the peak hours, that results in 37 vehicles, which is a vehicle every 2 minutes. It's not a very high traffic generator strictly from a transportation perspective. In terms of parking spaces, you're preaching to the choir here. I like to secure as many parking spaces as we can to make the site function. There are some aspects, this is a very tight site, I acknowledge that, and we cannot lose sight of the fact that the bylaw does not require any resident spaces, it requires 2 visitor spaces.
So the issue of short-term delivery, we heard about a lay-by and that provision being made. Can you confirm that there is an off-street option for short-term delivery on the site?
Through the chair, yes, confirmed. There is one that's proposed for this site, and we are looking towards coming up with an appropriate design through the site plan stage to ensure that that design will accommodate the intended pickup and drop-off demand and deliveries.
Great. I have a question again for planning staff, if I may, squeeze it in one.
Second round.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you want to go in with your questions first, and I can? Okay, thank you. So the concern about rush to approve here, right? Obviously, there are some site-specific issues that we want to ensure are appropriately worked through. Can you respond to the question as to property management superintendent on site? Do you understand if that's the intention to manage this building?
Through the chair, what I understand is that the applicant is open to looking at that, and that's something that we are able to secure through site plan, yes.
That's something we would be very keen to ensure. Again, looking at addressing some of the local neighborhood concerns. On the question of rush to improve, what are the next steps here? What opportunities remain through the planning process to continue to revise this application in a good way to address the concerns of the local residents?
Through the chair, so like what we have before us right now is a zoning bylaw amendment application, which would secure the envelope of the building, so the height and the setbacks. It obviously does not mean that they have a right to build right away. They still have to go through a site plan approval process. So a lot of the things that we've been discussing today, a lot of the things that the community has raised as concerns would potentially be addressed or mitigated through site plan. So things like tree planting, landscaping, the operation of the lay-by space, a lot of those things would be secured to the site plan application, and there still is a discussion to be had with the applicant on securing some of those elements.
That was my last question, actually, and thank you for leading us there, was just around tree replacement, removal and replacement. Everyone who's in this space knows how much our tree canopy means to us in Etobicoke and the work we do to protect, maintain, and grow it. Can you just give us a high-level understanding of what the tree replacement requirements are on this site?
Through the chair, I'm not sure, do we have somebody from urban forestry here?
Thank you. And just confirming timelines, it sounds like some trees have already been removed. Can you just, give us some more information about the trees on the site?
Yes, through the chair. Staff have provided comment to city planning with regards to impacts to existing trees as well as proposed trees. There are a total of 4 city-owned trees to be removed or impacted by the development, and 2 bylaw-protected private trees to be removed. And the replacement plan, the planting plan at this time only show 1 new tree on the city right away and 1 new tree on private property. And we have also advised city planning that this does not meet the Toronto Green Standard requirement as well as the tree bylaw replanting requirement. In terms of the tree, if they have been removed, we are not aware of that. And but if that's the case, we would expect that residents or whoever is aware of that should call into 311 for our investigation.
Mm-hmm. My office will follow up as well. But I appreciate that. In terms of the 2 new replacement, and you mentioned it doesn't quite meet our standards, my understanding is that we typically still will receive cash in lieu so that city can go and replace within the neighborhood alternative new planting. Is that the case here?
If the plan is approved, that would be the direction that we'll go with, but we have expressed our concern and advised planning that it's not meeting our requirements.
And typically, correct me if I'm mistaken, but our requirements are replacement of 3 to 1. Is that correct?
For healthy bylaw protected private trees, we would expect a 3 to 1 replacement requirement.
Mm-hmm.
And for city-owned tree, we would expect 1 to 1 replacement plus the value of the tree that we'll be losing.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Crescent.
For planning, Chair?
Yes.
So back to the question about on-site garbage or the curtailment bin concern, which I can understand is, I can envision that being a real concern. Is there any room on site for maybe or discussion with the developer to talk about the possibility of on-site disposal with a private company that has proper bins that tenants could dispose of their garbage and then picked up frequently?
Through the chair, I think private collection is always an option we can look at site plan stage, but I think at the moment Solid Waste has commented that they're able to accommodate curbside pickup through regular city collection.
No, I understand, but is there room on the site to accommodate that privately?
Through the chair,
it's a tight site, so.
Yeah, do you want to? Thanks.
Through the chair, Councillor, in my professional opinion, the building basically occupies a large portion of the site, and although it's not impossible, I think it would be very difficult to accommodate any form of on-site garbage pickup, whether it's public or private. It would require that vehicles back out or back into the site from the public right-of-way.
So it won't work, essentially?
Not as the building envelope is currently proposed, not in my opinion.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. That was it.
Thank you, Councillor Crescent. I just wondered if staff could stick around for a sec, or if I could have planning. Thank you. Since we're on the subject of rubbish, what is a type G loading space?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's essentially a loading space that's on site that would accommodate garbage vehicles.
A garbage truck to pull in.
A garbage truck.
So dimensions, roughly? I won't hold you to it. Big.
Big. I don't know off the top of my head, but
Holds
big.
a dumpster. So a truck pulls into that, dumps the garbage,
Yeah.
pulls out of it and leaves.
And it's very challenging to accommodate the type G loading on sites of this size.
I understand. But the requirements of the in-force bylaw today is for a type G loading space, and this report is proposing relief from that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so relief means they're going to use plastic bins, whether the city picks it up or a private collector, they're going to put it on the side of the street.
Yes, that's correct.
So that's deviation number one from what's contemplated under the EHON system.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so there's an exemption for under 30 units for type G loading, but for 30 to 60, there currently is a requirement for on-site type G loading.
I see. And the other deviations are a few meters in the front yard for the setback, and I think 0.4 meters on one of the side yards.
That's right.
And the height is 0.3 meters.
Yes, that's right.
They are exceeding it by that much.
Yeah.
How tall is the first floor?
The first floor height, I'm not sure. I'd have to check the plans.
Would 4 meters sound about right?
Sounds about right, yeah.
And you can easily build within 4 meters, maybe less for a story.
That's right, yeah. I think typically we'd like to secure a taller ground floor just for kind of the animation of the street, but yes, that's right.
So the as of right enforced bylaws allow a pretty big building on this site. But because they went to 37 units, they're asking for relief on the loading space. And they want an extra foot on the height, and they want, like a couple of meters setback on the front. That's really what's in front of us.
That's right.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. Any other questions? Seeing none, bring it to committee. I'll just note I'm going to speak, but anyone else want to speak? Would you like to speak first or last? Okay. So I'll ask Vice Chair to govern my time. So this is a difficult discussion, and I listened to the residents speak, and unfortunately, these are conversations I've had and are going to continue to have, and it dials back to something called PH 12.3. We had a fight about that at council in 2024 in May, when this EHON major streets proposal was brought forward. I showed a picture, people laughed at it. It was this picture of an apartment building, and there's this little tiny picture of me standing next to it. And I said, this is what you're approving. And so a lot of what I heard today from residents really stems back to that conversation. It's infuriating. If people have any idea what is coming, you should imagine what is coming around the pike. So it's true what one of the deputies said. In this conversation, people actually had a chance to come and talk to council about it, to voice objections. There are many more of these proposals coming all over the place, whether they're apartment buildings or townhouses where you will have no say. It's done. It's done. So a lot of people are very upset with a 6-story building and 30 units. Could be 60, by the way. But today they're proposing 37. And they want an extra foot, and they want a few feet in the front of the building, and they don't want to do a loading space for the garbage truck. The PH 12.3 was appealed to the OLT. Now, that in itself is a long story, but in the olden days, they wrote things with quills, and the ink had to dry. And if I use the term, the ink is still drying on that decision as we speak. And here we have a proposal that wants to take what was approved and go even further. And I heard, it's a tight lot, it's hard to work on. It's not my problem. So basically, what's in front of community council, in my view, is whether or not community council should give a little extra, because that's what they asked for, and what community council is going to do about the garbage and loading condition. And that was a condition of the approval when this went through council. So I'm a hard no, but I want to be very clear. I'm not smiling and saying, this is what the community asked for. The sour news and the reality is that a very large development can be built by this developer, but for a couple of feet on the proposal. And I know there's some neighbors talked about concerns to their property and their investment and their development. That side's not even part of the equation. They just come and build it today and not even talk to anyone about it. And I think a lot of people have an issue with that, but I understand that, and that's politics, and that's not what we're discussing today. So you're going to see me vote no on this, and that's because I'm not giving them an extra foot in height. They have a 4-meter tall first floor. They can make it work. And I don't like the original proposal, but I don't get a second vote on it and a second pass. So I just want to be clear on that I wish it was because I just didn't like the whole thing, but that ship has sailed. And it's because I have an issue giving these small reliefs when this program is brand new. And that's my personal take on it. I don't want to see more developers come along and take a few more feet while the ink is still dry on the decision. Others may have other ideas on this, and I understand and appreciate it. I know the spot really well, and I understand it's close to Islington Station, and there's a lot going on there. I just don't see why this developer can't work within the envelope that they were given. Thank you. Sorry, folks. Please, no applause. It's just not allowed in the chamber, and that's not what the speech was for. It was just my comment. Thank you, though.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you want to speak?
Yeah, I just want to say, make a comment. First of all, Councillor Holiday, you're right, we did have the debate at council, but I believe the debate that we had and some of the councillors expressed is as of right 6 stories in residential areas, not on main streets. And as you know, that we've been told by the federal government that they're coming back to council to approve it as of right citywide, or the city won't receive the funding. And so that's my understanding. So the big debate we had, you're correct, was that we didn't want it within residential areas, but on the main streets, that was approved. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you. Others? Deputy Mayor Morley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your comments and your work on this council to really socialize some of the concerns within this really stable residential areas throughout our communities. I grew up on an avenue. I'm down on the lakeshore, and we'll be discussing an application on the lakeshore on this agenda later on. That has similar conditions. It's a small site. It backs onto existing residential, including townhomes. It's coming in at 12 stories. We have other applications, another one on this agenda, it's coming in at 49 stories. So we have been under a tremendous amount of growth pressure in our community since certainly I've been in office, and under this provincial government have seen huge, broad changes to what that looks like. At the same time, we have a lot of challenges related to building the type of housing that are actually serving the needs of people. And I've heard the concerns that I share about potential short-term rental and Airbnb, which we do not want to see on the site or in this case. When we're supporting gentle density within existing neighborhoods, we want to make sure that it does fit with that neighborhood. As someone who's been around this space for a long time, I did a lot of work as a former staffer around committee of adjustments, for example. And the thing that was always explained to me is we have our rules and our policies and our things that are, the framework for our expectations, but then we have things like appeal processes, committee of adjustments, et cetera, because every site is different, every community is different. There are a number of things that I will continue to ensure are addressed through the site plan approval process in working with our planning colleagues. But as we heard in this application, this is essentially permitted as of right along an avenue. This type of apartment building is within our neighborhood's major streets context along Islington Avenue. It is just under 800 meters from the Bloor Corridor and Islington Station, which we're currently investing in, upgrading, making sure is fully accessible. My team and I meet regularly with TTC to address things like overcrowding on buses and requesting additional servicing, et cetera. So that is a note I've taken back as well. And again, thank you for that feedback. We have a responsibility to ensure that our city is working well. And that is not an easy responsibility to navigate. But we do have to face difficult decisions and understand what the implications of our lack of action are, and what that means for communities as well. So this is a low-rise apartment building, which we don't see a lot of these days, quite frankly. It's one of the smallest buildings that I've had this level of discourse about, which I appreciate and I totally understand in the context where it is. But it is in line with the goals of our EHON initiatives to increase diversity of housing options and to allow lighter intensification in areas where that wasn't previously permitted. And this is what we're looking to achieve with EHON and on sites like this. So I will be moving the staff recommendations with a commitment to continue to work closely on site plan opportunities and continue to appeal to the applicant to ensure that they are being a good neighbor and taking into consideration the ongoing issues of concern that the neighbors have raised. I also want to acknowledge these 700 residents who took the time to fill out the petition and to share their voices on this issue. This is the time to be having these conversations. This is a new policy. We're moving in a new direction as a city, and we need to make sure that we're doing it well and being careful and considerate along the way. I don't think that opposing an application that, will likely still proceed through an appeal is the best course of action for us as a community, but continuing to work collaboratively is my goal. So those are my comments, and that's the motion I'll be moving.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, I do require a recorded vote. I'd like to be on the record in opposition.
On Councillor Morley's motion to adopt the item, all those in favor? Councillor Morley, Councillor Nunziata. Any opposed? Councillor Crescent, Councillor Holiday, Councillor Perruzza. That motion fails. The item still goes to council.
Yeah, maybe I'll just let folks know. Our procedure is that this item will be forwarded to City Council, who have the ultimate authority to make a decision. And they will consider, any submissions that are made to them, but they will have an opportunity to vote on this item despite the vote of Community Council. So I encourage you to reach out to your councillor if you have any questions about the process, but that's where it goes next. Our next item is EY 26.3. which is 2345 Finch Avenue West and 3415 to 3499 Weston Road, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications, decision report. We have a speaker on this item, that is Anna Winveen from Bousfields. And Anna, I'm just going to ask you to hang on a second here.
Yep.
We're just going to give a moment there's a lot of people in the room to clear, just so you have some quiet to talk to us.
Thanks. I'll just be here. Okay.
Welcome to Community Council. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chair and members of Community Council. My name is Anna Wineveen, and I'm a registered professional planner and a senior associate at Bousfields. I'm here as the agent representing Medallion Realty Holdings, a rental housing developer and operator, and the owner of 2345 Finch Avenue West and 3415 to 3499 Weston Road, on behalf of their applications for zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment. I'll keep my comments brief. We are supportive of the recommendations in the staff report, and we want to thank the city, particularly the development review team, for being so collaborative in moving this project forward. The proposal will contribute over 2,100 new purpose-built rental units directly adjacent to Emery Station on the soon-to-be-open Finch West LRT. The development is structured on an open and expansive public realm, which includes over 2,000 square meters of new parkland and nearly 5,000 square meters of landscaped area, which will be secured as POPs. The proposal includes 3,700 square meters of non-residential space, including a large retail space intended for a grocery store. The proposal also includes a range and mix of unit sizes and types, including over 40% 2 and 3 bedroom units. In our opinion, the proposal represents a cohesive vision for the final 2 phases of the development in the southeast corner of Finch and Weston. With respect to communications received on this item, in our opinion, the proposed height is appropriate given the emerging context at Finch and Weston, the size and orientation of the site, and the location adjacent to higher order transit and within a PMTSA, and also given the lack of built form impacts. The applications were circulated to the school boards, who did not object to the applications, and in our opinion, the proposed mix of residential and non-residential uses, including the intended grocery store, helps to support the achievement of complete communities in this area. So I'll just leave it at that. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on this item, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, are there any other members of the public here to speak on this item? Seeing none, questions of staff on this item? Councillor Perruzza?
I do. I just want to just focus in on the intersection of Weston and Finch and the traffic flow through Weston and Finch. So you make some recommendations here in the report about some improvements to Weston, some signalized intersections, Weston, Fenmar, and other areas. Why are we asking for that?
Good morning. Through the chair to you, Councillor. Thank you for that question. So there are some traffic improvements and also pedestrian improvements that need to happen along these corridors. The applicant has submitted a traffic impact assessment that has looked at these, but that's something that the applicant will work further with prior to advancing the bills. So they will provide further details to the satisfaction of our traffic review staff, and we will enter into the appropriate agreements to make those improvements.
Okay, and so am I to understand that if you read the details of the transportation studies that were done, you would discover that that intersection is heavily congested today. During the rush hours, for example, on Weston Road, traffic backs down to Lanyard going north, backs up to way north of Fenmar coming south, east and west backs up, east of Signet Drive, closer to the 400 on the east, backs up to Duncan Woods on the west. That's really what we're saying here. That intersection, trying to get through it today, you just can't get through it, and the wait times through it are quite extensive. Is that what this transportation study says?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, yes, there is significant congestion in this area. We do see some changes on the horizon. If you look at the report, there's projected to be a 20% decrease in the amount of vehicular traffic in the area with the advent of the LRT, which is on the horizon. And we also have these traffic improvements that will be initiated through the project. I would like to hand it over to my colleague in Transportation Services for further analysis.
Okay, so let me understand the LRT thing. So the Finch bus, the 36 bus today, hauls somewhere between 40 and 50,000 passengers a day. We're back up to more or less around those numbers. So the LRT is going to, more people are going to be using the let's call it the new 36 bus, the LRT, than what are on the articulated buses today. Is that what we're saying?
So through the chair to you, Councillor, so we will have a decrease in traffic because of the ridership on the LRT itself. There will be changes to the buses, of course, in relation to the new higher order transit, but also in relation to this project. Some of the signalization upgrades will include priority for those buses along the corridor.
Maybe you can explain it in a way that I can understand it.
Through the chair. So, Councillor, I think what my colleague was trying to say is that with the improvements that are part of the LRT, it will sort of shift some modal automobile trips where some people may decide not to use their cars and therefore use public transit as a means of transportation, especially during the typical commute work commute times, which is sometimes 7 to 9 in the morning and sometimes 4 to 6 in the afternoon. I think that's what she was trying to describe.
Right. So let's say that does happen somewhat, and it's questionable given the developments that are coming along, Finch Avenue, both at Jane and further west, closer to Islington and so on. There's more people, more congestion, you would think more traffic. But let's say that holds true for the east-west traffic, because that's how the LRT runs, east-west on Finch. What happens to the north-south on Weston Road? How does that improve? How does the backup that currently occurs all the way down the Lanyard now and north of Fenmar, people trying to get through that intersection, trucks, and because this area butts against an industrial area. How does that improve? How does that change?
So through the chair, Councillor, what I can say
is that to say that the light at Zappa Costa and the proposed improvements up at Fenmar are going to make that flow better? Is that what you would think, that light at Zappa Costa actually creates more delay for people and backs up people north-south even more?
Through the chair, that's not necessarily true. The light at Zappa Costa, if you program it and time it correctly, it actually can improve service levels or improve traffic flow north-south. But you have to time it properly and have the signals properly coordinated.
So
So you're saying a light at, let's say, within 50 meters of the Finch intersection. So a light and a light. Adding that additional light is actually going to improve the flow up and down, north and south?
If through the chair, if they are properly coordinated, if the signals are properly coordinated, then you can potentially either maintain the status quo or improve the flow. But they have to be properly coordinated. And I'm not so sure the distance is 50 meters. We typically wouldn't accept that. I think it's a little bit more.
I'm looking at it here. Let's say it's 60 or 65 meters.
I'm not sure what the distance is offhand.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
I'll pace it out next time.
Okay.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No.
Seeing none. Members to speak? Seeing none.
No, I'd like to make a few comments.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. And my comments aren't related to this particular development proposal per se. It has to do with sort of a broader, planning perspective. I understand that we as a community council, as to some degree we saw with the application that just came through, we're not really an approving authority anymore, and we've effectively been removed from the planning process by a whole bunch of different things. But I'll say this in relation to this intersection. This is an area that you can see is bounded by a hydro corridor on one side. There's a diagram, it's called page 20 of 37 in your reports, that shows it, the hydro corridor, the CN rail line, the industrial area to the north. And in that you have a nodal, and this in an area, and it's called the Emerald Village Secondary Plan. It started off, being a site for, I guess, re-intensification of sorts. And it started off with some modest densities being proposed in that secondary plan. And now that the applications are coming forward and are evolving here, the intensification numbers have gotten substantially bigger. And I just want to put it in some perspective for you all. So I asked some questions related to another development that came through here on a site across the street from this. And by the way, this applicant, this developer, Medallion, they're doing a really good job there. They are the developers of most of the the lands, well, all of the lands on the east side of Weston Road, and they'll develop some on the west side, and this as well. And they're both a developer and property manager, and thank goodness we have them here, because if someone like that isn't here doing this, what you have happening here is, and I just want to put it in some perspective, on this intersection, an intersection that has difficulty working today, you're going to have a population of somewhere between 20 and 30,000 people ultimately live here. These aren't my numbers. These are our planning staff's numbers, okay? Timmins, Ontario. Timmins, Ontario. Population, 43,000 people, right? Medicine Hat, Alberta. Population, 30,000. Woodstock, Ontario. Population, 30,000. Cobourg, 20,000. Okay? So you get the picture, right? On an intersection, you're going to have the population of Medicine Hat, or Cobourg, Ontario, or Woodstock. At an intersection in the city of Toronto, bounded by a hydro corridor and a rail line and an industrial area to the north. Think about it. Cobourg, Ontario, trying to operate with a skating rink just to the south of it with a meeting room next to it. So what we're, and something has gone awry. We used to do good planning, decent planning. Something went terribly wrong along the way. And it's not a criticism of our planning staff or our planning department. I understand how planning works today. I understand how our planners review and basically process applications. I get that process. I know that there's a nebulous committee somewhere made up of folks that you and I will never meet, Mr. Chair, and we don't know who they are, but they're asked for their preliminary thoughts on these developments, and they provide them, and then basically the development gets nailed down along those opinions. And what you have is you have basically the town of Cobourg or Timmins, Ontario, happen on an intersection in the city of Toronto. And what it really speaks to is this, and thank goodness there's this property manager developer medallion is there. And I'm just going to ask for a couple of extra minutes, Mr. Chair, instead of asking for another cycle, because I do want to wrap this up, but I want to make an important point here. And the important point is this, is that this approach to planning creates a quality of life and lifestyle changes for people down the road, which you and I, Mr. Chair, would find very, very difficult to deal with. I get it. I get it. Times are changing, right? We've had songs written about that, right? Times are changing. But you imagine living in a stressful situation where every day you get on a crowded elevator. Every day you come out of your driveway and you are in a lineup trying to get through, trying to get in and out of your home and in and out of your development. Think about that. Think about fighting for space in a park where you won't have the space, you won't have that breathing room. Think about the quality of life and the lifestyle that we are asking future generations, immediate future generations. I'm not talking 100 years down the road. I'm talking 10, 15, 20 years down the road. These generations of people that's the way we're going to ask them to live. That's how we're going to get them to live. And is it because we don't have adequate space where we could have, intensification across the city of Toronto in a way sure, I'll wrap it up. And Mr. Chair, I get it here, and I get what's happening here, and I'm just hopeful that the developers and the applicants and the people that want to build these communities are up to the task of then managing the communities down the road once they are fully built out, because they are going to be managing little cities. They're going to be managing little towns, Coburg and Timmins and Woodstock on an intersection, and they're the ones that are going to be responsible for those neighborhoods and those communities. And I'm hoping that they are up to the task. I believe that this one here it has demonstrated that capacity, but I worry about what can happen down the road when others come into that mix as well.
Thank you, Councillor Paluzza.
Those are my comments today on that, Mr. Chair.
Madam Clerk, the chair moves the recommendations. All those in favor, any opposed, that carries. Our next item is...
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I do have a new item.
Point of order, yes. Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I do have one new item of business that I would like to add to the agenda, if I may. Clerks have it now, and I'll just ask for that to come online. Colleagues, there's a letter to each of you. You can see.
All those in favor to add new business?
Thank you.
Any opposed? That carries.
Thank you.
Our next item is EY 26.4, 3418 Lakeshore Boulevard West and 0 Skeens Lane, official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application, decision report. We have speakers. Our first speaker is Alan Roy. Is Alan Roy in the chamber or online? Here. Welcome.
I'm going to make use of your tech services, if I may.
Sure. Could we get just some assistance for Mr. Roy as he starts? I'll start your timer in a moment, sir, once you just get settled in there.
If I may. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Roy. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Council. Good morning, one and all who know me. And I'm sure that many don't, but there are more that do. I am the returned president of Skeens Lane, the owners association that has taken over possession of the private street at 29th or in between 29th and 30th Streets. I have been an original owner for the 26 years that this development has been in place. I have numerous and myriad experience with the developer and the fact that we have been abandoned, not just by the developer, but also by the city, because we were deemed a freehold townhome development, but we have to pay our own insurance and liability, and we are responsible for our own upkeep. So basically, we are an enclave that is self-sufficient, if you will. We are now being, so I'll quickly point your attention to the overhead that I have. This was what I was sold on by Eden Oaks. And that is the Lakeshore Boulevard West development. You'll see that it's in a horseshoe shape. And that is what you're going to be looking at. That is what we are supposed to be looking at after 26 years. So I have 29 owners that I am responsible for. I'd also like to just mention that because of the fact that I am community-minded and a significant contributor to the community, as can be vouched for by several of the councillors on site and one of the councillors' fathers, I'm also the president of the Royal Canadian Legion at Branch 101, which is at the GO station down street. I have a lot of community service in this area. I have a lot of reputational merit, and I believe that that should carry a great deal of weight in my presentation. The simple fact of the matter is that Eden Oaks has abandoned us since they developed it and proceeded to forego any more responsibility on that level. So I've got so many complaints. So with the developer in place right now, I am going to tell you right now that there is no way they will live up to any of the requirements that you are now going to impose upon them. They had initially given us a 6-story development at the end of our street. They left an open lot bereft of any care or consideration. The green space that was down there was also abandoned. It has been up to me and my residents, mainly me, so again, firsthand knowledge as to what I have been through with the developer. I am not just saying this out of spite, I am saying this with all honesty and yes, just trying to get through this. One of the key elements that was given to us a while back was city planning asked that Eden Oaks contact us as a private road owners association. I have not heard anything from them in, again, 26 years since I first forced them to hand over documentation and street fees that they were just going to abandon us with. So I've been a thorn in Eden Oaks' side for 26 years, and I will continue to be. I'm checking my time and I don't have it. Thank you very much, Councillor Morley. I'd just like to close on the fact that we have significant ownership on Skeens Lane of the east-west portion between 29th Street and Skeens Lane. And I'll take my time at that. So, thank you.
Thank you. You do have a question, Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you so much, Alan. I know you've been deeply engaged on this file with my office, and all of the great work you do in community is invaluable, so I do want to acknowledge and thank you for that. You've mentioned a bit about the history of this site, and I remember years going back, there have been a lot of challenges, and I thank you for your leadership in stepping up on behalf of the ownership group and making sure it's getting worked through. Can you clarify for us, what is the relationship between Eden Oaks and the current application before us? Have they sold that portion? Are they proceeding with the development? What's the relationship with Eden Oaks and this corner site?
To my knowledge, the developer is still Eden Oaks, and they own the vacant lot at 29th and Lakeshore Boulevard West, and a portion of the green space that's just to the north of Skeens Lane.
Okay, I'll ask for clarification as well from our colleagues in planning, because it's not clear to me through the report. The other question I had for you is with respect to what is proposed on that corner and your perspective on the appropriateness of a mid-rise 12-story there along the lakeshore.
We are firmly against 12 stories being developed there. We initially bought with the consideration that there was going to be a 6-story development, which would have been fine. But 12 stories is way too high, and it's going to blot out a great deal of our skyline. I think you would find that most of the residents would be willing to accept a 6-story development, not 7 with a mechanical room, but a 6-story development. And I think that would probably cause less disturbance in future in regards to our private street.
Makes sense. Do you think that there is it is helpful for the city to be looking at avenues for this kind of gentle density versus interior to neighborhoods, or, I mean, it's a bigger policy question because as we heard, EHON is moving forward. You know, we previously were looking at 6 along avenues. That's, you know, being extended. So I just wondered, in terms of appropriateness, where should density be going, in your opinion?
If you take a look at the parked lawn base and into the marina area, you'll see that you can no longer see the lake from anywhere north of that development. And it's a shame because this is such a beautiful city and we do have so many great things about it. I understand that density is needed. I also understand that building within the community is more paramount, if you will. I find with my community exposure and experience within the community, nobody that lives in the community is willing to accept this as a 12-story development.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, our next speaker is Jane McFarlane.
I would just like to mention it's a great sign.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, our next speaker is online. Hello, Jane McFarlane. It's Stephen Holiday from the Etobicoke York Community Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Good morning,
Great.
Councillor.
Can you just hang on? I'm just going to ask if our tech services can turn up the sound a little bit because you're very quiet. Could you just say a few words to give us a test here?
Test, test, test. Good morning.
If I can just ask you to really use your voice. We can hear you, but it is quiet. So if you could do your best to speak into the microphone, it would help us a lot here. But welcome to the Etobicoke York Community Council. You have 5 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to share a small presentation if I could.
Yeah, I believe the staff will unlock the presentation privileges for you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Okay, great. If I could just get a confirmation that the presentation is being shared.
So it's a black screen right now. So something is being shared, but we can't see it. There we go. We've got it.
Okay, excellent. Good morning, members of committee. My name is Jane McFarlane. I'm a planner with Weston Consulting. Weston Consulting represents the owner of the subject lands at 3418 Lakeshore Boulevard West and 0 Skeens Lane. The subject property does consist of 2 separate parcels at the northwest corner of 29th Street and Lakeshore. The municipally addressed parcel 3418 Lakeshore Boulevard is right at the corner. It has frontage on Lakeshore. And the 0 Skeens Lane parcel is north of the east-west portion of Skeens Lane, and it currently contains 4 surface parking spaces and green space. The subject property is located on Lakeshore Boulevard West, which is a major street and an avenue as identified in the City of Toronto official plan. The site is surrounded by a mix of uses, predominantly commercial, but some commercial mixed use in the form of low and medium rise built form along Lakeshore. It's in close proximity to transit. The Long Branch GO station is about 1.3 kilometers to the west, and there's bus and streetcars that run along Lakeshore Boulevard West. And the property is also within the Lakeshore Boulevard Avenue study area, which is a study that began with the City of Toronto back in 2024. Its purpose was to review and assess the built form, the streetscape, and the public realm, and to develop a vision for the avenue. Earlier this year, a draft official plan amendment was developed by staff, which created a vision to intensify lands along Lakeshore Boulevard West, predominantly in the form of mixed use and mid-rise buildings. A key aspect of the draft official plan amendment was also to ensure that redevelopment maintained at-grade non-residential uses, particularly the encouragement of small-scale retail and non-residential spaces along Lakeshore. And the draft official plan amendment also endorsed a built form with a mid-rise building typology along the Lakeshore frontage, generally with a 1-to-1 ratio for the portion of Lakeshore Boulevard West that has a 36-meter right-of-way. The proposed development, we're seeking an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment today, is for a mixed-use building. It is 11 stories in height, 12 stories, with the top floor being amenity space. There are no units on the 12th story. It's 37.5 meters in height, plus an additional 3 meters for the mechanical. So with mechanical, works out to be 40.5 meters. The proposed building does contain 75 units with 30% 2- and 3-bedroom units. A gross floor area proposed of 6,500 square meters, which works out to a density of just under 6 FSI. We are proposing 6 parking spaces. 4 will be maintained along the Skeens Lane portion of the property, and 2 will be on the Lakeshore portion of the property, which are to be accessed from Skeens Lane. We have 66 bicycle spaces and over 3,700 square meters of indoor and outdoor amenity space. The indoor amenity space is located on the 6th floor and the roof floor, which is level 12, and the outdoor amenity space is also on the roof, level 12. We have incorporated commercial space. Our original application did come in as a strictly residential building, but in speaking with the community and the councillor's office and participating in the Lakeshore Boulevard West Avenue study, we have incorporated approximately 100 square meters of commercial space. That's at the southeast corner of the property, adjacent to Lakeshore Boulevard West. We have proposed separate entrances for the residential lobby and the commercial portion of the building. All pedestrian access will be at the front, the south end of the proposed building. We have short-term parking spaces and an upgraded public realm along 29th Street. That's the east side of the site. And then loading and parking spaces will be at the north end of the site off of Skeens Lane. The proposed 11-story, 12-story building with the amenity has a 6-story pedestrian frontage, pedestrian perception, so a step back at the front at the top of the 6th story. There are additional step backs.
Can I ask you to wrap up?
Story. Certainly. To summarize our comments, my comments today is that the proposal is in line with the city's vision for growth along Lakeshore West. It's consistent with the draft official plan for Lakeshore West, which supports mid-rise building typology. And this is a very good opportunity for Community Council to endorse a mid-rise building. We agree with staff recommendations put forward in the report, and we wish to thank staff for the work that we've undertaken the past couple of years working towards this application. Thank you very much.
Any questions of the speaker? Deputy Mayor Morley has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for joining us, Jane. I recognize you're representing the consultant. Are you able to confirm if Eden Oaks is in fact the landowner?
Yes, that's correct. That is the current landowner.
Thank you. The space that's north of the lakeshore fronting portion of the site, we heard a little bit about the challenges for the existing community that was already developed by Eden Oaks in terms of maintenance, et cetera. Can you speak to your understanding of whose responsibility that is?
Certainly. So the east-west portion of Skeens Lane, which separates the two parcels of the subject lands, is partially owned by the city. And that's the portion that's immediately north of the lakeshore portion of the property. The width of that portion of the laneway is 4.6 meters. I am showing it on the presentation, but I understand it's probably a little bit difficult to see.
I can see.
The north section of Skeens Lane running east-west is part of the condo road. So it's a private portion, and that's about 3 meters in width. Now together, that's a width of 7.6 meters for the laneway. The city-owned portion of the laneway would be under a city jurisdiction for maintenance, snow removal, et cetera. And then the private portion of the laneway, which extends to westward to the Skeens Lane, which runs north-south, is a condo road. So it's the responsibility of the landowners who bought property in the draft plan of condominium about 26 years ago.
Thank you for that clarification. With respect to the unit itself, can you speak to how you are aligned with city's growing up guidelines within buildings in terms of the mix of units?
Certainly. So we've provided, we have 79 units proposed in total, and of that total, we have 10% are 3-bedroom units, and 15%, actually I believe slightly more, are 2-bedroom units. We're at 20% 2-bedroom units, so we exceed the minimum requirements for 2-bedroom units of the growing up guidelines, which is just 15%.
And what's the intended sort of type of housing here? Is it condo? Is it rental? Can you speak to that?
It has not been confirmed, but we believe the owner currently wants to proceed with condo.
Okay. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ian Christensen. I think Ian is online. Ian, it's Stephen Holiday from the Etobicoke York Community Council. Can you hear me?
Hi, good morning, Councillor. I think I trust you can hear me clearly.
We can hear you very well. Welcome to Community Council. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you and good morning. My wife and I are homeowners living on 29th Street nearby. I should say that I'm also a member of the local Long Branch Neighborhood Association. And like the LBNA, I do support development and recognize there's a need for development in the area, but with respect, this ain't it. I think that there needs to be changes. Specifically, I've got a strong objection to this proposed high-rise development, primarily based on the deliberate lack of parking spaces provided in this complex. My view is that the city should not be allowing or encouraging developers to propose residential complexes that do not provide suitable parking. Developers must design and look after the parking requirement of their complexes and not add to an already chronic or growing problem in the residential adjacent area. I do realize that 79 units does not necessarily mean that all owners will have vehicles, but it will be a significant percentage of owners who will have vehicles. And these cars of the owners and tenants dumped into the surrounding residential streets, of which there is limited legal parking. We see it every day. These cars are going to decrease the safety, the calm, and the quality of life of the neighborhood. So I really don't think that these developments like this should be adversely affecting the neighborhood. I would like to see the design adjusted to allow for parking spaces for the new owners. I have two other concerns regarding the development. The height of the proposed development at 13 stories, I recognize that's far above the 6, and I'm not clear on where the decision is if that's allowed, but I would prefer to see, as was previously suggested, something more modest on the site, like 6 stories, because then there may be, again, more possible to resolve the parking problem that this thing is creating. And then I also think that it would be better if there was more commercial space. I appreciate that there is some commercial space, but I also recognize that may be at odds of my other request about parking. So if this development could be adjusted to provide something for parking, a level of parking, I recognize that would take away from the commercial space at street level. So that's really my primary concern that I wanted to voice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Ian. Any questions for Ian? Councillor Morley has a question for you, Ian.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Ian, hopefully you're still on with us and can hear me okay. Thanks for taking the time. Really appreciate your submission here as part of this discussion. On the issue of parking, are you aware of the city's most recent policies of zero parking requirements in new builds?
I'm not. I'm not directly aware of it, but it's
seems counterintuitive, right?
Yeah, and I know there's very active ticketing. We see a tremendous amount of ticketing on our streets. There is legal parking, and it seems that there's a lot of homeowners who are calling in, and the parking enforcement comes out frequently on Daisy and some 29th and some of the surrounding streets.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I just flagging the question around parking because it is something the city council has changed in the last few years. I just wanted to make sure that that was brought to your attention for awareness. It's no longer a requirement, and I'll speak a little bit more about that in my comments. But again, thank you so much. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Our next speaker is Timothy Dobson. Is Timothy here or online?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Timothy. Welcome to Etobicoke York Community Council. We can hear you very well. You have 5 minutes.
Good. All right. I've submitted some written comments, and I'll just sort of summarize my key points without reiterating too much from the other people. You've got a 12-story proposal, whereas originally there was a 6-story maximum. The city has just recently approved 11-story maximum as of right. And as you've said, Mr. Holliday, the ink is not dry on that policy yet, and yet they're coming in at 12 stories. So I would challenge this to go back to the 11-story limitation. And I think it's kind of insulting to have that provision allowed. Secondly, they provide a 6-story street wall, which with a step back, but looking at the drawings, that step back is so minuscule, it looks like maybe 2 meters if we're lucky, that it's essentially reads as a vertical tower and not enough of a setback above at the 6-story level to allow it to transition into the area. Thirdly, importantly, is the ground floor commercial, which was added or improved from previous versions. The typical retail frontage along that block is 5 to 7 linear meters for each unit. This proposal provides for maybe 2 to 3 type similar units, where in fact there is the potential for adding a frontage for 5 units. So it's a lost opportunity, and that space is being, that key opportunity for vitality is being lost by allowing for a corridor door, a lobby, a mail room, a parcel room, stuff that's not adding at all to the vitality of the street. It's just utilitarian. And I believe a lot of that stuff could be dramatically reduced and relocated on the ground floor through better space planning. Fourth point is Eden Oaks, the developer, is also owner of 3400 Lakeshore Boulevard across the street. And they were exempted by the city about 25 years ago from providing underground parking, and all their parking is at ground level. And they were doing the same attempt on this development here by not doing any underground parking. In fact, their previous version allowed ground parking the same, which is kind of insulting. And now that the city allows almost zero parking, they're getting away with that by putting underground parking, or underground bicycle parking, pardon me, and no car parking. So by meeting that city requirement, all that parking is going to spill onto the streets. You've heard the complaints about the local neighbors having problems with parking enforcement. And one of the side effects of this is people that actually own property that can't have a second vehicle on the street at all, or visitor parking, are widening their driveways illegally. And that's a chronic problem with both lot splits, where the city allows one parking space, and yet the moment the project is built and the project sold to a new owner, we've got double car driveways instead of a single one, which is what the city had approved. I think the opportunity for replanning the ground floor to provide better retail operations, much bigger than 1,000 square feet, that they're providing is important, and that it should be doubled to 2,000 square feet. And I know from previous studies over the decades, major retailers need a minimum of 1,500 square feet for the space to be viable. And that's been the problem with these main streets with very small footprints of about 500 square feet. So I think there's opportunity with what they've got from a loading area, a outdoor bicycle area, some very long serpentine corridors on the ground floor, the space of the lobby, a parcel room. These things could be reallocated further to the back to allow more actual frontage exposure for retail operations facing Lakeshore Boulevard to help fill out the desert of retail that is between what currently exists and to the east of 3400 Lakeshore Boulevard, which right now has zero commercial, and that's negatively impacted the business district. I think the underground, right now the commercial accounts for about less than 25% of the actual floor area of the ground level. And so I believe that should be at least 50%. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Anthony Page Schmitz, online. Good morning, Anthony. Stephen Holiday from the Etobicoke York Community Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Great. Welcome. We can hear you well. You've got 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning, councillors. My name is Anthony Page, and I've lived in the area we're discussing for the past 7 years. I know it well. Today, and in line with what Ian and team have stated, I will argue that the proposal does not fit the scale or character of our community. It is about scale. It is about balance. The area is designated for buildings 4 to 6 stories, right? And we're considering now 40 meters, 12 stories. And I don't think that offers a good balance between the growth we need and the livability we deserve. It's too much. It will completely change the look and feel of the stretch of Lakeshore and will set a precedent. I am also very concerned about the lack of parking. We've established that the building proposes no parking at all for residents, none. And this will push cars onto nearby residential streets and create friction. And so it will also make traffic more difficult by it will be more difficult to have cars merging into Lakeshore, right? So for those reasons, I ask the council to defer this application until the Lakeshore Boulevard West study is completed. I understand it's due for Q2 2026. I really want to make sure that we maintain the community's character and provide the parking we need. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, our next speaker is Christine Mercado from the Long Branch Neighborhood Association. And Christine's online. It's Stephen Holiday. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, if we could just get you to speak up just a little bit. We want to hear you clearly here.
Is it better?
If you just get that microphone close to you.
Okay, just hang on just for a second. I'm using a headset. Just give me a second.
I'm sorry, Christine, we can't make you out.
How's this? Better?
No, it sounds muffled. I'm sorry. We just want to be able to hear you clearly.
Test, 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 test. Test. Nothing, eh?
Well, yeah, I believe my colleagues are just indicating we just can't make out what you're saying.
Test. Anything?
We can hear you say test, but it's barely audible. We able to dial up the sound at all? We're at max.
Yeah, so am I. Give me just one moment. How's this? Test.
It's a little better. I'll tell you what, we'll give it a try. If we can't hear you, I'll let you know. We'll just do our best. You're the last speaker. I'd love to
Okay.
give you the opportunity to speak. So yeah, please project your voice as loud as you can. Don't be shy. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. I do apologize for the audio challenge, but we'll do the best we can. So I am the chair of the Long Branch Neighborhood Association, and we do support appropriate density along Lakeshore Boulevard West, but we can't support the height and density being proposed on this site. We were told that the level of height and density was needed to lock in the public garbage collection and to secure retail at grade. However, that justification does not align with good planning principles or the intent of our official plan. So the official plan does speak about existing context, and in the letter that was submitted early this morning, I did provide visuals as far as what is the existing context, which is the 4 to 6 stories, which is starting to take shape under SASP 21, which is still the enforced policy on Lakeshore. So we have been participating in the Lakeshore Avenue West study, and we are concerned about the level of density that's being proposed by this study. What the intent seems to be to bring it in line with a citywide policy that doesn't take into account of established neighborhoods like Long Branch that already has shaped and is starting to shape and form their avenues already. If you look at the examples that I provided in the letter, a consistent scale is emergencing. And our concern is that approval of a building of this magnitude will undermine what is in progress, setting us back into a cycle where developers are continually asking for more, where little is getting built. So I do believe that we do support the retail at grade, but I do support what Tim was saying with regards to increasing the retail, because there is an inconsistency with the staff report where they refer to it as non-residential. And that, I must emphasize that retail at grade and non-residential are very, very different. So we are looking for commercial spaces where people will be able to put in shops. We can add on to our retail spaces, as opposed to adding in private gyms, lobbies, and party spaces that do nothing at grade for the public realm. So going down along Lakeshore, you have to look at the heights that are already established in brand new buildings. We've got the clock towers, which is in fact 7 stories, the Minto development, which is 4 stories. The adjacent property at 3400 Lakeshore Boulevard West is 4 stories. Across the street at 3353 and 3471 Lakeshore is approved at 6 stories across the street. This application is chasing an unapproved conclusion in the Lakeshore Avenue West study, and it has not been adopted by council. So we are on record as trying to work towards improvement, so we can actually add to the vision of the Long Branch community on Lakeshore. However, this scale that's being proposed has not been approved by council and is not largely supported by the community. So we are concerned about the amount of density that's being placed here, far from higher order transit, at the end of line transit, and close to a mobility hub, which it's not about access to transit, it's about how many transfers it takes to get you somewhere. So we would like to see clarification to make sure that the retail space is locked in as opposed to non-residential space. I do support Tim's suggestion of making the retail space being larger. And we would also recommend that it go down to a lower grade that's more in line with what's emerging on the lakeshore. So aside from any questions, I leave it to council.
Thank you. Although it was quiet, we did hear you. I want to let you know that, and I'll ask if there's any questions of the speaker. Seeing none, thank you for joining us today. I'll check, is there anyone else in the chamber that wishes to speak on this item? Seeing none, questions of staff. Councillor Nunziata.
Okay, just question to planning, or I don't know, should be asking this question too. It seems like the issue comes up over and over again on development applications is the parking standards. And I know the city reduced the parking standards a few years ago, but it's my understanding that there's planning will be bringing a report forward on the parking standards, or maybe you could just comment on, because I think a lot of residents are not aware that we reduced the parking standards to 0 actually in development.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I'll pass it to Luigi Nicolucci.
Through the chair, Councillor, you are correct. The new bylaw essentially eliminated minimum parking standards for virtually all uses. There is a minor amount of residential parking that's a minimum amount of residential visitor parking that is required. But for virtually all other uses, the applicable minimum is 0.
So, yeah, I wanted to ask you that question because that same question comes up with every development, and I know a number of developments in my ward have 0 parking, and just to clarify that so people understand that. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Other questions of staff? Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for joining us today, Daniel, on this application. You heard directly both in the community consultation opportunities as well as from submissions with residents here today about some of their ongoing concerns. Can you talk to us about why planning has found that this is an appropriate height and supportable application?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. As was spoken about earlier in this meeting, there's been a lot of changes at the provincial planning level and the municipal level in regard to how development occurs in the city. Recently, through Official Plan Amendment 778, our avenues policies were updated to strictly say that mid-rise scale on avenues are permitted. Mid-rise scale can be anywhere from 6 stories to 14 stories. This application is in fact on an avenue. We also refer to our mid-rise design guidelines to evaluate the appropriateness of a specific built form, height and density. And we look at transition and separation to low-rise neighborhood areas to the north of a site or to the south of a site. This proposal is in excess of 10 meters of separation to the closest neighborhood residential property. It is in fact 13 meters in total separation. So in terms of, and then building on that, the overall policy is for a mid-rise building to be generally no taller than the width of a right-of-way. This is a 36-meter right-of-way. The residential portion of this building is at 37.5 meters, which is generally above the 36 meters, plus the mechanical penthouse and enclosed amenity area above that. So staff are of the opinion that this is the appropriate level of intensification on an avenue.
With respect to the issues of the retail, it was noted that the application originally came in without any retail contemplated. It was something that through discussion we've been able to secure. We've heard concerns about whether it's sufficient in size and scope at grade for the retail. Can you clarify what we are and are not able to do, like in terms of dictating size of retail within a building?
We don't have anything in our zoning bylaws to limit or direct what an appropriate size of a retail space is, but through this application, we are securing a minimum commercial gross floor area of 95 square meters, which we feel is sufficient to facilitate an appropriate size retail space, but the parent zoning bylaws do not have a base requirement of how large a retail space should be.
Okay. That's, I think, helpful and important context generally for everyone. Can you talk about, you mentioned the avenues policy and the as of right for mid-rise up to 14 stories. What is the current status of that policy?
Through the chair, there's a few layers to it. From a policy's perspective, all avenues across the city have been updated with new policies to say that mid-rise scale is appropriate on avenues. There are certain areas across the city where a zoning bylaw came forward to permit an as-of-right mid-rise building that corresponds to the right-of-way width. That was appealed to the OLT, and it is going through an OLT process. There's still continuing work with our city planning colleagues to bring forward as-of-right zoning on avenues where a previous avenue study might have been done, or there's a previous site-specific policy that exists to bring forward the as-of-right zoning. So that's still on the work program, but if an application were to come forward to try and bring the application into that as-of-right zoning, we would evaluate that, and in this application, we feel as though it's appropriately doing that.
There was a question about the 6-story setback and whether there was more opportunity here to realize a greater sort of setback podium condition, which might also address some of the shadow and shade impacts to the neighbors in the north. Is there opportunity through site plan or on a go-forward basis to further address the setback opportunities at 6 stories?
So within the zoning bylaw, we've set a building envelope that staff are supportive of in terms of its build form and its articulations. There is a 3-meter side step back off the west side of the building above the 6th story, which does help to mitigate some shadow impacts to the north. On the frontage of the building, there is a 2.5-meter step back from the front of the building to at the 7th story. There is about 3 meters of total setback from the Lakeshore Boulevard West property. We can continue to work with the applicant and hear from concerns from the residents to see if they can work within the as-of-right zoning bylaw that we're recommending. But at this point, we are comfortable supporting the built form and envelope that has been proposed and secured in this bylaw.
Thanks for the extra time, Mr. Chair. I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? Seeing none, members wishing to speak. Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is no secret that Ward 3 is hot and in sort of a very desirable community for growth and investment. Much of the work myself and my office does is related to growth pressures, whether it's planning for infrastructure ward-wide or navigating these kinds of applications. It is a very difficult thing to do, again, especially with the changing context within which we are required to work under. As was mentioned, staff do find this to be supportable, and quite frankly, I do think overall it is in line with how our community will be and is set to grow. We do have the streetcar line that is within, a stone's throw from this site. We've got higher order transit, as was mentioned, at Long Branch Go, which is currently being invested in. And we do have a 0 parking requirement as a city, and that's because of a growing and chronic issue related to congestion in the city of Toronto. We have, I believe the last count, it's 70,000 units of development proposed or in the pipeline in my ward alone. We have 140,000 residents here. Everybody is not going to be able to drive a car as we grow into the future as a community unless we want to continue to sit in chronic congestion, which is not the goal of this council or the vision of the future Toronto that we see. So the reason the council has taken these important steps to take away parking, for example, is because we need to incentivize and ensure that less people are frankly driving in the city. So that is an important consideration, and especially when we contemplate, I grew up on the lakeshore, I took the streetcar where I needed to go, I really was very, very active on transit most of my life. And I understand how well it can work and how well communities can be supported with the right infrastructure, which I do believe is in place in this case along Lakeshore Avenue. So this is a tough one. I do think there are some opportunities for us to do better on it. And while I mentioned I am generally supportive of this application, I would like an opportunity for us to continue to discuss some of the very small potential improvements that could be made. And therefore, I will be sending this forward to council without recommendations, which hopefully allows for some additional conversation between planning and the applicant on some additional revisions that are possible before we are in receipt of this at full council for a final decision. So those are my comments, and that will be what I move. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Morley. Anyone else wishing to speak? On Deputy Mayor Morley's motion to advance this to council without recommendations, all those in favor? Any opposed? That item carries. Our next item is EY 26.5, 5280 Dundas Street West zoning bylaw amendment application, a decision report. We have several speakers registered. I'm just going to do a quick time check with my colleagues. We've got about 15 minutes before we break, so that means we'll have 2 speakers, possibly 3. And we'll proceed with this knowing that we'll come back after the break and resume the speakers. Our first speaker is Paul McDonald from the South Eatonville Residents Association. Is Paul here or online? Great. Welcome to Community Council, Paul. Good afternoon to you.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Council,
Got 5 minutes.
for allowing me to speak. My name is Paul McDonald. I live at 20 Kebrel Avenue. I'm also a vice chair of the South Eatonville Residents Association. I'm here today as a resident and co-chair of the South Eatonville Residents Association. I also live fairly close to this proposal. I'm here today not in agreement of this application, however, of one of concern. Our association isn't against development. We've absorbed many a tower, with many coming more on the south side of Dundas Street West from Kipling to Shorncliffe Drive. This proposal is the first on the north side up against an existing residential neighborhood. I am asking council to defer this application pending further study. I've already forwarded a letter outlining my reasons, along with one on behalf of the association and a petition with over 550 signatures on it, opposed to this development, all of which form part of the public record. The lack of community consultation and transparency regarding the city and provincial guidelines is of concern, beginning with the starting point for the 200-meter inclusionary zone. Abutting a 42-story needle next to an established neighborhood of low-rise homes is a travesty in planning and common sense. The city and the province had an opportunity to build an attractive, vibrant streetscape with attractive mid-rise buildings in Etobicoke Centre that will blend in better in the vicinity of Kipling subway station. Instead, they opt for ugly, cheap glass towers that have zero integration into a community. There is no community being built along Dundas. Instead, the area is becoming a cold, faceless canyon of concrete. Very few venture out onto the sidewalk because the former gathering places are slowly disappearing, such as Dundas Street Grill, Starbucks, formerly the Red Cabin Grill. Once the Six Points Plaza is developed, many a gathering place there will probably disappear as well, only to be replaced with overpriced boutique shops. The area is woefully lacking in business that sell the essentials of daily life. The streetscape just north of Bloor is more vibrant because the area retains the low-level business strips we're used to seeing in the suburbs. The area is becoming a literal cold wind tunnel and heat sink, forest of tall needle buildings, more at home at Yonge and Adelaide, including this Bay Street-esque tower, towering over low-rise homes, projecting shadows during the daylight hours, noise and light pollution at night. If council approves this application without further analysis, The residents that live north of Dundas and northwest are concerned that this application will set a precedence for future builds on the north side from Acorn Avenue to Shaver South. Again, the residents and the Residents Association are asking council and the province to defer this application due to its location and to a myriad of conflicts as this application relates to the standards and expectations and guidelines as set out by the city and province regarding developments / housing near transit stations. The secondary plan should be followed as it pertains to the north side of Dundas Street West from Acorn Avenue to Shaver South. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the speaker? Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate your advocacy on this and your involvement throughout the process. I just wanted to follow up on one of the comments that you made around the lack of community being built in the area, agreeing that there is huge density and it's quite different than it has been over the years. But are you aware of the investments that the city is making in the 6 Points area related to our new civic center, community center, libraries, etc.?
We are.
Okay, I just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you so much. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Peter Morris from the South Eatonville Residents Association. Is Peter here today or online? Good afternoon, Peter. Stephen Holiday. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, there we are. I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you, council members, for giving me this opportunity to speak and address this application. I submitted a few days ago a document that I trust you have in hand that outlines my concerns. Following up on what Paul said, I am hoping that council will defer a decision on this. My reasons for saying that is I think this proposal as it stands represents a gross departure from the published policies of the City of Toronto, and as well that that there's some missing information, specifically how far is this site from the nearest transit station? We've been trying for over a month now to get an answer to that, and so far have not been able to do so. So my take on this, as I said in my document, I'm guided by a document that was put out by the City of Toronto on September the 18th, so just over a month ago, that talks about how the city plans to meet the policies of the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing with respect to developments around major transit station areas. So I'm guided by that, and as I look at that document, which again, I've given a link to it, it really comes down to whether this site is considered neighborhood or not. If it's considered a neighborhood property, it certainly fronts onto a major street. So that would allow a 6-story building. What's being proposed is 42 stories, so literally 7 times what the city says is acceptable to meet the minister's policies with respect to apartment buildings that front onto a major street. If this site is not considered a neighborhood site, if instead it's considered a mixed-use area, apartment neighborhood, or a regeneration area, then instead of height, we're looking at floor space index. And again, then the question is it within 200 meters or more? If it's within 200 meters, the floor space index that's allowed is 8.0. If it's beyond 200 meters, which I think this is, but we're waiting for the city to confirm that, then it would be 6.0. And this development application, the floor space ratio is 22.6. Again, multiple times. We're not even close to what the city has outlined is its starting point for these developments. Now, Paul McDonald, Lucy Falco, and I had a meeting in Councillor Morley's office just over a month ago with members of planning. That meeting took place about a week before the city published these new policies and next steps. But at that meeting, my understanding from the planning department is that they were looking at a starting point of 30 stories. Well, according to the city guidelines, the only time you look at 30 stories is with respect to a larger site that can accommodate 3 or more towers. Well, this site just doesn't fit that. We're looking at a site that can, I think, barely accommodate 1, but it can accommodate 1. So that being the case, we're back to floor space index, either 8.0 or 6. And again, this proposal is looking at over 22 times. In the previous item that was discussed about half an hour ago, there was discussion about building height relative to the right-of-way width. The right-of-way width for Dundas, this stretch of Dundas, is 36 meters. The height of this building is over 143 meters. So basically what I'm saying is whether we look at number of stories, floor space index, or height of building, this proposal is just multiple times what is appears to be the city's guidelines. And so I'm asking the city to just take a breath, step back, get confirmation as to how far exactly this property is from the station in terms of a radius, and go from there. And I would ask councillors, those that live in a house, how they would feel if somebody came along and proposed building a 42-story tower next to your house. It's just, in my view, all wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. I'm just doing a little time check right now. We are at 12:22. You have questions? Okay. We'll, just in the interest of time, we will have the next speaker. If I need a motion to extend to complete the speaker, I'll take it at the time. Our next speaker is Andrea Opediciano. Yes. Sorry, Andrea. Get that right.
No, you got it.
From Marlin
just
Spring
right.
Developments. Welcome to the Etobicoke York Community Council. You've got 5
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, council members. My name is Andrea Podesano. I'm here together with my colleague Kian Manesh, representing the applicant and the developer, Marlin Spring Developments. We together oversee about 20 planning applications, development applications in the City of Toronto, 9 of which are in Etobicoke Centre, various stages of development, some that are occupying, some that are still in the planning stages, and some that have been built for a number of years. Marlin Spring purchased the property in 2024 and made an initial application in October of 2024. Since the time of the application, I would say we've made significant changes to the design to address not only the community's concerns that we heard at the community meeting held in March of this year, but also staff comments. And I'll just take a few moments to outline some of those changes. We've reduced the height from 49 stories to 42 stories, and this was to limit shadow impacts to the north, as well as ensure that we're not casting any new shadow onto Greenfield Park to the north. We've tried to improve the transition to the low-scale neighborhood as much as possible by shifting the tower plate to the south as much as possible, making sure that we have adequate separation distance from the hydro corridor. The initial submission did not include retail at grade. We heard that that was important to the community, rightfully so. We included that in the revised application that's before you. We've nearly doubled the size of the privately owned public space on the property. We've increased the number of trees as well as the soil volume to make sure that they have the ability to grow. We've addressed comments from Toronto Public Health with respect to the adjacent hydro corridor, and we also underwent a peer review of that EMF study. There are other changes, but I think I just wanted to take an opportunity to highlight sort of the bigger ones. And we recognize that this is a significant density, but from a planning policy sort of at a very high level, I think this is where you want that density to go. We're across the street from Crippling Transit Hub, whether it's 100 meters, 200 meters, like if we are 100 meters away, or sorry, 100 feet away from the pedestrian, new pedestrian entrance. And really this development, I think, is responding to the significant investment and recent $80 million renovation that the transit hub underwent. I think we're also in keeping, whether, yes, we are on the north side of Dundas, but we are in keeping with recent planning approvals in the area, specifically the 50-story building across the street. I think our development at 42 acknowledges the fact that we're on the north side and are providing sort of a transition in scale as well. I think I want to acknowledge some of the comments that I read and were submitted from the South Eatonville Residents Association, especially with respect to unit mix. I think right now we are currently meeting the growing up guidelines, and what the zoning bylaw that before you does is set the minimum standard. I think they've rightfully pointed out that the market is changing and there is sort of a demand for larger, more family size units. I think that's something that we will continue to address through the detailed design process and later stages of the site plan process. And sort of on personal note, I worked on the growing up guidelines when I was at the city almost 10 years ago now. So I do recognize the importance of providing livable units, not only with respect to the unit size and mix, but also in terms of the amenities that are within the building. We're also looking at other opportunities with respect to the structural engineering of the building to ensure that there's flexibility, for example, for combining units over time. So that's also something that the guidelines doesn't necessarily require, but it is something that I think we are trying to do to make sure that we provide a responsive and flexible housing. So I think that is it. Lastly, I just want to say thank you to Councillor Morley as well as planning staff, especially Anthony Sosha, who's the planner on the file. I think he worked really hard to push us to try to address the comments both of staff but also of the community, and I think has resulted in the proposal that's before you today.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. With that, we are out of time in the morning session, so I will ask everyone to rejoin us at 1:30. We are recessed. How are you?
Yeah, that's okay. We'll stay. Yeah. No, yeah, sorry. So just, yeah, you can leave it. I think we'll stay because we're just. 1:30. Okay. Okay.
gonna make sure just that the main master is muted and unmuted, because before we don't do that, we just mute the WebEx and like everything that is going through gets stopped. But I'm saying we have multiple fail-safes for that, and the moment Michelle had mentioned it, we muted it. No, we never picked up anything from. No.
Could have been one of our guys here. Is it gone now?
It's gone now, yeah.
Someone took their laptop. It wasn't me. I didn't have WebEx logged in.
No, but again, we have a fail-safe for that, and we have a master mute, so I'm using the master right now, and like I'm using from there, and not going with WebEx.
Yeah, I don't mean to put pressure on you, but it creates an awkward situation.
No, absolutely. No, we just went back and heard what is there, and there's nothing you can handle it, and it's very low, and it's coming from the side of the room, so like.
Look, there's nothing untoward, so it's just when you expect to have a private conversation.
No, absolutely. No, I gotta make sure once you say so, I'm going to
or you want to there's something to do with it that we can conversation about that. Maybe you need to get that. Yeah, taking away
Mr. Chairman, are you calling us back to order?
In just a moment. You ready?
Yeah.
So welcome back, everybody. I'm going to call the meeting to order. There's a point of order raised by Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this morning when we're going through the agenda, I think we can deal with a matter really, really quickly. 2610, the assumption of services. I know there's a deputant who had indicated he wanted to speak to the to this matter, and he is happy to. Michael Cook from Davies and Howe. I talked to him. He's here. He's raised his hand. He's happy to stand down if we approve the report as presented by our staff, and I'm ready to move that and deal with that matter if you're inclined to entertain that, Mr. Chair.
So EY 26.10, assumption of services, registered plan 66M to 2503, 3035 Weston Road, Damaris Development Incorporated. Councillor Perruzza.
Happy to move the staff recommendations before us today, Mr. Chair.
All in favor? Any opposed? That item carries. Thank you. We will now go back to where we were on the order paper before the break. Our next speaker is Heather Christensen. Is Heather with us here? Heather's online. Good afternoon, Heather. It's Stephen Holiday from the Etobicoke York Community Council. Can you hear me okay?
Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Welcome. You've got 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for your time and consideration today. Regarding 5280 Dundas, zoned for 7 stories, but proposing 42 stories, which is 462 units. We have a house on Acorn Avenue, and on a personal note, my husband and I are retired. We've invested over $200,000 in our house in the last 9 years to prepare it for our retirement living. Given the huge change this proposed building would create for the area, the street, and the character of the community, we would choose to sell our house after being family owned and loved since 1949. We are now in limbo as to our future plans because of this proposal. We don't want to live in the shadow of a giant building and lose our peace and privacy and safety. We are just one story of many who will be greatly affected by this building. Many issues have been mentioned today for other areas in Etobicoke that also apply to the concerns regarding this proposed building. General and pedestrian safety, increased noise and congestion, increased crime, short-term rentals and Airbnb, effect on house values in the area and specifically Acorn Avenue, lack of green space, parking issues, parking and traffic issues. These parking and traffic issues on Acorn, it's a small, narrow street. It is already risky for pedestrians. At this proposed building, there is no reasonable space for vehicles, drop-off, deliveries, moving trucks, taxis, Ubers. And where will the building's residents' guests park when they come to visit? Probably on Acorn, causing obstruction on this narrow street and further inviting non-residents into our neighborhood. Also, does this 3-story base include a commercial business inviting the bottom base, inviting more parking issues? By the way, there's also a planned bike lane on Acorn, which is simply dangerous, having no sidewalks. Garbage cans go directly on the street. This is dangerous for everyone, bike riders included. Auckland, the next street to the east, has open field and could easily accommodate these bike lanes. Plus, the probable frequent turnover of the units are not conducive to family living. These people will not be invested in the surrounding community. These units are so small, and any reasonable building going up should have larger units for families. Also, this is my personal opinion, it would look like a pencil standing on its end, and I would be nervous that it's going to fall over. For the duration of the actual construction, this will expose Acorn and community residents to traffic issues, parking of workers' vehicles plus trucks and construction machines, excessive dirt and noise, and probably some road closure or blocking. I know this building will not go up in 2 months, so that's we'll have quite a long time to have to deal with these things. There's so many existing and planned condos in this immediate area, and I'm wondering if we really need this building. This is the second tallest building proposed in the Dundas Kipling subway development. And it is the only proposed building that infringes directly on a residential community. All the other buildings are either on a street where there's no homes or on the south side of Dundas. So why would we have the second largest building out of all these buildings that are being built around us? This proposed building would infringe directly on the residential community. It's sitting right beside houses, blocking sunshine, but most importantly, invading our privacy, as this would literally tower over our homes. We should be entitled to the quiet and peaceful enjoyment of our homes, but this will not be possible if a large building is approved for this very small property. This building is not appropriate for this location or the small size of the available property, and it's not needed given the number of empty condos in the city and all the planned and existing condos in the immediate Dundas subway area. Please strongly consider the impact on all these families and residents living peacefully in their homes on Acorn and surrounding area. And please deny this application and any further proposals for a large building on this property just because it was proposed. It shouldn't be approved. I would appreciate consideration to be given to the already established residents living in this area, not to a developer who really doesn't care about this community at all, suggesting that going from 49 stories to 42 stories is such a big compromise. It's not if you're living in the house right beside the building. Anyway, I tried to be concise. I hope I was, and thank you very much for your time. I hope you'll give this strong consideration to not go forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the speaker? Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Heather, for taking the time to join us and to provide your submission. Your points are well taken. On the overall request to deny this application, are you familiar with the appeals process when the city does not approve an application?
No, I don't. No, I'm not.
Okay. I will speak a little bit more about that in my comments, but I do think it's an important consideration and certainly something that weighs on the decision making that we have to do around here. So I'll share a little bit more in my comments. Thanks, Heather.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Irene Jones. Good afternoon, Ms. Jones. It's Stephen Holiday. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, hi. Good afternoon, everybody.
Just hang on one moment. You're very faint with the sound of your voice.
Let me try turning up my volumes then.
That's much better. That's much better. Okay. Welcome. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you so much for that. You know, I've been listening to all the conversations this morning, and of course, a lot of the concerns that the people have already mentioned. So very briefly, I want to say that this is clearly an overdevelopment of a small site. To me, it's an uncaring application. because it doesn't consider the existing single-family homes on the street. I live at number 16 Acorn Avenue, so I'm very familiar with the corner. You know, firstly, I'd have to say that the proposal looks a bit like an office building to me, not a residential building at all. It does not provide any new public open space for the residents, just one of those pops things. There is no local school capacity. It's next to a hydro tower, which does emit EMFs, and we were told that people should not, or children should not be living on the 6th to the 9th floors of the building on the south side of Dundas Street. And we certainly know it probably will be used as an Airbnb because of its proximity to the subway and the bus that goes directly to the airport. In addition, this will set a precedent for the property on the west side of the street, which is currently being used as a gas station. So if you approve this building 42 stories, no doubt we will get a similar application on the other corner of the street. As other residents have already said to you, it's a narrow street. There is a proposal to install a bicycle route from Montesson Road down to the airport. There are no sidewalks on the street, so we walk in the road down to the subway. I understand the dilemma that you've got with respect to provincial policies and the fact that they seem to have taken over the planning process in the city, that what you're really doing is technically just processing these applications. And I do appreciate the efforts that have been made by planning staff. So I have a series of requests that I hope that you will take seriously. I think I do support a deferral in the hopes for more changes. But I'd also like to request number 48 Acorn Avenue is a fairly newly built single-family homes immediately north of this development, within just a matter of feet away. I do believe that the developer should enter into some kind of an undertaking with that homeowner to protect their property, because it definitely will get covered in dust, endure noise, and potentially, have impact on the basement of their properties. As you know, those big machines go in and dig, big giant holes. So I think for the protection of that resident, and maybe even the one further up, this developer ought to provide some level of protection for them. Secondly, I've asked Councillor Morley in the past if the unopened road allowance on Acorn Avenue, which is basically the extension of Montesson Street, could be handed over to Parks and Recreation to protect the public trail that goes through there, potentially provide a parkette on Acorn Avenue, and then also a dogs off leash area south of that, in behind Tim Hortons, because as you know, with all the new residents coming in, they also bring with them their pets. Very briefly, I would suggest that no balconies be allowed on the north side of this building to protect, the privacy of the residents to the north. And just to be mindful of the fact that there is actually a fire hydrant on the west side of the street where the applicant proposes the rideshare program goes to. And I don't see how you could park cars there with a fire hydrant there and a bicycle lane coming through. In addition, we really need a water play facility in Greenfield Park, and I would ask that any funds derived from any proposal coming forward at this location be forwarded to those things. So those are my comments very briefly. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you so much, Irene, for taking the time. I'm wondering, you mentioned about the opportunity of a deferral for additional changes. As you know, there has been significant work done to get the height down, to secure retail at grade. You mentioned water play. Can you talk to me about what other potential improvements you think a deferral might accomplish?
Well, what I'd really like you to accomplish is, I guess, a donation from the developer for the creation of a parkette on Acorn Avenue on the Montesson unopened road allowance. You did that with the application somewhere else on the lakeshore. I would like to see the developer come forward and offer a donation to create that open space, because we're not getting any new parkland. Also for the fencing for a dogs off leash area behind Tim Hortons. And as you know, Hydro said, yes, it can go there, but the city has to pay for the fencing. Maybe the proponent can pay for the fencing as well. I'd also like to see a requirement of the city for the undertaking for the lady who lives at 48 Acorn Avenue. One house across the street is already sold in fear, of what's going to happen. And also, I want to make sure that the fire hydrant, which has to go somewhere, is appropriately located so it doesn't interfere with the bicycle lane or, the rideshare program. And then finally, you mentioned, the fact that we're getting the new civic center with the library and pool and that. Mm-hmm. But I want to remind you, we've already got about 30,000 residential new units approved for the 6 Points area. Your chances of getting into this new facility are not going to be great. We don't have local community centers like Franklin Horner or the Lamp Community Health Center or the Storefront Humber building or the library. Public rooms that we have in other parts of Ward 3. So we need someone to advocate for some public space. I now have to travel down to the lakeshore for a fitness class because there is nothing being offered in, my neighborhood. And certainly Greenfield Park has plenty of room for a small water play facility. And if this developer wants to show caring and concern, then clearly they can make a donation to make that happen for us.
Thanks so much for that, Irene. I really appreciate those
I hope
comments.
you're not sorry you asked.
Not at all. These are all pieces of work we can undertake, I think, beyond the application before us, and are things we're already very focused on as it is. But I appreciate those insights. Thank you for your comments, and I will turn it back to the chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. The next deputant is Eusebius de Souza. Hopefully I've pronounced that correctly. Online. Good afternoon, Stephen Holiday. Eusebius, can you hear us okay?
Hi, Stephen, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Welcome to the Etobicoke York Community Council. You have 5 minutes. Please begin.
Thank you very much. I think many of my colleagues, my neighbors, have spoken about this development. As the council can see, that there is a lot of interest, because I do want to touch on just a few points, and I think that this is an opportunity for us. I'm going to begin with our premier, who is also from Etobicoke. Councillor has done a great job on this. Councillor Morley has done a great job on this. She is very engaging, I have to say that. I do think that there is an opportunity for us to look at a futuristic integrated development for this area. And when I say this area, I mean the north side of Dundas. And as you can see, that when I look at this development, it may not seem as such a big groundbreaking development, but when you start to look at it, it is the one from Auckland to East Mall on the north side. It is going to be the first tower that's going to come on this side. I would like to remind the council that the neighbors in this area, we have supported everything that came on the south side for all the density that has increased. And that's for a good reason. We're all been immigrants here, or most of us have been immigrants, and we want the density in Canada the number of population has to increase for us to be considered a big player in the city of Toronto. Many people want to come and live like I did, and I think it has to be welcoming. It has to be welcoming to fit with what the neighborhood is. And today, as you can see on the north side, as the other speakers have spoken about, it's single unit development, about 50, 60 years people have been living here. They have that. This development goes against whatever is in the community. It is not within the spirit of where the population lives there. I think if you look at this, we've seen for the developer in the city, of course, the higher you go, the profit is more. For us in the community, the higher you go, as we can see from what's happening in the KIP district and others, I walk my dog. People know that I walk the dog. I can see the garbage on the street. I can see the downsides of what the builder has probably made money and gone. The city keeps getting their revenue. I, as a resident, every day have to maneuver myself through the impacts of what has happened. By putting this condo now on the north side, that's going to make it even more kind of difficult for us. So I think everyone's spoken about the issue of light, the illegally parked cars that don't get monitored, the increased crime in this area. I think I do want to say that if you look at the north side, we should increase, there is an opportunity to increase the density. But as you can see in our previous councillors in the good old Etobicoke had 7 or 8 stories. If you put 7 or 8 stories, I don't think that's going to interfere that much. We'll be able to increase the density and also be able to welcome new people in. And as you go beyond, like the Cloverdale Mall, you had bigger developments. That's all fine because it does not have an impact. So I'm going to ask this committee to consider the impact that it has on existing homes or on the residents from Dundas, from Auckland to East Mall, and to look at this to see from a pragmatic and sensible solution so that there is harmony. It's not like a building standing in front of all other houses that are single, and there's always going to be tension. I also am in SARA, which is the South Eatonville Residents Association, and we look to make sure that everything is in harmony here. That's how we want to live because we've been living here for a long time. I've been living here for a long time, and I do continue to live unless something like this happens and I'm forced out of my home because of all the issues that come with this development, all the issues that people have spoken about before. Thank you for the opportunity, Councillor Holiday.
I thank you for speaking to the committee. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Are there any other speakers to this item? Seeing none, questions of staff. Deputy Mayor Morley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to the deputants who joined us. Appreciate you joining us. Anthony, as the lead on this file. We heard a lot about appropriateness today from the submissions from our residents, and we've heard a lot about competing policies. Can you give us some insights as to why staff are recommending that this is a supportable application in this area?
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you, Deputy Mayor Morley. Staff are supportive of this application as it conforms with all the applicable policies of the official plan and secondary plan. The site sits in the center, which is a strategic intensification area outside of the downtown core that's planned around high-order transit. Further, as it sits from 100 feet away from the heart of the Kipling Mobility Hub entrance at Acorn Avenue, it's also supportable. Its location is consistent with the secondary plan's vision, calling for the tallest heights around the station area, and it's also consistent with the secondary plan's mixed-use areas A vision, which is a place where residents can live and work without reliance on a vehicle. Contextually and on balance with all of the applicable policies, the application also accounts for the nuanced proximity to the neighborhood in accordance with certain urban design policies. Through months of collaboration after the CCM, I would say that unprecedented revisions were secured by staff to account for this transition to the neighborhood through a variety of design measures, including strategic placement of the tower as close to Dundas Street as possible, a healthy 15-meter separation distance to the neighborhood that goes well above and beyond our 12.5-meter tall buildings guideline, a reduction in 7 stories or 20 meters that results in a height that's 8 stories shorter than the approved context on the south side that this council has approved, and also strategic setbacks and stepbacks that control the tower floor plate.
Thank you for that. So you mentioned that generally this is in compliance with all of the sort of overriding policy and guidance documents, including intensification at transit. We know that's also something recently that the province has formalized is our priority major transit station areas. And just want to confirm, this is the largest transit hub in the city of Toronto, second to Union Station.
That's
is that
correct.
a fair statement? Great. The other question that I had sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing myself think. If I could just ask her, sorry. Thank you. With respect to the improvements that were made, and I know that's been a lot of consistent work from your office, the local community's advocacy, which we're grateful for, and my office's engagement as well. Can you just run us back through some of the improvements that have been made to this application since its original submission to reflect the community context?
Certainly. As I said, these are unprecedented revisions that staff have secured, including a reduction in 20 meters or 7 stories in height to 42 stories, which is shorter than the towers on the south side of Dundas. Additionally, we secured the 2 and 3 bedroom unit mix and 4 square meters per unit of amenity space as per the city's growing up guidelines. Staff also resecured over 1,000 square feet of commercial space at grade to replace the existing space on site. Further this, staff secured the largest POPs in proximity to the Kipling Mobility Hub, which is a privately owned, publicly accessible space to be designed through site plan control. Staff also protected for 2 future pickup and drop-off spaces along Acorn Avenue that has been studied by staff to be adequate for the population being introduced here. In addition, staff also secured a net increase to the protected urban tree canopy, both on site and in the Etobicoke Center, a planting of 7 trees, in addition to additional cash in lieu for plantings elsewhere in the Etobicoke Center. Staff also, through the secured zoning envelope, will vastly improve the pedestrian comfort and accessibility at grade, protecting for 6-meter sidewalk zones. And staff also secured cycling connections along Bloor Street West and also to Martingrove through its cycling connection approved by Council in July of 2022.
Thank you. An incredible amount of work to really try to get this to a better place for the community, and I do appreciate that. 2 quick ones I'm going to try to squeeze in here. One being there were some ongoing concerns raised, including like location of the hydro fire hydrant location in conflict with some other pieces. Can you just provide some high-level information about site plan and what additional work can be done and is typically realized through site plan, including privacy, addressing privacy concerns, addressing some of the conflicts, again, with this fire hydrant, for example. And then the second question to that is, what is the risk associated with this council not supporting an application that is otherwise supportable according to all of the prevailing guidance documents that we work within?
Sure. So with respect to site plan control is a process that should the zoning bylaw amendment application before you get approved, it'll allow staff to provide additional review with respect to site organization, privacy, potential mitigation, in addition to location of certain elements on site, including the location of fire hydrants in accordance with Toronto fire and engineering requirements. As per privacy, on the record, the applicant has already agreed that through the site plan control process, they are amenable to providing certain mitigation measures for any balconies that would be facing the neighborhood to the north through opaque screening measures. And further to that, as secured at this stage through the zoning bylaw envelope, there is going to be additional tree planting at the north of the site to create that additional buffer to the neighborhood.
And my
Need a second
second,
round?
just wanted to have an opportunity for that second question around appreciating the desire from local communities to say, defer or deny, but what are the risks to the city and to the community if we are going against the prevailing policy guidance that we have to work within as a planning and as a city.
So as mentioned previously, we did receive unprecedented revisions in this instance. A lot of those revisions have been provided by the applicant to go above and beyond certain requirements of the city or guidelines. The risk that we essentially have based on the plan context is should council not approve this today, the tower could potentially not only be taller, but be closer to the neighborhood, further increasing the concern of the residents.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you a couple of questions. Thank you. So this planning context keeps coming up. Can you elaborate on what you mean by that?
For sure. So we have an existing context and we also have an approved context. The existing or planned context would be the zoning and the policy that we have in front of us. The approved context would be the context of approvals in the vicinity of this site that have been approved either by council or by the OLT.
Okay, so I'm looking at the zoning. I know it well. This is the secondary plan. The zoning says 24 meters on this site. And I forgot what the FSI was. It was like 2.5 or 3.5. And the context, I get it. South side of Dundas Street, there's some really tall towers. And that kind of reflects the zoning and the vision. So why would I accept translating those heights to the north side? And I agree, it's a little shorter, but we're talking a big difference from 24 meters. So why does this context just extrapolate in a linear way rather than looking at the vision of the 6 points interchange and recognizing the difference between the north side and the south side of the street?
So the on-the-ground reality in the vicinity of the site is very different from 2002 when the Etobicoke Center zoning was enacted. Primarily, there was no mobility hub, nor was the main pedestrian entrance to the TTC GO stations at Acorn Avenue. In addition to this, the policy context has dramatically changed, primarily with direction from the province through the PMTSA approvals, directing densities in proximity to high order transit. And lastly, the approved context has drastically changed. Councillor Holiday, you bring up the fact that the zoning shows 24 meters in terms of a permission, but I just want to note that many other sites, both north and south of Bloor, within 200 meters of the subject site and zoned for 24 meters in height and 3.5 times densities were approved either by the OLT or by this exact council for heights of upwards of 50 stories and 157 meters.
Yes. However, can you explain a little bit further about what the rules for the PMTSAs now require? Because that's a new overlay. I just want to be clear on that. I don't think anyone's arguing that there's more needed there, but the question is how much more.
For sure, I can
And this
definitely
matters
get into that.
because I'm thinking about the rest of Dundas.
Yeah, of course, and I can get into the precedent piece as well.
Some of the PMTSA.
Sure. So with respect to the PMTSAs, as of August 15th, the provincial government approved delineations for which Kipling Station is one of them. The PMTSA provides an additional layer of policy in addition to existing official plan and secondary plan policies that staff use to evaluate zoning bylaw amendment applications. The PMTSA policy sets a minimum FSI for certain sites. In this case, it would be 2 times the FSI, which this proposal meets. Further, the PMTSA policy set a 8 times and a 6 times FSI permission, not maximum, for sites depending on their location in proximity to a designated station. This means that should an application adhere to that 6 or 8 times FSI, they need not apply for a zoning bylaw amendment for that performance standard. If you want, I can touch upon all of the aspects of the PMTSA, or potentially the FSI is adequate for you.
Tell me what this means to the site immediately to the west, or at least the southwest. Because that was also, and I'm looking at the document, looking down here, that was also envisioned as mid-rise on the north side of Dundas. You see where I'm going with this? I need to understand what this does to the vision and how we're going to reconcile that.
Sure. So each application has its own site-specific context. The secondary plan's urban structure policies call for the tallest heights around the station area, which over the years has expanded. That includes the other site just next door. Should the ZBA be approved, while it would contribute to the approved context, it doesn't definitively signal elsewhere that a similar building has merit. So while a 42-story tower that's strategically placed and massed as this one is, has merit for a site that's directly steps away from the Kipling Mobility Hub, literally 100 feet. It may not have merit on a site further west, potentially on the edge of the neighborhood or directly abutting a public park and open space.
Okay, I got two more questions. They're going to be quick.
For sure.
Why not 30 stories? Why not 25? Why not 28? Why are we at 40 plus? I need to understand that rationale.
Sure. So from a planning perspective, usually a reduction in height will be one of the urban design strategies to reduce certain impacts. With respect to the 42 stories and the policies that are subject to this proposal, they do not call for no impacts, no shadow. A shadow or other impacts are expected through growth in a center, and on balance with other policy goals for intensification, we can minimize certain impacts like shadow through built form controls and also achieve a sufficient relationship to a neighborhood. So in this case, albeit there's 42-story tower proposal before you, through strategic tower placement, through a healthy 15-meter separation distance, through stepping of heights, leading to a great fit with a neighboring as-of-right development, and also step backs to limit floor plates. The proposal before you, in staff's opinion, has merit.
Last question with the indulgence of the committee, but I think it's important, and it may be something that the director may need to weigh in on. How do we, as a council and as a city, reconcile where we're going with the Etobicoke secondary plan? Because I cannot miss the commentary from the residents that said, you know, there was a vision and this is different. And I understand all the bits and pieces that go into this. There's a lot. But I really noticed that this plan is real clear, and the deal always was mid-rise on the north side, high-rise on the south side. And, you know, this is beginning to break that mold. And I appreciate all the bits that, you know, how close this is to the station. But I think this leaves a lot of people, including me, trying to figure out where this all goes into the future. And it's more than this report, but how does this all come together so that people then can have more confidence in our planning process, because it's almost like this is freestyling.
I'll take one part, and then perhaps my director, Alex, would like to add to that. But in terms of your comment, Mr. Chair, in terms of breaking the mold and a deal that may have occurred in 2002, times have changed. Policy contexts have changed. I'm afraid to break it, but the PMTSA permissions may have already broken that mold, given that there's a permission for 6 times or 8 times dependent upon proximity to the station, whereas the previous policy, or excuse me, the existing zoning in place calls for 3.5 times. So that mold has already been broken. With respect to the current zoning that's in place, with all due respect, we're not here to assess the effectiveness of the current zoning that's in place. We're here to have your determination through my recommendation to determine whether or not the zoning bylaw amendment before you conforms to the applicable official plan and secondary plan policies. So yes, there can be increased height. Yes, there can be increased density. Do those performance standards conform to the official plan and secondary plan policies?
And how this gets reconciled with the public?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have had a number of recent policy changes with regard to provincial legislation. And part of that is impacting some of the secondary plan areas, including this secondary plan area. This is something that our policy team in city planning is working through, and I think we need to give some more thought into how they can be reconciled in terms of the secondary plan context. but it is clear that the provincial, any changes to the secondary plan context will have to conform with the PMTSA context and the MTSA.
Thank you, and thank you for the indulgence of my colleagues. Members wishing to speak on this item? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Anthony. You can grab a seat if you want. We're all good on questions. This is an important application for a lot of different reasons. We've heard through the discussion in conversation through questions, but also from the submissions from local area residents, including single-family homes that are immediately abutting a 42-story tower building. And these are very massive changes coming to the community in Etobicoke that are unprecedented in many ways, and are absolutely having an impact on, you know, people's feelings about the community and where we are at the moment. This application is within 100 feet of a higher order transit. It is directly in a priority major transit station area, which has just been formalized by the province. And it is reflective of the kind of growth and density that I believe is responsible to ensure that we are mitigating other challenges that we're navigating as a growing city, including congestion, which I'm sure we all navigate on a regular basis and hear about regularly. We need to be building communities that are supportive of people live, working, and playing, utilizing transit, and minimizing their dependence on the road networks, frankly, as much as possible. And so putting growth and density where we have the second largest in the city of Toronto. Again, Etobicoke is not typically a high-rise type of area, and we do want to be managing our growth incredibly carefully. But if there is anywhere that growth belongs, it is within 100 meters of a higher order transit hub. We do appreciate the work and the advocacy of the local community that supported our efforts and planning's efforts to get what was originally a 49-story building, and frankly, the height of the building even exceeded the 50-story building to the south of it. We worked very hard on ensuring that the context of step down from the highest heights closest to the hub, closest to transit, is respected. And we are glad to have secured that change. We also were able to secure retail at grade and improvements to the public right-of-way that I do believe are in keeping with the kind of vibrant, walkable, accessible community that we're building and investing in 6 Points. The city is investing currently over $600 million on our new civic center, where this council will do business going forward once it's up and running. But it's also inclusive of significant community benefits, like a full-service recreation center complete with a pool, our 101st Toronto Public Library, which as of this past weekend are now open 24 hours, or not open 24 hours, we're not quite there, but I don't know if we'll go there, open 7 days a week rather, including Sundays, to really ensure that as this community grows and densifies, that it's well supported to have a high quality of life. There's a network of 6 parks, including dog off-leash parks. We're doing a lot of work to support the infrastructure in this community to make sure that it is a good one. With all of that being said, I do think it is going to be a difficult one for the community to swallow. But again, I have to take my responsibilities very seriously and prevent additional risk to the neighborhood as it grows, and ensure the benefits that we have been able to negotiate remain in place. I will be moving the staff recommendations on this particular file, and I do trust that the additional pieces we've talked about, whether it's the privacy screening, whether it's at location of the fire hydrant, making sure that the public right-of-way features work well and are compatible, are continue to be undertaken by the applicant and with our planning staff. So again, with its proximity to Kipling Station, both provincial direction and our own official plan policies indicate that a taller tower is appropriate here, and I do support higher density close to good transit. So with all of that being said, Mr. Chair, that's the motion I'll be moving on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other comments? I'd like to speak briefly. The 6 Points Center touches on Ward 2, touches on Etobicoke Center. That affects the constituents that I serve. Deputy Mayor Morley and I have had some disagreements on different developments, especially ones that are a little north of this one that have larger impacts on the community to the north. This one continues to be important because of, I think, a conversation that is ongoing about how a long-standing secondary plan begins or continues to morph. It changes with the times and it changes with different policy overlays, including what was recently approved by the province, which is like putting a big bullseye on a transit station and then shaking things up near the different rings within that bullseye. I think the part that I'm struggling with on this, and I'm going to invite staff to talk to me between now and council to convince me, is why 40 plus stories and why not something a little bit more aligned with where the secondary plan currently tells us to expect. And I think it matters because I think it matters how permissive we are with density near transit stations. And I do not disagree. This is a very difficult policy to wade through. And I think I'm of the mind that, you know, what was in the original secondary plan needs to be revisited in 2025. So should something taller and denser be there? Absolutely. I mean, as everyone has said, this is immediately across the street from a major transit center. I don't think that was ignored in the secondary plan, and you can see some evidence of it, but times have changed. What really troubles me, though, is what this means for the properties immediately to the southwest, and I wasn't clear on the answers today on this, because I still think there's a pact with the community that needs to be observed. And again, it's not the same context as it was 20 or 25 years ago, but there's still something there. And I think the largest piece that bothers me, I'm not going to solve this today, but I'm going to make the comment out loud, is that we need to revisit the idea of the secondary plan with the community so that people have an understanding of the current policy overlays, especially those coming from the province, and what to expect going forward. Because I detect a mismatch. So I think I can get to yes on this, but I have some more questions that we're just not going to solve right now. And my biggest question is you know, why 40 plus instead of 30? You know, why is this height appropriate? And it's a big height. I mean, it's close enough. It's just over 300 meters from Ward 2. It's very close. So it affects the residents. But I do thank everyone for the discussion today, and I do have tremendous respect for Deputy Mayor Morley shepherding this through a very complex piece of policy that really matters to the entire Etobicoke community. And the growth of this center is reshaping our city, absolutely. So with that, I'll ask if there's anyone else that wants to make a comment.
Yeah, I'll say a few words.
Councillor Nunziata.
I will be supporting the recommendation. And by the way, Mount Denison, Weston is one of the second highest transit hubs, Councillor Marley, along Eglinton and Weston Lawrence. Do you know, I know a lot of people, a lot of residents, they're concerned about change in the community. And one thing that I've learned in the past few years is the number of development applications that come in from my ward, especially Weston Lawrence and Eglinton and Western Road, where we have the Up, the Go, and the Eglinton line, which I hope will be opening very soon. But I have towers going up 40, 50 stories in that area. And the number of community meetings I've had with my residents, it was very clear, and we've heard from the province that they do want intensification near transit lines, and that's very clear. And if a development application, if council doesn't support it, it's going to get appealed. And from my experience, that all the development applications that have been appealed, settlement offer, and they get actually more than what they wanted. And unfortunately, what happens is our community misses out on any community benefits and how we can work and get what we actually want in the community. For example, in Weston, I'm having a theater that I worked with developers, which is the community, that's what the community wanted, a launch pad. We're getting all these extra projects. from the development that's happening in the area. And so when a development application comes forward in my ward, my community doesn't look how high it is because they don't look how high it is. What they look at is what we can get as a community and what benefits we can get from a development, because that's really what's important to the community and getting new infrastructure. And so rather than have applications appealed and not have a say, and the community doesn't have a say on the application, and they just get what they want, they're actually working with developers. And actually, we're getting a lot of benefits in Weston and Mount Dennis because we're actually working with the applicants. So I will support the application.
Okay, on the item, all those in favor? Any opposed? That item carries. Our next item, EY 26.7, 250 Wincott Drive and 4620 Eglinton Avenue West. The status update.
Yes, we're prepared. Lisa's here.
Okay, so we have some registered speakers, but there is a presentation, so the sequence is to have the presentation, then hear from speakers, and then questions of staff. So I will welcome to the team. We'll just take a moment to get everything set up.
The mic is on. Oh, shut it.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes, to the chair and fellow councillors, thank you for the opportunity to give this presentation today to provide somewhat of a forensic analysis of all the places and all of the approvals that have happened on the site at 250 Wincott Avenue and 4620 Eglinton Avenue West. In anticipation of us bringing forward a recommendation report for the new rezoning application in November. So to begin with, the reason why we're here is on September 17th, 2025, this body directed staff from Development Review in consultation with staff from Create TO to report back to this body with the following information on 250 Wincott and 4620 Eglinton Avenue West. We're all very familiar with the site. It's outlined in red in this slide. It's in a complex area with residential communities to the north and the south. We have the Shanix building, which is a seniors residence to the west, townhomes, and also 11-story residential buildings to the west. And of course, this is the site of a very beloved commercial plaza for the community. So now we'll go into the 7 points that you asked us to present, and afterwards we're happy to answer questions. At this point, I wanted to say I do have colleagues from Create TO and also from the Housing Development Office here. So if you wanted to direct comments their way, they're here as well. So the first question that you had, or the first point that you wanted me to cover, was the Create TO sale of city property to the applicant and the process used to plan the entire site using the public and private lands. So the visual to the right shows 250 Wincott Drive, which was the private land component, and 4620 Eglinton Avenue West on the south, which was formerly the public land component. So on December 2017, Build Toronto, which is now Create TO, entered into an agreement of purchase and sale with the adjacent property owner for 4620 Eglinton Avenue West. In December 2021, that transaction closed and it secured the delivery of a number of city building initiatives, including the delivery of affordable housing on site. One of the conditions of that sale was that a rezoning needed to be completed by the applicant prior to the closing. And so that was the 2018 rezoning application, and that was approved by council in July 2021. There is currently a new rezoning application under review by Development Review staff. This was submitted in 2023, and it covers a portion of the site, including buildings A and B. In addition to this, there are numerous other further Planning Act applications that are discussed in the following slides. So I think to cover the second portion of the point that you wanted covered, the process is used to plan the entire site, include the 2018 era rezoning, the 2023 era rezoning, and then also the multitude of other Planning Act applications that will be covered. So the second point that you wanted us to cover was the council-approved development concept for the site and the performance metrics contained within the 2021 council decision. So the visual on the right does show the approved plan from the original rezoning. This was for a multi-building mixed-use development, which included 4 buildings, a public park, and a private road as the major structuring components. The maximum gross floor area of the approval was 65,300 square meters. It included 587 residential units, a new L-shaped private road running through the site connecting Wincott Drive in the east to Eglinton Avenue in the south, 932 vehicular parking spaces located within 2 levels of underground parking and also at grade, and a 1,700 square meter public park fronting Eglinton Avenue West. Further to the metrics involved in the original approval, we have a 659 square meter POPs adjacent to the park, 465 square meter community agency space in Building B. And now we'll get into the buildings. So the original approval included a 43 meter high mixed use building at the corner of Eglinton and Wincott, which is Building C. A 39 meter building, which is Building B, located immediately north of the park. A 40 meter building, Building A, located on to the northwest of the private street, and retention of the existing 1 to 2 story retail plaza on the north side of the site, which is referred to as Building D. So these are the major structuring components of that original approval. So the next point to cover is the multitude of Committee of Adjustment applications, council decisions, and other applications and decisions and their cumulative impact on the council-approved development concept that we just looked at and performance metrics. So these began coming through our system in 2022. Some are approved and some are appealed, so I'll go through that. So the first one was approved. It was the 2022 minor variance to modify loading space requirements. The next was the approved 2022 consent application to relocate easements. These are more technical in nature. The next is a little bit more meaty. It was the approved 2023 minor variance to modify the unit mix and the minimum unit sizes in Building C. This is something that the communications from the residents will hit on. It involved the transfer of units from buildings A and B to Building C, which I can get into in the next slide. So the next come 2 appealed applications. The first was the 2023 consent application. The intent of that was to create a standalone development parcel for Building C that was deferred and eventually appealed to the OLT. The next is the 2025 minor variance intended to reduce the number of parking spaces for Building C. This was also denied and rolled into that appeal at the OLT. And finally, we have an approved 2025 minor variance to permit additional residential gross floor area within the approved building envelope of Building C. So this one was generated because of changes in the mechanical approach to the site, the implementation of green infrastructure, heating and cooling, and the applicant's desire to use that now empty mechanical penthouse for units. Most importantly for that, it increased the residential GFA, but it did not increase the number of residential units in Building C. So now we'll get to the current cumulative impact on the approved development concept. So the approach we took to this was to tally up all of the approved modifications that have come through the C of A and kind of see their cumulative impact. So right now what we have for those cumulative impacts is the minor variance permitting the loading space changes and also the consent to relocate easements. So those are quite technical in nature and they make a lot of sense. So the next two are a little bit more meaty. The first one is the minor variance permitting changes to the unit mix and the unit size in Building C. So this one, again, it involved a shift of units from buildings A and B to building C. Building C was increased from 240 units to 370 units through this process. But it didn't go through the C of A without conditions. They did put conditions on that associated with the approval. Some of those conditions were to remove buildings C and D from the 2023 rezoning application, which the applicant did. Another condition was to separate out the site plans for building A and B versus the site plan for building C and D, which the applicant did. And also the requirement for amended Section 37 agreement, which was executed just this last January in 2025. So the final one was the minor variance permitting the addition, which we just talked about, permitting the additional residential gross floor area within the approved envelope of Building C. So this one increased the maximum GFA on site from 65,300 square meters to 66,000 square meters, and also increased the residential GFA from 53,800 to 54,470. So when we're looking to see where we stand with the cumulative impacts of the approved applications, this is where we stand. So your next question was to outline the pending decisions by various authorities, including the Ontario Land Tribunal, Council, and the Committee of Adjustment. So we'll go into that now. So the first is the 2023 rezoning application. So the graphic on the right shows the whole site under the applicant's proposal for that 2023 rezoning. The smaller graphic on the left in blue shows the boundary of that rezoning. So it includes buildings A and B and some of the internal parking and circulation areas for the site, just to give contexts. So this would, as we just said, modify parking, access, internal circulation in the north and west areas of the site. And importantly, it increases the heights of building A and B from 40 and 39 meters to 76.5 and 92.1 meters, respectively. In terms of other pending decisions, of course, we have the direction from this body in EY 23.27 for staff to consider inclusion of a public road in that rezoning application that we just discussed for buildings A and B. So when we do come forward with the decision report next month, we will include that consideration in response to that motion. Finally, for the applications that are going through the Ontario Land Tribunal, we have the site, I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn. We have the site plan control application from 2023 for buildings A and B. That one is not under OLT appeal, but we are kind of setting it aside while the rezoning works its way through to see the outcome of that. And now going into the OLT, we have the site plan control application from 2022 for covering buildings C and D that is under appeal, along with the minor variance from 2025 and the consent from 2023 that we discussed previously. So the next question is to outline the status of the retail or non-residential uses planned for the site, including the grocery store. So the approach that we took to this is to outline the applicant's current desires for the site. So at the present time, the non-residential uses planned by the applicant include 4,207 square meters of the existing plaza, which is Building D, a 465 square meter community agency space located in Building B, and 1,529 square meters of non-residential space in Building C. So importantly for your ask, Building C was originally intended to include a large format space that would be appropriate to attract a grocery store. The applicant has advised us that they've worked for the past 4 years to try and attract such a tenant and were unable to. So originally that space within Building C was 5,383 square meters in size. It's now reduced to 1,529 square meters in size. And they've also rearranged the ground floor of Building C. Although the non-residential space is significantly reduced, it is designed to front the internal private road with new smaller units to the north that speak to the plaza to the north to provide some vibrancy in that area. We also retain the commercial use facing Eglinton in the south. In losing the grocery store, the requirements for the large areas of loading, garbage, and servicing and back of house functions for the grocery store were also lost, and that led to some of the changes, including what we see as an improved lobby space and also some units on that ground floor. So the next is to discuss the actions that have been taken by the applicant to date to create the 587 new housing units approved for the site in 2021. So that first batch of 370 new units would occur within Building C. However, in order for Building C to proceed, this relies on a number of appealed applications going forward that are currently under consideration by the OLT. These include the minor variance to reduce the number of parking spaces, the consent to create the standalone development parcel, and also the site plan control application for Building C and D. In addition, while these things are working their way through the OLT, the applicant has submitted applications to Toronto Building, including demolition, shoring, and excavation permits. I don't remember which ones. One is approved and others are working their way through. So finally, you asked for a discussion of federal, provincial, and municipal commitments on affordable housing or other incentives for the site. So from a federal level, the Canada Mortgage Housing Corporation has conditionally approved ACLP financing for that first batch of 370 rental homes. From the municipal level, City Council has authorized support for up to 72 new affordable rental homes through the Open Door Affordable Housing Program in 2018. Also from the municipal level, City Council has also authorized support for 74 affordable rental homes and 296 purpose-built rental homes for, again, a total of 370 through the Rental Housing Supply Program purpose-built rental stream, and that was very recently in 2024. And to conclude, staff are not aware of any provincial commitments at this time. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to your body. This provided an important opportunity for us to see where we've been in preparation for the recommendation report that we'll bring forward next month. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosal. We really appreciate it. At this time, I'll invite speakers to address the committee. Our first speaker is Robert Beulah.
Can I just have clarification? So this item is here for receipt, right? There's no action.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So the speakers are just speaking on the receipt?
Correct.
Okay.
Although I'll let you know that my intention is to move it to council without recommendations.
Good afternoon. I'm here to speak. Is that about right? Sounds like a lot of echo. Okay. I'm here to speak on planning reports for 250 Wincott and 4620 Eglinton Avenue West. Section C of the report for action presented by the Executive Director of Development Review acknowledges the 6 minor variance applications and notes that the application to sever Building C and reduce the number of parking spaces was denied. This should not be interpreted as go to the Ontario Land Tribunal for an automatic approval. The COA had the opportunity to hear arguments from stakeholders that the OLT will not be hearing. There are no comparable buildings in Etobicoke Centre where 211 apartments do not have a parking space. Community trust has been damaged by this process. The planning committee is proceeding as if the OLT has already approved it. The COA is simply being ignored, or assumptions are being made about OLT rulings. On June 4th, 2025, EYCC adopted item EY 23.27, directing staff from Development Review to consider inclusion of a public road within the development in lieu of a private road that will have a minor arterial traffic volume and will be above underground parking garages for 3 separate buildings. These buildings will be constructed at different times, and responsibility for the maintenance of this roadway will be unclear. Why were the ECC's concerns and directives not addressed in this report? They had plenty of time. Section A of the report for action states that the purchaser was obligated to complete the rezoning of the property prior to the closing sale. Trinity accepted a proposal in July 2021 for 3 buildings, each having a height of 11 and 12 floors, which included a condition that it would not be appealed. Trinity was compensated by means of a lower land price, which would allow them to show a profit at the agreed-upon density. Trinity and Build Toronto were aware of the need for housing in Toronto. They were aware of the LRT and the market conditions. The mid-rise solution, which was approved by City Council, does provide intensification, with 568 new homes in Richmond Gardens. Tall buildings are generally not considered appropriate locations for areas that are primarily residential neighborhoods, such as Richmond Gardens and the surrounding low-rise community. The developer and the planning department have continually refused to provide the community with accurately calculated FSI. This is very basic information. The report for action seems to be based on wishful thinking and contradictory assumptions. In the HAP report for 2022 to 2026, pages 8 and 16, report attached, Council directed 2024.ph 16.1, identify opportunities to enable increased housing on avenues that are served by frequent transit for height permissions up to 12 stories. That was this year. Page 16 states we may go beyond the mid-rise heights within 500 to 800 meters of planned LRT station. Trinity's proposed 24 and 29 floors does not resemble the city's yet-to-be-approved avenues report and policies. The report for action on the MTSAs and PMTSAs report on page 1 suggests their report be used as a basis for consultation. I repeat, a basis of consultation in working towards preparing a final official plan amendment. The MTSA zoning report requires both the approval of City Council and the Provincial Minister of Municipal Affairs. The EYCC should, 1, wait for the city and the province to approve or exempt the MTSAs. 2, wait for the changes to the official plan. And 3, wait for the OLT decisions before using these possible policies as a basis for site-specific zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bula.
To the second.
That's impressive. It's better than my colleagues can do. Mr. Bula, I'm just going to be really brief with my questions, but could you just give me a sense of how the community feels about this application, and why I've taken the time to ask the staff to take a time to write a specific report on this? Is it safe to say there's a lot of history? I mean, just give us a sense of why this is here.
Yes, as you're very well aware, we've been dealing with this since 3 years before the 2021 approval. There were 5 proposals until actually 4 proposals. The 4th one was accepted in 2021. We started off with very high heights and worked our way down to the 11 and 12 floors, which the community felt we could live with. It was compatible with the community, and we well, we felt very that we could live with it, even though it was more than we initially thought was agreeable. And the Build Toronto put in conditions that it would be built as one integrated development, where there would be, because everyone's talking about these complete communities, that there would be shopping and different interest things, services in the community that people could take advantage of, and we'd be able to have a great integrated life with the people who are moving in.
Thank you, Mr. Buell. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Louisa Girotto from the Richmond Garden Residents Association.
Can I please ask for Barry Morrison to speak before me, because he has an external appointment and I'm okay to wait.
Does the committee have any objections reordering? Nope. Welcome, Mr. Morrison. Come on up to the microphone. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of committee. My name is Barry Morrison. I live in the Princess Anne community, just south of Richmond Gardens. Richmond Gardens Association does represent the larger Princess Anne community in this particular matter, and has a large number of members in that area. I'm speaking as an independent property owner and resident. I just wanted to touch on a few things, and it seems like there's this overall thrust that things have changed. The world's not the same as it was. Toronto's not the same as it was 5 years ago. There's all new policies, and now the sky's the limit on pretty much everything. And I think that we have to be careful on that, because number one, policy isn't written, number one, by the OLT. Policy is written by council. And policy is subject to very serious community consultation. And none of that's really happened in terms of a lot of these changes. And I think that some attention needs to be given to that. In terms of the development that Mr. Buller referred to, yes, the big issues were built form over 5 years of negotiating with the developer and Create Toronto. And the thrust of the official plan, of course, was very strongly mid-rise is appropriate for this location. And the community ultimately agreed, and agreed not to appeal it, that it be at the very top end of mid-rise, 11 stories at that particular time. And they certainly supported this development. Now, as part of the history to the mid-rise proposal, I'll just read one section from your previous area commissioner, not commissioner, director Neil Cresswell, I think prepared by Louisa Galley, a planner that was on staff. It's, while staff acknowledged the site is appropriate for intensification, the proposed density, building heights, and massing of the current proposal would be more appropriately associated with the intensification of the centers or downtown. Further, the proposal is not in keeping with the low-density neighborhoods surrounding the area. Now, that was in reference to a proposal that was 20 stories, 19 stories, and 12 stories, considerably lower than the 29 and 24, and now 14, almost 15 for Building C. So at that time, the staff also had very serious regard to your official plan, and they concluded that it should be mid-rise, and that's basically where it came down. And part of the mentality that was there was very strong position in your official plan that was there for 20 years. And that's tall buildings are desirable in the right places, but they don't belong everywhere. When poorly located and designed, tall buildings can physically and visually overwhelm adjacent streets, parks, and neighborhoods. And I suggest that that's the wisdom and the truth that is resulting in some of the concerns you're getting on a number of your applications now. There's been a number of changes in terms of all these policies, not dramatic yet, but the staff report did not really reference any of these massive changes that seem to be behind all of the different sentiments that is prevailing in the city at this time. And unless there are some very specific policy changes, then the proposal does remain contextually inappropriate. nothing's changed in the surrounding neighborhood. Now, in terms of the MTSA discussion, yes, the MTSAs are being proposed, but they haven't been proposed west of the Humber River at this point in time, to the best of my knowledge. And to the best of my knowledge, the city is suggesting it's going to engage in community consultations. I don't know what the results of that is going to be. I don't imagine anybody does. But, you know, the reality is, if this application gets approved at very high heights relative to the other prevailing official plan policies that apply, it's going to very seriously impact and prejudice what the outcome of these MTSA studies are and the consultation. So my very first observation would be this application is premature until this MTSA can be resolved. The other thing is, there's no secondary plan here. The community asked for a secondary plan 5-7 years ago, and the response was, oh no, you don't need a secondary plan. This is the only site that's possibly going to be redeveloped. Well, under the MTSA thinking, that's really not going to be the case. I don't know what the results are going to be. But, and then the other thing is the minor, or is the private road. That's a big issue. Other people have spoken to that. There's
Mr.
a lot
Morrison, I just have to ask you to wrap up.
Okay, I'm just going to say that also is premature relative to the MTSA, because that road is now likely not only going to be a minor arterial road servicing this project in the immediate area, it's going to serve a new entire MTSA, possibly two. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? I'm going to ask one. A planning application is a planning application, usually. But there's a different part of the story on this that makes it different, and that is that there was a land deal between the city and the applicant.
Right.
Which brought us to here. And is there anything that you would like the committee to think about with respect to thinking about the land deal and also thinking about how we got to here today and all of the planning decisions that we have to walk through?
Well, I don't know. These things are sort of beyond my expertise. I don't know. My own observation is that, you know, the city was in this up to their knees because they were basically indirect owners, and they for 5 years worked with the community. They agreed to approve this. They asked through you, I believe, to go to the community and say, make sure that if they do this deal, that the community will not oppose it. And the community, in a very broad Zoom call, agreed, look, if that's the deal and it can work, then we will not appeal to the OLT. Of course, those were in the days when third parties had an appeal ability, which is a whole other issue. But I don't know how the city feels about that in terms of how they do business. That's up to them, I suppose. But there certainly is a very strong sentiment in the community that things are just not great from that perspective. And again, it's not my expertise to really comment on it, but that's about it.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison. Any other questions? Seeing none, our next speaker is Louisa Gerato from the Richmond Garden Residents Association.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. I am Louisa Gerato, co-chair of the Richmond Gardens Residents and Ratepayers Association. We represent the community north and south of the site in Richmond Gardens and Princess Anne, and we have about 700 members. And we did not ask them to come today or write to you. This is just a report, right? It's just a report. And we appreciate the opportunity to discuss the 2021 council-approved plan and what we think are the developers' efforts to dismantle that comprehensive development. It's a massive development through COA applications and rezoning. You have the planning report. I'd just like to add some facts or context to that the community feels is very important. This process has created tremendous distrust and disrespect, frankly. And as an aside, I have to say, I love that Councillor Morley's agenda, well, one of them today, the one on Dundas, had so many things the developer had to do to make it more palatable. And, you know, theaters or whatever else that developers have to do to make something more palatable. We got to a great plan in 2021. Everything that has come through since then has been a give. I'm curious what's going to make this more palatable, because there's been zero connection with the community to answer that question. And if it's been evident in everything else I've heard today, I have to ask, why is it zero for this? I'm really glad I came today and I heard everything before me. I'm going to tell you that. I want to buzz through a couple of these points because Bob and Barry already mentioned them. Essentially, there was a terrific, comprehensive, intelligent, thoughtful plan to redevelop this site, which already has a plaza that is critical to the community, and it doesn't serve just what will be the development. It serves 50 to 100,000 catchment area between wards 1 and 2. Right? It's not east-west LRT, it's north-south big time, right? It's the TD Bank, it's the vet hospital, it's M&M Meats, it's everything that you can't get within a 5 to 10 kilometer radius, okay? Big catchment area for the retail plaza. So Create TO actually underwent not a public offering, but a sole source of agreement for this, which we think means the community should be satisfied with the way those lands are going to be used. It was not a public offering, and it came with a couple of development conditions. Community engagement was key. No OLT appeal, i.e. this is a final design, was included, and it was required that it be sensitive to the existing character and context of the area. And as already mentioned, it was sold at a density that now would be doubled, and the lots will be resold at a profit. That's not the way to use, I'm sorry, City of Toronto lands. As a taxpayer, that is absolutely unacceptable to me, even not representing the RGRA, which I do, and everyone feels the same. So let's talk about sections B and C, council approved development concept, and the multitude of COA applications. We have a great plan, excellent plan. Everybody signs off. They could have built almost 600 units starting the fall of 2021. It's 4 years later, not a damn unit, not one shovel in the ground. There's been this sideways approach through abuse of COA to double the density, double the heights, triple the heights, 11 to 32. Are you kidding me? And it's an abuse, really. It's not the way COA is intended to develop properties. So they've systematically dismantled a holistic plan, and they've submitted a rezoning application. So where are we now? Building C, up 130 units, but they want to cut 150 parking spaces. That would mean 0.43 spaces per unit. There is not a new or established development within the vicinity that is anywhere near that. And you have to believe that the folks at Plant World aren't idiots. That's brand new building going up, and they're averaging 1.16 to 0.9 parking spaces per unit. We're now waiting for a point of view on the rezoning application of 1111 and 12 becoming 14, 24, and 29. They're removing parking. They want to reduce the retail because it is less than it is now, even with what they propose. And once they sell those buildings, someone can just cut the retail from that. And they want to drive density and keep a private road. What is the community getting in return? Because we had a plan, and if everybody else can negotiate, why is it that they won't meet with us? And why is it that they won't negotiate with us? It's an atrocity.
Thank you. Are there questions of the speaker? I have one just to help the committee on this. We've heard from you and the others talking about built form and density, and I think the committee's got that message. Could you elaborate on the importance of the plaza and the worries that the community may have? Because this is a really complicated proposal, but tell us why the plaza is important and what the community feels is at risk with the proposals that are in front of us.
Yeah, that's a great question. The plaza exists today. It's derelict. It's a fraction of what it used to be, but it plays an important source of retail and services for quite a large catchment area beyond the development. This isn't a greenfield site, right? What's really concerning about the plaza is that in the original 2021 approved plan, we had about 245 retail parking spaces. Today, at non-peak times, 10:30, 11, there are routinely over 100 cars parked in the plaza between employees and people that need, and that's weekdays. So that's not peak hours and that's not weekends when you have more people that are doing their shopping. The new proposal has 55 dedicated retail spaces on the south side of the plaza. Okay, that's insufficient for today's derelict plaza, never mind the plaza plus a couple of the retail shops they want to include in Building C. They are saying that the parking and the north side of this site has been thought through and redeveloped, and Lisa Wholesale's diagram showed lots of parking spaces on the north side. I want you to know, and this is what's so important about the plaza as well, those are the loading docks for the stores. So the south side is the retail entrance. The north side is loading docks. And then north of that is where these spots are. They are also a whole, call it story or level lower than where the front entrance is. So if any of you have ever been to the plaza, you could go behind and down the plaza. You're like in the basement of the plaza to get to Service Ontario on the north side. So the idea that you've only got 55 spots dedicated in front of retail, and then you've got seniors, 50% of the population in the area, according to the last census, is over 60, that you have people who have to traipse a whole story from the north side to get to the south side, to get to surface level to the plaza, is unacceptable, and it's actually extremely disrespectful. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for speaking to us today. Are there any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, we'll ask questions of staff. Are there questions of staff on the report? You bet I've got a couple. If I could start with Create TO. And Deputy Mayor, I'll ask that you observe me.
My pleasure, Mr. Chair. You've got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. We heard today that there was an agreement between Create TO and this property owner to buy some city land. Is it true that it was a sole source? That there was no open competition on this?
Correct. There was no open competition for that. Sure. In some instances where there does seem to be an advantage to partner with an adjacent landowner, especially if we see that there are benefits to the city, then developing that parcel on its own, the city does at times entertain partnerships with adjacent landowners where we see there is a better outcome for the city to do something jointly than separately. So in this instance, this was one of the situations where there did seem to be a benefit to partner with the adjacent landowner.
What was the deal? Obviously, the city got some cash. If you can tell us what that amount was, great. If you can't in public, that's fine. But what else did we get? Or did we get anything else?
Yep. The other big thing was the commitment to affordable housing, which we all know is key to the city. The new public park, as well as the POP space. I believe there was also community space included as well as a component of non-res.
So is it true, though, that as part of the deal that the other side of the deal couldn't go and appeal to the OLT?
Correct. We do have a clause that is a no appeals clause that is in our agreements, and typically what they would need is our consent to appeal to the OLT. But the other, I guess, component of that is it does say we cannot unreasonably withhold our consent. So in certain situations, it may be reasonable.
But would the thinking be that if you make a deal with the city, you agree on a bunch of stuff, that you don't just go and trade up to something else the very next day?
Yeah, that is correct, as long as they are still meeting the intent in terms of the development agreement.
Right.
Yes.
So this applicant came back and applied for something very different, like a year later. And they applied to the OLT shortly after that, and then they took back their appeal. Do you have any reason that can explain that?
That item there, I don't have the details on because I wasn't involved in this project at that time.
Fair enough. Thank you. I very much appreciate it. My next question would be probably for development review, possibly planning could answer this. I appreciate you answering the questions. There's a private road that is proposed to run through the site. It's an L shape, right? There's 3 new buildings on a shopping plaza. And the community has figured out that it's probably going to be like 9,000 vehicles per day. Why didn't we ever make that a public road so that the city has control, right? This is kind of like a subdivision of a big site with new buildings and addresses on it. Why did we not make this a public road in the report from 2021?
Good afternoon to you, councillors, and through the chair to you, councillors. So the city did do a full review of public versus private road in that original approval from 2021. So our policies do state first that our preference is for a public road unless we have adequate rationale and technical backing to support the private road. So in my understanding of the approval that came forward in 2021, planning staff as well as technical staff from Transportation Review looked at it and determined that the private road was sufficient to serve the site in terms of the buildings that were proposed, the public park and the community agency space and non-residential. One of the key aspects of that is that we look at the functioning of the road network, the levels of service, and also does this project warrant the public road? Also, we look, if something is private, we want to make sure that it looks, feels, and functions as public, that there's public easements for pedestrians and also vehicles to traverse. I would want to hand it to my colleagues in Transportation Review because they can speak more to the technical aspects.
I think I got enough of the answer, and I'm going to ask my last question in the time that I have. You alluded to a whole litany of Committee of Adjustment changes, but one of them was that they went to the Committee of Adjustment, and in their third building, Building C, they changed the unit mix. And in doing so, they were able to build a whole bunch more units than was originally envisioned. But they didn't get relief to build more units in the other buildings. Essentially, they vacuumed up the capacity that they had under the zoning bylaw in this new building, and they're left with barely enough to build the other buildings. Does that not put community council in a really awkward place if they're coming back for a rezoning now on other buildings saying, we don't have enough to build, and so we'd like more?
Yes, to the chair and members of council. So it was a scraping of units from buildings A and B to building C, so that's correct. And right now there's airspace within buildings A and B that can't be developed as units under the current, I guess, framework. I think that the applicant was likely comfortable, if I can get into their headspace, because they knew that they were coming forward with the new rezoning for building A and B to increase the heights into the 20-story range. And so therefore they felt comfortable with that scraping, which was approved at committee.
Thank you. I will ask, I don't need a second round. If that's okay,
No
unless
problem.
the committee wants to ask, I'd be happy to speak to it.
Vice Chair's back, so
Thank
I'll
you.
hand it to her.
Thank you so much. Members, if I may speak to this, you may realize this is a bit unorthodox to invite a report about something that is being currently evaluated by city planning. I'll just take you back in time. This community worked for years on this development, and they feel betrayed beyond anything I've ever seen in my time as a councillor. This started out as an application. Somebody came along and bought a plaza, and a much beloved and needed plaza in the center of Etobicoke. And they proposed a bunch of towers. And of course, the community fought back vigorously. And through that process, the idea came out that one of those strips of land on the edge of Eglinton Avenue, instead of the city just going and developing it, they would tie this piece of land together with the applicant and come up with a solution that really everybody loved. And there was a little bit of arm wrestling at the end, but we landed on a really nice proposal for 3 really big mid-rise buildings to be added in along with the plaza. You might remember it if you were here in 2021, but it got through. Imagine the shock in the community to have an application show up a year later for 20, I think it was 29 and 32 or 33 stories. It's since been peeled back to 29 and 24 stories. But everyone agreed to mid-rise. And, not everybody was happy, but it was something, and we heard from the community, they said, they agreed, they're not going to appeal it and tie it up at the OLT. They're just going to say everyone was equally mad when they walked away from the negotiation and came up with a solution. And then imagine now to be thrown something else completely later. And that's after the city sold the land to the developer at some price, presumably all tied in with this project. And then committee of adjustment application after application after the icing on the cake was the last one where they said, hey, we decided to do an underground mechanical system. So the mechanical penthouse up there that's now empty, let's put some housing units in it. And it's like, well, if you wanted 12 stories, it should have been part of the discussion. So now we're at the committee, so beware anyone with a mechanical penthouse. We're now at the committee of adjustment, slipping units in to create another story. But that's just one example of how frustrated people are. I wanted to have the committee here understand the level of detail in the background on this particular file to understand why, when planning eventually comes with a report of why people will be so wound up, at the heart of their discussion is going to be 2 things. The first is whether or not the community feels that mid-rise versus high-rise is the right answer. There's lots of complications in that conversation, but very good arguments about it and why they feel that way. And the second, the most important, is this community is so worried about the success of that plaza and so worried about the community being successful as a complete walkable community, as we all want to have, because if the plaza, which is buried behind the 3 buildings, potentially high-rise buildings, buried in there away from Eglinton Avenue, is whether or not it's going to survive. And then they've got nothing, nowhere to shop. So we'll have, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of units and nowhere to go. So they're worried about that. And the conversation now is okay, so you have this developer with a bunch of parcels, and it's mentioned in here there's a consent application to break the site up. And everyone's asking, well, if it's taken 4 years to start the first building, how long are the other buildings going to take? And how do we know that a road is going to get built through the site so that people can actually go shopping? Or if they're just going to view from the outside the stores and hope they're going to find their way into the plaza. So I've and the community have both created a lot of criticism about the orderly development of this site. And central to that, and I've brought this up to the committee here before, is whether or not the road through a development with thousands of people in it, with 9,000 cars a day, because that's what is planned. It's not just the condo towers there, but also the shopping plaza that will function off that road. Is that something we really want to leave in private hands to be developed piecemeal over time, with probably a bunch of property owners and maybe some garages below it, where, by the way, they're reducing constantly the number of parking spaces? So I think we really need to pay attention to this because there are very precedent-setting policy decisions about orderly development, about successful communities, and where we're about to locate high density. And it matters. And you can see the passion that this community has worked for on it. You can see the effort that this councillor's office has put into it. And I will really thank all of you for your patience in sitting through a conversation today that is really the precursor to another conversation. And I apologize, I was supposed to move my motion, which is to simply move this to City Council without recommendations, and so that they will have the benefit of having this report and this slide deck to give a little bit of a beginning conversation about what is going to happen in the future with a decision that they have to make. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to speak in support of your efforts on this and to thank the deputants who've joined us for their work as well. I had the great pleasure of supporting and serving this community when I worked under former councillor for Etobicoke Centre representing that area. We did the Silver Hill Park opening, so I'm thinking about that really in close proximity. Thinking about the coyotes also around the corner that we've dealt with a lot that are still there, I'm sure. But just knowing, even myself as a staffer, when I would be in the community, that plaza is such a lifeline, truly. And in the absence of many other, places for people to shop and grab lunch and all of that, we really do appreciate the work of the local community to ensure what comes down in the future is reflective of your needs and the ways in which you work. Louisa also mentioned about the number of seniors in Etobicoke Centre, which is, I believe, still the highest per capita within the city of Toronto percentage of seniors. And so we know when we think about mobility and access, some of those pieces really continue to be a priority, certainly in neighborhoods like this one. So we'll continue to be on the journey along with your local councillor in terms of ensuring the city can get to a good outcome here. And as I'm sure you know and have seen, the planning context truly is a difficult one for us at the City of Toronto in this moment. And, I'm sure I have some folks in my own neighborhood who aren't quite thrilled with some of the decisions we've had to land on today. But I do think the sooner we can get at the table and the more we are advocating to try to get to the kinds of outcomes that we're driving, you're not always going to please everybody, but I do think it's always worth the effort. So thank you for your efforts and thank you to the local councillor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Just a point of order to the clerk.
Councillor Nunziata?
So, to the clerk, it's my understanding it's coming back to council next day. From the city councillor, you mentioned it's coming back.
I can provide some clarity. So the presentation in the staff report today, which is fact-based about developments to date, I intend to forward to City Council without recommendations. And maybe City Council will want to ask some questions, maybe they won't. In the future, because there's an active application, this Community Council will likely be getting a report soon on the entire application and the merits of the planning application.
So not at the next council meeting?
I can't speak for planning, it could be soon.
Okay, because you mentioned that earlier. So to the clerk then, if this item, just clarification, if this item is here from planning as a receipt for information, so what are we sending to council without a recommendation, because there is no recommendation? So I just want clarification on that from the clerk, because I don't understand that part of it. Because it's a receipt item. So
Correct.
there's no action.
Correct. There are no actions that you're asking City Council.
So what are we
to take.
sending to council?
Just forwarding the item without recommendation.
But there was never a recommendation.
It was just to receive, correct. The committee can vote for that or not.
Well, I just wanted clarification on procedure. No, I understand, but because the receipt item is usually not sent to council, it's just a receipt item. So if you're sending them without a recommendation, so what you're asking council to do is to recommend this report? Like, I'm confused on that one. I'm sorry.
You're correct.
It's just procedure.
There are no recommendations. Council can choose to take action if they.
So there's no action on this, even when it comes to Toronto Council. So that's why I don't know why then we're sending it there without recommendation. So I don't know. I mean, maybe our legal, just so when it comes to council, that we can clarify that when it comes, because I'm sure it's going to be brought up at council or from the clerk.
So if I can ask out loud that the clerk's department can brief the chair of the meeting of the various options to dispose of the item once it arrives at council. But I'd be quite happy if the item moved there and at least members of council have the opportunity to ask questions if they want and see the reports. Otherwise, they'd never see them.
So to the clerk, it's in order then? It is, okay.
Correct.
Okay, anyone else wanting to speak? Oh, on the item, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Okay, our next item is EY 26.11, 2 Odessa Avenue, application for fence exemption. We do have a speaker, Jason Beauchamp. Welcome, Mr. Beauchamp.
Hello, can you hear me?
You've got 5 minutes to speak to the community,
Okay.
community council.
Hello, Community Council. Thank you for having me. My name is Jason Beauchamp. I'm the homeowner of 2 Odessa Avenue. I've applied for a fence exemption due to security and privacy reasons. I've had multiple vehicle theft attempts, multiple trespassing attempts. So I'm looking to erect a 2-meter fence around the property, as well as enclose, I guess, the parking space as well, with the setback. That's it.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions? I'll ask one brief one.
Yeah.
Mr. Beauchamp, you have 2 sides to your property. I'm familiar with it. And the fence exemption is for the side on Arrongate, which is the busy side, close to a highway ramp, by the way. And is it my understanding that you've worked with staff to come up with a solution that's workable for the other side, which has to do with your driveway, is a bit more complicated?
Yes, we have. We've included the cutting off the corners so that you have pedestrian safety and traffic safety, as well as the north side of Arrongate and Odessa. So we've done the same there so that traffic sight lines are there to improve and increase safety. So we've met all that. I've talked with Transportation Services, and they've also assisted on those sight lines as well. So.
Great. Thank you for speaking to the committee. If there's no other questions, I'll ask if there are questions of staff. Seeing none, members wishing to speak, I will speak. I intend to move the alternate recommendations, which is to grant the exemption. And thank Mr. Beauchamp, because I did hear through staff that you were very diligent in your work with them to come up with something that was safe and sensible, and that this is merely an aesthetical consideration because Mr. Beauchamp's lawn is one of those odd corner lots where the long side is the front of the house and the short side is the side yard, and the way that our bylaw is set up, you can't have a tall fence on his front yard, which is really a side yard. So I think the committee can see the uniqueness of the corner, and I recommend that we grant this exemption.
Thank you, Council.
All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much. I applaud all you guys for your work. I've learned a lot.
For spending the day with us today.
Okay, our next item is EY 26.12, 12 to 20 Cordova Avenue, a public laneway, a construction staging area. We do have 2 speakers. Our first speaker is Pikru Tochkom from Minto Group.
Can you guys hear me? I'm joining in virtually.
Hi, Pikru. It's Stephen Holiday. I can hear you very well. You are speaking to the committee. You've got 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you for having us. I'm accompanied by Jen Blue, and we both represent Minto Group. We're just here to answer any questions if you guys have any, but our ask remains the same.
Great. Are there any questions of the speaker? Bear with us for a moment. We're just changing over papers here.
This is a laneway. Laneway
Yep.
construction?
Okay, there are no questions of the speaker. I will ask if there are any other speakers to the item. We have Jen Blue registered, but you did mention that Jen is with you.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, I'm with Pikru.
So Jen, did you intend to speak as well?
I added my name to the list should we have anybody show up from the community that had needed clarification on our ask.
Okay. I only have you 2 as the registered speakers. So if you don't intend to speak, I'm prepared to bring this into committee.
Great, please do.
Questions of staff? Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could, I'm not sure who's here to answer from staff side. I do see Nita in the building, but just to get a quick synopsis for for the committee about what is being proposed here and why it's supportable.
Hello, Deputy Mayor Morley,
Good
Councillor Holiday, through the chair. This is just an extension of the existing development that they have there. They just need a little bit more space in the laneway along the west side of the school where they're hoarding that's already up. They needed the additional space. There's been arrangements made with the school, everybody else involved, and it's all been approved. So this is just a minor amendment that was made to the original staging area that was approved. And I have no objections to it if everybody else is good with it.
Perfect. I appreciate that so much, Nader. Thank you. I'll leave it there and I'll just speak briefly, Mr. Chair. Thank
Deputy
you.
Mayor Morley to speak.
Thank you. So I will be moving the staff recommendations on this and just noting it is and has been an incredibly busy area lately. And we do appreciate our collaborative work with the local folks in charge, including Nader, to keep the local school community safe, to keep students that are walking to and from school. And we appreciate the efforts of Minto, the developer on this site, as well, to continue to be a good neighbor, a good community partner, and continuing to work with both the city as well as local stakeholders like Islington Junior Middle School to keep everybody well and safe as we navigate the significant construction that continues to be underway. So with that, and my thanks to staff, we'll be moving the recommendations.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Morley moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor, any opposed, that item carries. Our next item is EY 26.14, which is Greenfield Drive, traffic calming speed humps. There are two speakers registered.
They took their names off the list. They were scratched out on my list.
Okay. So do we have any speakers for 2614? Okay, we do not have speakers. Members of the committee with questions? Seeing none, Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On this item, with my thanks to the folks who were for their interest, and as well to the local area residents for the petition. We'll be moving staff recommendations, just to say that off the top. But I will just confirm that we did have a small petition that was shared with our office, and we did work closely with our traffic operations staff. Due to the location of this particular street, it does receive a lot of cut-through traffic from both motorists of working to as a workaround, and we think that it is a good complement to some of the other traffic calming in the area we're putting in place. So with that, I'll move staff recommendations.
Deputy Mayor Morley moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor, any opposed, that item carries. Madam Clerk, if you could just help me with the orders here. We do have item number 24.
25.
Yeah, so this is a new item of business. So I'll ask questions of staff. I have none. No, this is mine. To members to speak, I'll speak very briefly just to give an explanation. So Royal York Court and Royal York Road is a very busy intersection close to Humbertown Plaza. Traffic on Royal York has increased over the years, and a few years back, Community Council opted to make some reconfigurations to the lanes. It is my understanding that those reconfigurations were done a bit early, but they were part of the end design used for Humbertown Plaza. As a result, the residents that live on Royal York Court are finding it very difficult to make a right-hand turn or a left-hand turn out of Royal York Court, which has a couple of apartment buildings, and navigate a very busy Royal York Road. So I've asked the Transportation Services Department to take a closer look at that intersection to see if there's opportunities for improvement. I think Nader's still here, to take a look at some of the temporary construction pylons that have been put in place as a result of Humbertown, and look at anything we can do to make the situation better. So this is simply a request, and I felt it was important to bring to the Community Council to endorse and ask Transportation Services to take a look at. That's all it is. And we may get a report in the future, and we can take a look at it when it comes. Any questions of the mover? If not, all those in favor? Any opposed? That item carries. Our next item is EY 26.25. That is Strathdy Drive. This is also a new item of business. It's traffic calming, speed humps. We have a speaker registered, and that is Maria Shao. Welcome, Maria. I know that you have been waiting all day.
Thank you for a very interesting day.
We are eager to hear from you. You're welcome to the Community Council. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Councillor and committee members. My name is Maria Shao. I'm just a regular senior citizen living on Strathdy Drive, concerning about safety for children and adults alike. I would like to think that I'm here to represent the neighborhood children who came running, cycling, or scootering to the Silver Creek Park every day from all directions. These children are not old enough to come here to tell you how much they love coming to play in the park, which was recently renovated. You should come to check it out. It has a beautiful playground and lots of grassland to run around. It's becoming a very popular park for the neighborhood. Councillor Holliday's letter arrived over the weekend. I was just puzzled by the notification that there is an immediate response to pause the installation of speed bumps or humps on our street. Just a little while ago, the residents on the street were overjoyed that the city is finally listening and doing something on our street to calm the traffic. Cars speeding up and down the street has been a topic of discussion forever on our street. But as soon as the signages for the speed humps were up, indicating where they are going to be, some households are not pleased. I gather that another petition was done intending to halt the project, disregarding all the time and money the city already spent on this. Personally, I wasn't aware of the second petition, despite I've been living there for over 25 years. When we thought we were so lucky, and thank goodness something good is going to happen on our street, now instead of thanking the city and the councillor could put our concerns on the agenda, got it passed, work started, and then some households don't like it anymore and turn around to petition against it. And now the committee is at the verge to decide to immediately stop the implementation of the speed humps. I remember my old neighbor who lived on Strathdy Drive for over 50 years. He was the storyteller. One of the stories was a horrible tragedy that a couple of kids were run down by a speeding car on the street many years ago. When I reiterated this story to support my original initiative to improve the safety for our children with the first petition, I was being corrected that only one child was killed, not a couple. I believe one child killed is one too many, don't you think? Councillor Holliday, while you acknowledge that to reconsider a previous community council decision on traffic calming are unusual, and it seems that there are not other available tools to keep our children safer on our street at present, and canceling this installation is considered final, this just sends shivers down my spine. I cannot really understand the whole thing. I'm hoping that speaking up on this initial intention of the first petition for traffic calming on Strathdy Drive is mainly for public safety. Child safety is paramount. It should always be the first and foremost importance for us, adults, when setting our priorities. I appreciate that Councillor Holliday and the committee has spent a lot of time and energy to safeguard the public interest for child safety. Adding to that, our seniors like me, who likes to take walks, are scared of the speeding cars. I'm eager to find out what are the reasons on the second petition to stop the ongoing project. What are the reasons to override public safety? Why the objection? It's just troubling to receive the last-minute notice over the weekend, then I jump on it, email Councillor Holiday, and quickly to prepare to come to speak my mind. I just don't understand how a public safety project already underway could be stopped in the last minute. I've no notice about the second petition until I received the letter on the weekend. Why? What is the objection about? And I insist, one child killed is one too many. Thank you for listening, Councillor and committee.
Thank you, Ms. Shao. Are there questions of the speaker today? Deputy Mayor Morley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking the time and spending the day with us. Your advocacy is really important. I mentioned to some of your neighbors at the last item that I'm familiar with the area, and I worked on the opening of Silver Hill Park initially when a number of years back. At that time, there was a school within that park as well that was supporting special needs children. There was a whole piece of work to save the school, and I actually don't know where that landed because I stopped paying attention, frankly. I got very busy, but I'm wondering if there is still a school within the immediate area that has special needs children within it.
There
or
is
daycare.
a kind of a healthcare for daycare for special needs that I know of.
Within Silver Hill.
I think the school is still around, maybe under a different name. Sorry. I thought you could hear me without the mic.
No worries.
Yeah, I think there is a daycare with a different name for special needs. As far as school is concerned, I used to know a person who worked at the school, but she retired. But when she retired, she thought, something was still going on, but I haven't heard much.
No problem. I was just curious on that point. But I really appreciate you taking the time to join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nunziata?
Yes, thank you for coming as well. So you mentioned, sorry. You mentioned that you received a letter over the weekend. Who was the letter from? Your counselor sent out a letter.
To notify the residents that something else is going on.
That it was coming here. Oh, okay. So that's good that you sent out that letter. So do you know, well, I guess you haven't seen the other petition, right?
No.
Okay. So I just wonder if the second petition was identical to the first petition. See, what happened, well, should we speak? Sometimes when a petition is signed and then the residents don't know exactly where they're putting the humps, and when they find out, then they start going, oh, I don't want it in front of my house, or in front of my driveway. This is the way it usually happens. But I appreciate you coming here, and I agree with you. One child is too much. So thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Are there any other questions? There's none. Anyone else to speak on this item? Good afternoon. If you could give us your name and come on up to the microphone.
My name is Ross Gray. Excuse me.
Welcome. You've got 5 minutes.
I've got 5 minutes. I'm a 35-year resident of Strathdeey. I actually live 2 doors down from Maria, and I support 100% what she has said. One child is too many. There is a speed problem on Strathdeey. I submit there's also a volume problem on Strathdeey. Just so you're familiar with my background, I'm a transportation engineer. I have a PhD in the civil engineering department at the University of Toronto, and I've been involved in transportation my entire much too long career. I'm still working. The issue on Strathdeey, in my view, and I think most residents would agree, and I can tell you that Maria's household did sign the second petition. There's a volume problem and there's a speed problem. And the two are related, and I'll explain that relationship in a moment. The volume problem is due to a freak situation in the way the city streets are laid out. Strathdeey is a local road. Is this projector working?
Yes. Okay. If it's not on, we'll get it on for you. Please continue.
Yeah, okay. While that's being set up, Eglinton Avenue is obviously an east-west arterial, And to the north of Eglinton Avenue, there's a collector road network. And that collector road network starts at Scarlett Road, comes across La Rose to Royal York, jogs up Royal York to Summit Crest, across Summit Crest. Let's see now. Okay, so across Summit Crest to Islington, and then there's a gap. That gap is Strathdeed. This little gap in here is Strathdeed. And then it picks up again on Hunting Ridge and Whitcomb Hill and goes further to the west. So what happens is a collector road network is formed that runs parallel to Eglinton, 1 or 2 blocks north of Eglinton. I can tell you how busy the 401 is by how much traffic I have on Strathdeed. Because what happens is the traffic moves from the 401 onto Eglinton, and if it's eastbound, it's a very nice intersection, which was built for the original Crosstown Expressway. If it's westbound, it can come down Weston Road. It can even come from as far away as getting off at the Allen Road, depending on the 401 conditions. And then when Eglinton gets backed up, Strathdeed and this broken collector network comes into play. And that's when we get the heavy traffic. It's rush hour traffic on Strathdeed. So the reason or the way the cars get there is GPS systems, Waze, system like that track moving cell phones. And when the cell phones on Eglinton aren't moving and the cell phones on Strathdeed are moving or are moving more quickly, that guides the traffic onto Strathdeed. So when you look at the traffic counts, which the city has done, there's on the order of 10 cars a minute in the rush hour on Strathdeed. This is on a local road. And this is why people like Maria and the rest of us, this is not, her concerns are not uncommon. The concerns that were at the root of this second petition are that if you take Strathdeed and you take it from 40 clicks for its entire length, which it has been for years, drop it down to 30 clicks, that adds 12 seconds to the trip. If the cars go the entire length of Strathdeed, the entire 400 kilometers at 30 clicks. Well, they're probably not going to do that, but 12 seconds isn't going to be enough to tell Waze, to tell the drivers that no, Strathdeed just got 12 seconds longer, so go back onto Eglinton. So the volume is not likely to be substantially affected by the implementation of speed humps, which is which leads us to our reason for the petition. The city has a whole arsenal of traffic calming measures, of traffic control measures, one-way streets, signage, lane narrowing, allowing parking. In fact, there's a number of people on the street, myself included, who in the initial petition spoke to the question of chicanes. Well, when we didn't hear from the city, and this goes before we knew anything was happening, we actually would arrange cars on the street to make homemade chicanes, and that worked. That slowed the traffic down. But then somebody complained, and those cars are getting parking tickets. And in fact, they got parking tickets again 2 nights ago. So what we're saying is that speed humps aren't the solution to the problem. The city has all sorts of other things. I can't tell you what the correct thing to do or what the correct combination is, but there's all sorts of other things that need to be considered. And just quickly, as I run out of time, the people that are coming onto Strathdeed, because directed by Waze, are trying to save time. They're the people that are doing the speeding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Are there any questions of the speaker, Deputy Mayor Morley?
Thank you for joining us. Really glad to have you with us, not only as an immediate neighbor impacted, but also an expert in this area. But I'm not crystal clear on your position on the speed humps themselves. It sounds like you're very pro some type of traffic calming and understand the need for it. But are you supportive of the councillor's initiative to not move forward with speed humps in the hopes that another conversation will arise? Or would you like the city to proceed with the work that's already meant to be underway?
I think that speed humps have a role to play in certain situations. I think that this situation, which is driven by drivers, both the volume and the speed, who are in a hurry, I don't think speed humps are the solution. I won't say that they might not be part of the ultimate solution, But what I'm saying is, there's so many other things that the city can consider. And this first petition was done a couple of years ago, and then there was radio silence.
Okay.
Okay, but there's so many other things that should be considered, that's what we asked for, is a pause and a study.
Gotcha. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. I'll ask one question. Mr. Gray, do you have a house on that street?
Yes, I do. 2 doors down from Maria's house.
Okay.
Number 17.
Did someone from your house sign the petition?
We and another neighbor I wrote made the form of the petition, and us and another neighbor went up and down the street.
But did your household get counted in this?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It's under my wife's name.
Okay, I just
it's joint ownership.
No
but
problem.
She didn't like the name Gray. It's too hard to spell.
I just didn't know. It's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Any other questions for the speaker? Seeing none. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item?
Thank you very much.
Michelle, yeah, we got you once.
I can respond to his.
Unfortunately, our process does not allow for responses. Welcome to the microphone, sir. If you could identify yourself.
Thank you.
And I just ask if Mr. Gray and yourself, please make sure that you register with the clerk before you leave so that we have you in a record.
Good afternoon. My name is John Sika, and I'm a resident of Strathdy for 65 years. I'm one of the oldest resident on the street, 2 doors away from Maria and 3-4 doors away from. First of all, I want to say our paper that we had spread around, petition, was not asking to get rid of the bumps. We were only asking to delay and work with something else. Most of the people I spent time with interviewing, they all believed, and probably still do, that the ramps would solve their problem. But when you start talking to them about the volume, they say, well, what can we do? That's all we can get. I said, no. I said, if we stick together, we can ask for something more to go with the humps. But in the meantime, because we only received notice, me personally, I had no idea the humps were coming. Only when the sign went up, I came home one day, I saw, what's this? The next day I phoned the councillor, spoke to the staff, and they told me, oh, this was passed by council. Well, I wasn't notified. Originally, I was one of the signees of the first petition. 2 of my neighbors came along for us to sign. And they say, John, we're trying to do something with the street. Yes, I'm all for it. I said, but no humps. Personally, I didn't like them, but that's me. I don't. So they said, no, we're asking in general to do something for the humps. So I signed, and all the neighbors signed, and never heard anything from it. They never communicated what they were asking for. Actually, I never seen the petition. We never got a copy to see what was discussed, was agreed on. But once I went, I did half of the street for petitions, and Mr. Gray did the other half. We spoke about it, and they all said, yes, well, we signed before, but we didn't know either of us signing. And they didn't know that humps were coming till too late. So consequently, what's happened, too late to organize anything, because the installation date is next week, and how can we do? So we tried to put a petition together to ask for a delay, not to cancel the humps for good, but to allow another study so we could get something else. One of the things that people I interviewed, talked to, agreed time turning, 7 to 9, 4 to 6, which is implemented all over, it will help the volume. Personally, I think so, and all my resident friends agree to it. In combination with the humps, I think it would be a good tool. That's only 2 things. There are other things. according to the city's website, there's many intervention that can be so, because it's right now, it's happening is we have half of the street, the residents, blaming, they probably would be blaming us for having the helpless change canceled, and which is not really true. And but it comes across on your letters here that it's such a way. So I want just to make, I cannot add more than what Mr. Ray or Marie, I agree 100%. I was one of the kids that got killed. That was a friend of my son. I remember it well. Okay, so I thank you for listening. And thank you.
Don't go away. I
Sorry.
got a question for you. sir.
All right.
Mr. Secca, you told me just now that the petition didn't have the intention to take the speed humps away.
Correct.
But I'll read what it says. It says, "We, the undersigned, oppose installation of speed humps on Strathy Drive until a full study of area traffic has been completed." And you're the first person to sign it. That's pretty clear. It says you oppose the installation of speed humps, and because it's about to be constructed, there's only one thing that can be done: cancel it. Do you want to take your name off the petition?
I want to clear what I signed was not to cancel, get rid of them. It's only to delay.
And I want to be really clear on this, because if your name comes off this petition, it's dead. Because there's 15 signatures, and I'm going to explain why. I need to know from you in front of this community council if you want to take your name off. It changes everything.
What?
If you're telling me that you
Yes.
don't intend to oppose the speed humps, and you signed it, I understand that. If you want me to cross your name off, I will, and it changes everything.
No, what I signed for, it says to delay the speed humps.
No, it doesn't. It says, "We, the undersigned, oppose installation of speed humps on Strathy Drive until a full study of area traffic is
Until, yes, but that doesn't mean we don't want them. We
Well,
just,
yeah, but it could
this-
be
we
years
want-
from now. So it's either we put them in or we don't, and I need to know if you want them in or if you don't. This matters. It all rests on this moment.
well, I would like to ask a question. Will you, committee yourself as our councillor, will you work with us
Sure.
to do something else beside the humps?
I'm not promising anything else because I have no idea what the question is. I hear volume, and there's a lot to that conversation. But the committee already saw a report that said that traffic calming is recommended. And so we are at the 11th hour, 59 minutes, where the contractor is ready to go. And we either have to direct the staff to cancel it, or we let them go ahead. And it comes down to one signature. I gotta know, do you
I
want me to go
understand.
in or not?
I'm asking for if you are going to work with us to do more.
I'm always willing to work with people, but I need a decision on the speed humps because traffic volume is not related to the speed humps. So I gotta know, do the residents want traffic calming on the street, yes or no? And we're gonna talk about how we got here in a moment, but this is your opportunity to take your name off if you don't want your name on there. I understand, 6 other people did. And it changes everything, I can tell you.
60 people took the name off?
6 people took their name off. We are now down to 15 of 29 houses oppose speed humps, and yours is one of them. And if you're telling me that that's not what you signed, even though it says that, I can cross your name off.
No, I'll keep my name.
You keep your name there. Okay, very clear to me,
Thank you.
crystal
So,
clear.
so just,
Hang on, Mr. Secca.
I just have a question. I hope
Yes.
you understand. When you ask the question, you're saying to do a study and then speed humps and something else. I want you to understand that it takes 2 or 3 years, even when a decision is made, for anything to be done on the street, traffic calming. That's why when you signed the petition 2 years ago, it's just installed now. They don't install them immediately. Sometimes people have to wait 2 or 3 years for the speed humps to come in. So you can't say you're going to delay it and have other traffic calming, because that's not going to happen now.
Well,
So I just want you to understand that. It's not like it's going to happen tomorrow.
No, that's
Well,
understandable.
But just so you
But it could,
understand.
it can happen.
No, it can happen. It will be a few
In
years
time.
before anything has happened. Anything is implemented on that
But I,
street.
I want you all to realize the volume problem that we have on the street. It's a huge problem. And something has to be done.
Well, that's why people want traffic calming, and traffic calming is speed humps. And that's how you slow the traffic down. Even the Premier is getting rid of speed cameras and recommending speed humps.
Well,
So anyway, that's
if
my
we install
question.
it and doesn't work, we'll be back.
A few years before you come back.
Anyone else wishing to speak on the item? Thank you. Michelle,
I need to clarify that if I'm not on that list, I'm a resident, I qualify to vote.
yeah, we've got your household crossed off. It's okay.
Cross off as what?
It's crossed off the petition, and I'll explain it in a minute. Is there anyone else to speak on the item? Seeing none, questions of staff. Deputy Mayor Morley?
Thank you. This is a new one for me, but thanks, Sean, in advance for chatting with us about this. So my understanding is obviously the work was done. The original petition resulted in a study. The study was concluded, and the study was clear to say that the warrants are met for us to proceed with traffic calming. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Got it. In terms of the options, I remember, again, back in the day, I'm very nostalgic today thinking about my staffer days when I worked in this community. We actually did have a little bit more of a robust community consultation where we could say, these are Skeens, these are Humps, these are XYZ, and give people a little bit more of an opportunity to weigh in on that. Where are we at, fast forward today, 10 years later, in terms of options for traffic calming and how much say we give to the local community versus staff recommendations?
Basically today, as per the newly approved traffic calming policy, the only option for traffic calming on a road that is not being reconstructed is speed humps.
Got it. So we wouldn't, there's no chicanes conversation or other traffic calming options that would be available here.
That's correct.
Got it.
So speed humps are the most effective and cost-effective measure for controlling speeds, especially on local roadways. And all of the other options that used to be in the traffic calming handbook are extremely cost prohibitive unless they are done in conjunction with a major road reconstruction project.
Perfect. That's very helpful. Thank you for that information. My last question, you spoke a little bit to costs to the city. When we cancel a contract that's already been tendered out, designed and planned for at the 11th hour, is there a cost to the city for that?
I don't know the exact details of the contract, but I would have to say, like, yes. You know, we already have efforts expended, so there has to be compensation for that.
That makes sense to me and is aligned with a lot of our sort of procurement and contract responsibilities. The last thing I just wanted to ask on this is now escaping my mind at this later hour in the day. If we were to cancel the contract at this time for speed humps and this council were to give that direction to you and your team, what's the likelihood of us, like, what happens to that? Does it then just go to the bottom of a pile somewhere and we don't re-engage this conversation? I know the local councillor's office can provide leadership and support there, but what are the implications of canceling this today?
So from a traffic ops point of view, once we've reported to council, we have a 3-year moratorium, so we would not come back and restudy an issue for a period of 3 years following our previous study. And I guess a decision made today at community council, if you wanted to reconsider it in the future, you would have to wait at least a year, or it would have to be a reopening. Beyond that, I guess it could be reconsidered.
Right. So likely, though, a potential 3-year moratorium if we cancel today, and then another study at the end of that 3 years, which would take another year, the community would not be likely to receive, absent the intervention of their local councillor, any other consideration related to traffic calming.
That's correct.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes. Yeah, just a question. So,
Sure.
Yeah, I'm glad that you said that takes about, there's a 3-year moratorium. And also, am I correct to say that even when we approve speed humps, it takes 2 years or more for the speed humps to actually be installed?
Not typically that long. So we've got the process pretty good now that almost everything approved last year will be installed this year.
Okay, so within a year they get installed, so they don't get installed immediately. Because I know that there's quite a few in my ward, and they're waiting for these humps. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti?
Yes, thank you, Sean. Could you just take us through the process that you go through when you do a study for request for speed humps? Obviously, you went through that process, you had cables on the ground, probably.
That's correct.
Just take us through that, and the result was?
Yeah, so we go out there, we do a speed and volume study, various methods, depending on who's supplying the service. But we're collecting basically the volume and speed of vehicles using the roadway. We evaluate that against the council-approved policy for traffic calming, and we report to this body with the results of that. In this case, the warrants were met, and as such, staff recommended that traffic calming be installed.
Okay. And traffic calming being speed humps, and these are humps, not bumps?
That's correct.
And the way they're designed they're not every 5 or 10 feet. They're spread apart considerably.
Yeah, typically 60 to 75 meters apart. And they're, again, designed to encourage an operating speed of 30 kilometers per hour, which would be the posted speed limit.
So it's not a major intrusion on that street, like there's speed humps every few feet.
No.
But they're very effective in slowing traffic, correct?
They are the most effective tool that we have, absolutely.
But doesn't do anything for volume. That's another issue altogether.
It typically has minimal effect on volume, yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I have some questions. Just want to recap the facts on this. May 2023, there was a petition, and I'm going to assume it was delivered to staff, but that's the traditional initiation of this process. Is that correct?
That was prior to the most recent policy update. That used to be the process, yes.
Right, and that's how this story started back in May 2023. Some policy changes I'm going to ask you about in a second happened, but eventually staff came back and reported to this community council in November of 2024. I think that was it.
September, I think.
September, close enough. You reported back here and you told us what? Just for generally.
Yeah, generally the operating speeds of the roadway exceed the limits set in the council-approved traffic calming policy.
And that was the new policy, though. This is important.
That is correct.
So to recap what changed, council adjusted its traffic calming policy in late 2023. That was the November. And there were 2 salient changes, among others. The first salient change was they set the baseline to measure the operating speed on the road to 30 kilometers an hour. And it doesn't matter what the road was. It could be 40 or 50. That's the baseline. And on this street, you found the operating speed from the baseline was 18 and 22 kilometers over the 30 kilometer an hour baseline limit.
That sounds correct, yeah.
Right. And it could have a speed limit posted at 40, but that's what you reported to us. The second salient change was that the process changed, that there's no more clerk's poll. And the clerk's poll was something that council formalized, had the clerk send a ballot to the households, and there was a secondary test just to make sure everybody was on board and that it was signed and sealed. And it was done through an independent clerk's process, but that's gone, right?
That's correct.
So council had to make a decision. We had your report that said, not surprisingly, met the warrants, you recommended to go ahead. Council said yes, and then the installation started. Okay. Those are the facts on this, and the only other thing I wanted to confirm is that you have a contractor imminently ready to install those speed humps. The signs are already up. They're ready to literally lay asphalt. And I think I let you know that, this was coming to community council, so don't send them out on Tuesday. Decision. Is that a fair?
That's my understanding, yes.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Okay. thank you, that's very helpful. Any other question? No, I think we've gone through them all. Members wishing to speak? Maybe, if it's all right, let me speak first on this item as the local councillor, and I'll let my colleagues chime in. So I'm going to move, and I'm going to call for a recorded vote on the recommendations contained in my memo to this committee. There's a letter. I've also just posted a second letter, and it's been sent to the clerk, and it's put on his correspondence, but I'll talk you through it. So it's true, in May 2023, there was a petition. I have the spreadsheet right in front of me. I can tell you which house signed for what. In 2023, there were 21 people that voted in favor of traffic calming, and that was typical because we always said we need a petition to get this system started. Then what happened is council changed, and I covered this with Mr. Dillon. Council changed his process. They changed the baseline so that pretty much most streets are going to qualify from the technical warrants, right? Like it's just like any street with any volume of traffic other than a little thing is going to meet that. And then they took away the clerk's poll, so we had no way of knowing what people really thought. And so we got this report, we got to do something with it. But even on this street, I'll remind the committee, we all voted in favor of it, including me, because there was a staff recommendation and there was some logic to it. So the speed humps start going in. We had this petition of 21 out of 29 houses were happy. Imagine my surprise when I get a petition last Tuesday, and they're literally ready to pour asphalt. And I read it, and the petition says, we, the undersigned, oppose installation of speed humps on Strathie Drive until a full study of area traffic has been completed. Now, the second part, there's a lot of questions about that, about what that means and whether that impacts traffic calming or not, because we got the study that tells us all the operating conditions. And I understand what it said to us. But amazingly, there were 21 people that signed this out of 29 houses. I'm like, holy cow. So I spent a couple of days working with staff going, boy, the bylaw's already passed. We got all this going on. Can I actually stop this? I mean, I have an obligation not to take this and throw it out and respect it. If 21 out of 29 people in the street have a problem, something's going on. So I drafted up my letter and I sent it into it was late, by the way, because the agenda had closed. There's nothing I could do but other than in good faith. So I said, geez, it's Thursday night. I got this thing in. I better send a letter out just to make sure everybody knows what's going on. So I went out to I hand-delivered it myself because I wanted to put it in each mailbox. I won't read you the letter, but it basically says, hey, I got your petition. 21 people don't want this. I brought it to community council. It's really hasty because it's last minute. If you have any questions, let me know. And if you want to depute, sure enough. Imagine my surprise. Over the weekend, I start getting emails. Incredible emails. I highlighted some of them. One of them is like, I'm opposed to your idea to remove the speed humps. And I look, they signed the petition. Another one, they couldn't believe that I had 21 signatures. I'm getting, basically yelled at through the email about the petition's idea. It says right here, we the undersigned oppose the installation of speed humps. And it goes on and on and on. Right? My wife and I vigorously opposed the proposal to cancel speed humps on Strathie Drive, but then I looked, but they signed the petition. And so I don't know what to make of it at this point. Rather than succumbing to curious, disappointing, and non-evidential NIMBYism, I urge you to consider the safety of the community at large. This person signed the petition. So anyhow, I actually took a red marker on the computer and I crossed off the 6 people that wrote to me that had changed their position, and along with others that were really upset because they supported this. There's some people that didn't want the speed humps, of course. And I added up the math, and I'm still at 15 out of 29. 15 out of 29 people still say they signed, says we the undersigned oppose the installation of speed humps. And then I get a deputation today that says, well, I meant something else. And that seemed to be a prevalent theme. So, look, I am doing what I've been asked to do. I got asked for a petition to get this report to community council. We do the speed humps. Then I get another petition in a rush that says, take them out. So I said, okay, I'll bring it to community council, not a problem. That's what everybody wants, we'll do it. And then I get in trouble with a bunch of people in the neighborhood because it's not what they really wanted. So I am going to leave it to the committee to figure out what it is that we're going to do, because thanks to the changes that council did to the traffic calming policy, we have no idea. We have no idea of where this is needed. And this is the heart of the lesson that I want my colleagues to hear, is that the traffic policy has left us with nothing. Most streets are going to qualify with respect to the operating speed. You know, we don't know. We're going to have to run polls ourselves. As it turns out, you can't trust, you know, like a petition comes and then it's not credible. I'm not submitting this to the clerk because there's a bunch of names that got changed. And so we're going to vote on this. So I'm going to move the recommendations that the petition asked for, which is to remove the traffic calming humps. I'm going to think about the deputation that I had where I was told, I don't agree with it, but I'm not going to take my name off of it. I'm moving my original letter, and I'm going to ask for a recorded vote, because I'm going to vote in a very particular way. And I'm going to invite you to vote the way that you think is right, based on what you heard, with the most amazing thing that I have ever seen in 11 years of second thoughts and third thoughts on a petition, and leaving the community council to figure it out. If you can tell I'm frustrated, I am just a little bit, in that I was asked to do something, and I know I'm over time, and then people in the community are angry at me because apparently it's my idea, but it's not. And I've done everything I can do to serve the constituents, and we're still confused on it. So I will stop talking.
Okay, and I'll speak, and I'll speak against your motion. I think that the report that came to Community Council clearly indicated that the speed humps warrant. And as it was mentioned by staff, any changes, there's a three-year moratorium on it. And so I think listening to the deputants and what you're saying, Councillor, is that I think they were a little bit confused. And the only way, and it's very clear in the report, the only way that you're going to slow down traffic is speed humps. And that is very clear from city staff. Now, as I mentioned, the Premier is even advocating for more speed humps and removing the speed cameras. So I know in my ward, I get a lot of requests for speed humps, which we approve. But not only do I receive a petition as well, and you're right, Councillor, that we got rid of the polls, but what I do to protect myself too is I do my own poll. And I do my own poll, and I send a letter, and then I ask them to respond to my office, and then we count the votes and compare it. And that's how, because I know it's just with a petition, sometimes people sign a petition, they don't know what they're signing, or, you know, they forget what they sign. So it is very, you know, it's very frustrating. And I can see your frustration when this happened the last minute. And the bylaw is there, the contractor is out there, and I think we need to proceed. So I would be voting against your motion.
I'll just say a couple of quick words. Similar to my colleague, Councillor Nunziata, I will be voting against our chair's letter to pause or stop on the installation of speed humps here, and do appreciate really the energy around this item. It's been great to hear from the local residents, and thank you for your good advocacy and taking the time to get here quickly and, you know, in response to this item. This is incredibly difficult work as I round the corner on my final year in my first term in office. And it is already tough to, you know, satisfy the needs and concerns of people across, you know, a spectrum, you know, within our communities. But it's made even more difficult when the information or signal is not clear, right? It really is puts the councillor in an awkward and a difficult position. So hopefully this is a lesson learned to take back to the community and to have some more conversations with neighbors about, you know, the most effective ways to engage with the local councillor and in good time with lots of notice, ideally. But I do think that, you know, the warrants are met. We heard a lot about the volumes and speed challenges. We know congestion continues to be a concern, and we want to make sure that whether it's seniors walking in the neighborhood or children getting to and from the school, that they have the maximum protection in terms of their safety. So I will be supporting the city to proceed with the installation of the speed traffic calming humps, and do anticipate more conversation can happen in your community with your local neighbors about what additional pieces you can be looking at. But I don't think that canceling this work at this time, based on all the previous work and engagement from residents, is the appropriate path forward.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak? Councillor Crescent.
So let's go all in here. So speed humps is a new thing for Etobicoke North. I've never, in my previous terms and time at City Council, never really had to deal with speed humps up in Etobicoke North. And I don't know what happened after COVID, but now I'm getting requests for speed humps. I'm getting requests for speed calming measures. I very quickly found out that there's very little tools in the toolbox. You want to calm traffic, and you want to calm traffic in real time, you're going to go with speed humps. There are no other option. And what I found, though, also what I learned through this whole process is that people don't quite understand what speed humps are. Many people that I've come across feel that speed humps are speed bumps, that they're going to destroy your car, and these are serious bumps, and it's going to cause all kinds of chaos on the road. It's so far from the reality and so far from the truth. These are gentle humps that are very, very effective in calming traffic in a gentle way. They'll do no harm to anyone, but they are effective in slowing traffic down. And what we've heard here today, that the work was done. So the councillor did his job properly. City staff did their job. They did their analysis. They came back and say, yes, this particular street qualifies for traffic calming. And guess what? When they looked at that toolbox, it's not like it was full. No, what do we have here? Oh, speed humps. Okay, so that's what we're going to get. We're going to get speed humps. I also support, given what I've heard, there's an issue on this street, two issues, speeding and volume. The volume is a completely separate issue that could be dealt with in a different way, and I'm sure that with some discussion with your councillor later on, you could maybe come up with solutions to that. But with respect to the speeding, speed humps are the only tool in this toolbox, and I think for safety's sake and to keep that community safe, keep our children safe, our seniors safe, we need to move forward and get the speed humps in as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, could you call a vote for us?
On the motion to adopt the item, which includes the recommendations that are in Councillor Holliday's letter, all those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Crescent, Councillor Marley, Councillor Holliday, Councillor Nunziata, that item loses 4-0.
Thank you. That's it for the item. Our next item, if you bear with me while I switch through the computer screens, EY 26.26, which is 3653 Lakeshore Boulevard West, encroachment agreement for existing pergola. That is a new item of business added by Councillor Morley. Questions of staff? Members wishing to speak?
If I may, Mr. Chair, thank you so much to my colleagues. This has been on the agenda now since the morning portion of our session. My team and I have been working closely with this long-standing business owner down on the lakeshore on the south side, appropriately named Southside Johnny's. There are some existing conditions. We've been back and forth doing site visits, again, connecting in with the owner and working directly with staff. We have landed on an encroachment agreement with some conditions, of course, and the conditions are there for your review. That's what I'll be moving here today to try to get this longstanding issue resolved and provide some support to this small business owner who's been, again, a longstanding staple of the Long Branch community. I'm happy to answer any questions if colleagues have questions.
Any questions of the mover? All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Madam Clerk, I'm checking with you that that is our final item of business and that we have some bills.
Oh, we did it earlier.
So the bills. Thank you to everyone that stayed today, and it was a long day.
This is one of our longest.
May I have a volunteer for motion number 1?
Do that, Mr. Chair.
That bills 1151 to 1157 and bill 1274 prepared for the October, what's the date today? October 21st, 2025 meeting, 26th of the Etobicoke York Community Council, be declared as bylaws and passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006.
All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. There'll be one more.
I'll happily do this one, Mr. Chair.
Morley.
Moving that confirmatory bills to confirm the legislative proceedings of the Etobicoke York Community Council acting under delegated authority at meeting 26 on October 21st. Just one moment.
Oh, sure. Do you want me to reopen it? Okay, motion to reopen item number 1 of the bills. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Take your time. No problem. Volunteer to read again?
That bills 1151 to 1157 prepared for the October 21st, 2025 meeting, meeting 26 of the Etobicoke York Community Council be declared as bylaws and passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006.
All those in favor? Any opposed? That item carries. Motion number 2, Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy to move that confirmatory bills to confirm the legislative proceedings of the Etobicoke York Community Council acting under delegated authority at meeting 26 on October 21st, 2025, be declared as bylaws and passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006.
All those in favor? Any opposed? That item carries. Madam Clerk, confirming there are no more items of business. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.